The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 1051, Collectibles. The crowd swarmed to the two buildings, almost evenly split between starting the night with drinks and dancing and starting the night with coffee after work. It had been a long shift for everyone, but tomorrow was the start of their weekend, and they weren't planning to hold back. The party had clearly already started before everyone was even in the building, with some of the staff singing and dancing in the street, while others bought small bottles of liquor from the shops along the walk and quickly drank them before reaching the club, where the drinks were more expensive. Those bottles were not on the inventory list of the stalls, but with so many of the shops being run by reavers, it was somewhat inevitable that there would be off-the-books liquor vendors here. He was hanging at the back of the crowd with Nico so that they could take care of the bill for the coffees and the first round of drinks, and the crowd was rapidly moving out of the street while the 5 overworked baristas finished pouring dozens of lattes for the crowd of Inu that Max's announcement had attracted. The woman working the counter sighed as he approached and signaled the end of the swarming event that they had just endured, then frowned at his clothing, not recognizing him as one of the regular workers. "That will be 255 credits, unless you both want one as well," she informed him as he came forward. Max brought up his arm to pay with the linked account in his smartwatch, and the shopkeeper's exhausted attitude suddenly changed to a nearly fawning level of idol worship. "Commander Karras Max, OMG, it is incredible to see you here. Are you here to visit and see what the next big thing will be?" she asked as the payment processed. "I'm actually here to help build it. You see, the Terminus Trading Company has plenty of weapons research specialists on staff, and we're working together with the Ray 5 moon base on this project." Max replied with a smile. "It is so wonderful to meet you. I remember your first ad campaign as a Kepler pilot. Do you have a second? I would love to get a signature, but my bag is in the back." "Take your time, we've got a few minutes." The mention of "we" caught her attention, and the barista moved, so she could see past the baked goods trays to where Nico was standing. The short cyborg gave her a sarcastic wave, and the woman looked mortified. "I am so sorry, Commander Terath, I didn't see you there at all. Is there anything I can get you? It's on the house. Don't worry about it, it's one of the hazards of being short. Besides, I'm a full conversion cyborg, I don't actually need coffee." Nico laughed. "But it still tastes good," Max added, relieving some of the workers' tension. One of her coworkers brought out her bag, and Max saw that she had a bunch of trading cards inside, all in protective sleeves. "Would it be possible to get both of you to sign the back of this card?" she asked hopefully. It was a picture of the Thunder Pattern Super Heavy Mecha, the X-109. It was the first that they had helped produce with Uncle Lou, and the Mecha had since become the face of the human forces, as every Reaver group and military force wanted to get their hands on them. "If you have the X-104, that was us as well, or the Fusion Flamer-equipped fast attack version," Max suggested. The other workers hurried to bring out their cards as well, and Max noticed that all of them were collectors of the Mecha trading cards. There were many other patterns there as well, from all aspects of human society, and some historical ones too. The workers set them out on the table and Nico joined Max in putting her signature on the backs of them until finally, they got to one shy young man, a Reaver boy in his early teens, who must be working here part-time while training for a career. Even if you couldn't find a job in the field, everyone took some sort of job skills training course or higher education. Not doing it would just be an embarrassment to your family and the company you grew up in. He placed out his copy of the X-109 and then reverently took out a locked metal box and pressed the fingerprint ID to open it. Inside was a shiny foil-trimmed card, and on the front was Terath's rage. Max smiled and nudged Nico, who cheered a little and made a grabby motion to be handed the card. He reluctantly handed it over, and Nico took out a silver paint pen from her flat space to write, instead of using the plain black Sharpie marker. "What's your name?" she asked. "Travis Borden, Lady Terath." He replied politely. The Borden family worked for her mother, so he must be kin to one of the household staff from the Terath family house, which made him part of the Terath Reaver companies. "Travis, never hesitate to take what is yours, Nico Terath," she signed, then gently blew on the paint to dry the last letters and placed the card back in its clear protective case. "There you go, one autographed, limited edition personal Mecha card." Nico told him with a wink, while the others looked at him with jealousy in their eyes. Max searched through their thoughts and found that the limited edition foil cards were not easy to come by. There were only a few dozen of them, and they were spread between everyone who had bought the collectible cards on Ray 5, so that Tareth's rage really was a 1 in a million find. It's been a pleasure, everyone, but we should get across the street before they start thinking that we ditched out on our promise to pay for the first round. Max laughed, then tapped his wrist device and sent a 50-credit transfer to each of the workers in the coffee shop. They had earned it after getting slammed like that today. Chapter 1052. Party mode. The growing crowd inside the game's center greeted them with a cheer as Max and Nico walked in the door, along with a stomping that substituted for clapping in the noisy environment, where the music was thumping and there were constant cheers from the spectators watching the head-to-head competitions within the gaming pods. The cashier smiled and held up the payment terminal for Max to tap, while the man behind the bar poured both of them a shot of something dark. It's our house specialty, a mixture of Reaver rum and the nutrient packs designed for cyborgs. A lot of our workers are augmented, you see, either due to injury or for other purposes, so they need the extra juice. The bartender informed them. Max caught a glimpse of what was in his mind and then looked around the room more carefully. This moon base was really a body modification haven among humanity. There were augmentics and modified options for everything available here. Many of the changes were work-related, with enhanced sight being the most common option, usually in one eye for cost savings, or to maintain some sense of natural sight, but quite a few of the older soldiers had gone straight to a partial conversion when they were freed from their duty, which removed all the old aches and pains from their joints, replaced lost limbs and digits, and gave them superior precision in their motor controls. Cyborg fingers did not shake if the procedure was done well. So, once they had adapted, they were very well suited to precision work, like surgery or manual testing and repair. The replicators could replace basically anything, but the charge was by energy used, and replacing complex electronics was expensive, so having a tech go over the circuitry and replace only the damaged capacitors or chips was much more cost-effective. It also kept the repairmen up to date on current electronics, which made it easier to find and diagnose faults instead of cutting humans out of the loop and trying to let a malfunctioning computer system diagnose and repair itself. Uncle Lou believed that no matter how far replicator technology advanced, it was still essential to have humans know how to build and maintain everything on their own. That way, if there was an attack on their computer systems and the database was corrupted or destroyed, they wouldn't lose all that they had achieved. But in more practical terms, what it led to was a lot of artificially perfect appearances, and superhuman stamina on the dance floor. Nico dragged Max out into the middle of the floor when a hard rock song came on, and the crowd surged forward, creating a small mosh pit in front of the DJ booth filled with lab coats and flailing sensory tentacles. The DJ saw how animated the crowd got when the song came on, and kept the vibe going for 4 more until the crowd started to wear out, then moved to a slower song for everyone to go get a drink and refresh. Max ordered around and moved to one side of the room, where the music was lower and there was a large crowd betting on one of the game matches that was going on. They were doing an asteroid race in shuttlecraft, a test of precision piloting and high-speed reactions that would test any ship's pilot. It was one of the more popular video games in the room, Max noticed, as others were playing it as well, though not competitively. Unlike Mecha, which had nearly 50 buttons between the 2 control sticks, the controls of a race shuttle were relatively simple. You could ignore everything but the directional controls and throttle for most of the race, and only adjust the fine-tuning a few times, or when you wanted to try something tricky. "Are you two going to compete?" one of the bystanders asked as Max settled into the open chair near the displays of the in-game content. "I think that might be a bit unfair, don't you?" Nico laughed, while the rather drunk young man looked offended. "Hey, we're pretty good. I think that Robbie might be able to beat even the professional shuttle racers in the game." The man countered. "All right, once they finish their race, I will log in, and we will see how well they can do against a trained pilot." Nico laughed, highly entertained by the fact that the man didn't recognize her. The race was coming to an end, so Nico jumped up into one of the pods that was mounted for the occupants to lay inside, stacked like a pod hotel or crew bunk on an older starship. "Nico has logged in. Warning, Smurf account detected, wager at your own risk." Max laughed at that. He hadn't seen the warning about a ranked player using an alt account in a long time. It was nearly impossible to bypass, so they would only log into it in private, not in a public venue like this, unless it was part of a setup for the audience to guess who they were. That wasn't a bad idea though, and the crowd was going to be guessing soon anyhow, though they should realize pretty quickly that it was her, since she used her own name as the alt account. Challenger Nico has entered the staging area. That attracted a lot of attention when it flashed across the screens at the top of the wall, and Max laughed as the eager spectators began to fight for position, even going so far as to attempt to claim spots on both of his thighs before they realized who they were sitting on. "Sorry, Commander, we got a bit too energetic about finding a good spot." The researchers apologized in unison. "It's not a problem, but why don't you try that fellow 2 tables down? He looks like he wouldn't mind." Max teased them. They gave a stealthy look then shook their heads. "Nope, not happening. I'm sure he would love it, but he's already bad about keeping his hands to himself. It's a shame really, such a nice ass, but such a lousy personality." The researcher sighed. "Well, you can stand here anyhow. The race is about to begin, and her opponent hasn't realized who she is yet. He was in the pod when we all came inside." Max informed them with a wink. Chapter 1053. Unwinding. The crowd roared in excitement as the race started, and the VR system's sensors portrayed the noise as spectators lined up in the audience, watching the start of the race. They couldn't actually affect the race in any way or pass messages, but the sensors were designed to pass on the excitement and let the players know that they had an audience, which was the primary reason for playing here in the games room instead of at home or in a smaller VR cafe. The music was dimmed even further, replaced with in-game audio on this side of the club as the audience grew, and the countdown to the green light began. "He's totally going to have his tentacles in a knot when this race finishes. No way does he have a chance." The researcher on Max's left laughed, borrowing an Innu euphemism for frustration. 2 more gamers managed to load in during the countdown, and the crowd erupted in good-natured jeers and laughter about how they were going to get humbled for their hubris. The green light flashed, and the 4 shuttles were off at maximum throttle. They weren't warp drive equipped, but through an obstacle course of asteroids it didn't matter. The shuttles were fragile, and the corners were tight, so there was a very real risk of disaster if they miscalculated even a fraction coming into the first corner, where all 4 identical shuttles would be crammed together and vying for limited space. To everyone's surprise, Nico fell back a fraction while the others surged forward into the corner. They were all well versed in the course, whereas Nico hadn't seen it before, but that didn't matter. She didn't fall back out of fear. She was riding tight on the tail of another shuttle, and when he had to cut power to make the corner without overloading the shuttle's structural integrity, she gave him a gentle nudge from behind and put him into the asteroids. That left Nico in 3rd place as the contenders ducked down through a narrow channel in the asteroid field and raced to the next switchback, unaware of what had happened behind them. Trust Nico to go for the kill in the first corner. That was brutal. The Innu researcher on Max's right laughed. "You've met her in person, then?" The human girl on Max's left asked. "I'm from Terminus originally. I came here with the first Innu recruitment, but I was on the Terminus research team for 3 months before that, and she was in the lab nearly every day. Mercy is not in her vocabulary, she is totally relentless." The Innu replied with a laugh. And she was gaining on the other 2, who had cut power a bit to avoid the randomly moving small rocks that floated across the course. Nico had no fear of such minuscule obstacles, and she rapidly overtook the other 2 as they reversed thrust to make the switchback. Instead of slowing and cornering, Nico flipped the ship over and went back to full throttle, seeming to come to a stop for an instant as the ship's forward momentum went sideways and then in reverse. Everyone gasped as all the structural integrity lights on her display went to a very dark orange, nearly to 100% overload, where the ship would self-destruct, and then it was off like a torpedo, spiraling between obstacles in an insane evasive pattern that made Max laugh. The key to getting through this portion of the course was the footwork to the Julian knife dance. Back and right and left and flip, right and left and forward and back. Max sang along as the shuttle twisted insanely through the rocks. "Damn it, I knew there was an Easter egg in here, but I couldn't figure it out, it was the dancing rocks." A gamer near the displays complained, but most of the others didn't manage to correlate Max's singing with the events on the screen. The Innu researcher pulled Max to his feet, and the 2 of them continued the dance for the whole 2 minutes that Nico raced through the obstacles called the dancing rocks. The other researchers slowly caught on, and those who knew the dance began to move along in time with it, laughing and drinking as they spun around the room. For most people, this dance was easier to do in fractional gravity, but the Innu were notoriously agile, and many of the other researchers were from Kepler, and had the advantage of a system to help them out. Max returned to his drink as the obstacles ended, quenching his thirst and settling back into his chair while the staff brought over a pitcher of juice. Even from the center of the table, he could smell the rum in what must be the local version of a rum runner, a popular river cocktail. After being crashed out, the fourth contestant had to restart at the beginning of the race, but as he was knocked out at the first corner, he was beginning to gain on the other two, and while Nico's precision piloting had entranced the crowd, the battle between the other three was beginning to heat up. They couldn't see her anymore, as she had gotten too far ahead of them through the dancing rocks, but with the three of them all seconds apart and in the tight confines of those same rocks themselves, it was a thrilling race for second place. We should have set this for 3 laps and not 1. I bet she could have lapped them if we had more time. One of the watchers teased the friends of the men inside the VR simulation. No doubt, making it only 1 lap was a mercy to the other contestants. Look, she's already almost to the finish line, and the others are still 2 checkpoints away. One of the onlookers laughed. At least she didn't have any weapons on the shuttle, or they would still be at the starting line. One of the others joked, "Waitress, we need another jug full of this rum runner juice. I don't know what fruit that is, but it's amazing." One of the Innu shouted, while Max laughed at the drunk researchers. Innu were not good at holding their liquor. Chapter 1054. Progress made the next day. The race was the talk of the base. It was on everyone's mind, and not even the fact that they were going to start adding to the framework and actually building what should be a functional Dyson sphere the next day was enough to distract them from the jokes and laughter. Max and Nico had been swarmed with people, so they hadn't really noticed, but the racer who had been knocked out on the first corner had come in second, and had not taken losing well. He spent the whole race thinking that he was winning, and that the reckless racer who wrecked him had crashed as well and started over long after he had left. Then, when he finished the race, he realized that they had finished while he was still 2/3 of the way around the course and had already logged out and rejoined the party. The temper tantrum they had thrown on the way back to their apartment was caught on security camera, and some board member of the security staff had blurred their faces and sent it to social media. Unfortunately, their shirt was distinctive enough that with the timing, it hadn't taken long to find out who it was. Max had no intentions of going out that day, just picking out a nice meal and a horror film to watch with Ranarth and Nico, who he knew were both big fans of the genre. He had underestimated their love of the horror genre, and while the dinner part of the evening had gone smoothly, it had quickly degenerated into Nico and Ranarth comparing notes on how the villain in the movie could have done better with his elaborate plan to capture and torture the hapless teenagers. In hindsight, he should have seen that one coming. It was the perfect event for them, and they were in a great mood to start out the new workweek, along with the happy gossips of the research team, which Max whipped into shape first thing in the morning, moving quickly through the first few component boards to get started on the actual mechanism of the Dyson sphere. The more they put together, the more Max remembered, and by the end of the week, he had already made notes on how to optimize the whole process for their replicators so that the device could be theoretically mass-produced, other than the chassis, which needed to take the force of the internal nuclear reaction. They still had to hand-make the first round and individually test every component before they installed it, but they were progressing well. On the other side of the lab, Nico and her pair of assistants had made an extensive list of possible power output technologies, ranked based on the feasibility of their production and the usefulness of the power output. Ranarth had given them a huge amount of data to work with, but he didn't know much about it, other than the ones that they had seen more recently, so he was mostly a bystander at this point in the process, cheering on the teams as they worked. The feasibility of making the Dyson sphere without dark energy was enough to keep his constant attention, and he had done a good bit of research on the topic to verify Max's assertions that it would work, which was keeping Uncle Lou off their backs, and everyone in the other departments in fear of what they were going to be asked to refine next. It was a good thing that they had Ranarth to deflect attention, as it took 3 whole weeks to finish the first prototype of the Dyson sphere before they got to the hard part. They would have to very precisely cut a portion of a neutron star to insert into the device, and then fill it with gases and get the ignition started. The first half would have to be done in another layer, while the next would have to be done in this one, and preferably far from any sort of outside interference. That meant that they were going to need to go back to Koleska space, since there was nothing in the other layers here, and Ranarth had been adamant that they did not try to mess with them and accidentally imbalance the energies in this region like they were in the other. Leaving the moon base was not a big deal, it wasn't like they were stuck here, but it would attract attention, and none of them wanted to get people's hopes up before they could prove that their theory was actually scientifically plausible. It should give enough mass and therefore gravity to sustain the reaction in such a small radius, and the numbers had been triple-checked, but between theory and reality there were often huge differences. Differences that might mean a massive nuclear bomb, or an uncontrolled miniature star placed in a random location within the nebulae of the Kaleska sector. Ranarth was giving him an eager look that reminded him of a puppy whose owners had just returned home when Max finally decided it was time to take the team on the road. Well, are we ready to go? I'm looking forward to seeing what happens when humans try to make a Dyson sphere again. I looked up the data from the first time, and though they were around full-sized stars, the failures were remarkable. Ranarth asked. Indeed, they were. In Ranarth's mind, Max found memories of whole attempts at the sphere collapsing into a star and sending it supernova, a density-increasing experiment from their first attempts that caused a miniature black hole, and an attempt that didn't go critical until they began to disassemble the Dyson sphere to see where they went wrong, which led to a glorious fusion flare that wiped out an entire inhabited planet. He would have to be sure he didn't make any of those mistakes himself. If he was going to mess this up, it should be in a new way. Chapter 1055. Field work with an entire research team hyped up to see a Dyson sphere activation attempt. The bridge of the cutter somehow seemed smaller than Max remembered it. They had considered taking a shuttle, as the experiment wasn't a large one, but with all the drones and other safety measures that they were intending on taking, it was better for them to be in a cutter, with stronger shields, additional layers of drone shields, and the experiment performed at extreme distance. They managed to clear out of the Ray 5 system without any fanfare, and hopped through a portal to Kaleska space, where they were planning to look for a neutron star for their experiment. There were a few that were on their map and not too far away, but they didn't want to be followed, in case someone else got insane ideas about what the humans might be doing with their technology. So, once they were through the anomaly, they quickly shifted into the secondary layer of space and headed out for the nearest neutron star, making very sure that nobody was following them. The cutter had their version of the Hunter's cloaking shield active, but there was no guarantee that the myriad of species that had gathered at the Kaleska station couldn't see through it. Most of them were unable to see or access the other layer though, which gave them a big advantage, and for once, the activity here was quite calm. Even the strange wind that carried the lesser energy beings seemed to have calmed down in the region, and Max made a note to ask Ranarth about it when he finished discussing the technical aspects of the mobile suits with Nico. She had gotten him talking about the Darkling's war technology, and Max didn't want to interrupt a good thing and perhaps cut short his sharing mood. With the cloaking field up, they made their way to the target, and Max ordered the ship to a stop at a distance of 1 million kilometers. Their sensors could reliably see and control the drones from that far away, and a secondary layer of the drones around the cutter should provide enough safety if something went wrong, but he waited until everyone slowly began to notice that they weren't moving anymore before he said anything. Welcome to the middle of nowhere. Site of today's experiment. At a distance of 1 million kilometers and one layer of space away, there is a neutron star. We will be borrowing a small portion of that star today in hopes of kick-starting a CNO cycle nuclear fusion inside our experimental Dyson sphere. If the experiment to transport the ultra-compressed matter to this layer and fill the Dyson sphere with the required materials is successful, we will be bringing the Dyson sphere to a point 1 million kilometers in the opposite direction, safely out of the gravitational influence of the neutron star, where we can move it back into our home layer and theoretically the nuclear reaction should spontaneously begin once it is back under the normalized spatial laws. There. Is everyone familiar with their duties today? Max finished. Recording station, observation logs, material transfer verification, cakes and cookies. Max chuckled as the last of their helpers chimed in with snacks duty, but it was on the list. Deploying the drone shield, the android pilot announced. Nico perked up and ended her conversation with Ranarth when she realized that things were already getting started. Deploying the carrier drone with the Dyson sphere, she informed the ship. The small shuttle glided through space, minimally equipped with a cradle for the sphere, and a portal generator that would cut a precision slice out of the neutron star. Or so they hoped. That was also untested technology, but in theory it should work just as well as any other portal, only instead of a dangerous side effect, the portal slicing through matter was the intended consequence of the operation. All equipment is in position, Nico announced. That started the crew's verification step, making sure that everything was working properly before the operation began, just in case there had been some error since the last check. All systems are good. Pi is distributed, Nico mumbled, while Ranarth snorted in amusement as he picked a square from the tray. Beginning placement of the Dyson sphere, the drone carefully placed the experimental device in the marked location, with one panel open, so that they could verify the arrival of the core mass and inject the gas mixture into the power plant before sealing it up and verifying that the sphere was indeed containing all energy emissions. Max knew for sure that the idea was sound, though once it was active and powered up, there would be no way to verify what was going on inside, except for the sensors on the sphere. It would absorb and convert all the energy that the reaction emitted, making it impossible for outside scanners to identify the internal condition. At least, that was the theory. Gas transfer prepared, ready for portal activation. Nico activated the portal, and suddenly all the alarms on the sensor suites went insane. Neutron mass destabilized by lack of gravity. Injecting the gaseous mixture now. Gas mixture injected. Dyson sphere sealed. Nico reported. Slowly the alarms fell silent, and the indicators on the Dyson sphere began to light up, indicating that it was charging its circuits and should soon begin transmitting data to them. Data stream is live. Extreme gravitational fluctuation inside the sphere is detected and contained. Preparing to move to the secondary testing location for movement to the primary layer to begin the fusion reaction. Gravity worked differently in this layer, and from what Max could see, the difference had made the compressed matter begin to undergo nuclear fission before they had even gotten the gases into the sphere and sealed it. Once that was done, it should have begun to stabilize, but with the Dyson sphere still powering up, they didn't have the data to know for sure yet. They would only know for sure if it worked when the sphere was shifted back to begin the reaction, at which point it should be stable and could be safely moved wherever they liked. Chapter 1056. Keeping the lights on. Max ignored the annoyed tapping of feet on the floor as the shuttle slowly circled around their location to move the sphere into place for the second test. They were still getting an increasing amount of data as the circuits came online, and currently the process was far too experimental to be subjected to a warp field. It probably wouldn't hurt anything, but honestly, they just didn't know. The sphere is in position. Drone shield at maximum, moving the assembly to the prime layer. Nico reported. The shuttle vanished, returning to their home layer of space, while the cutter waited safely in this one to see what happened, with only a small portal open to provide them sensor data through a probe array. As soon as the shuttle moved between layers, the lights on its exterior all came online, and the reported power production spiked to an astronomical level. Initial reports are in. Sustained fusion reaction output at the rate of 400 petajoules is verified by the Dyson sphere. Nico reported. The researchers erupted into cheers at the news, overjoyed that the device was working, and that for now at least, the experiment seemed stable. All that they had to do now was wait and make sure that there were no signs of stress fractures on the chassis of the Dyson sphere, irregularities in the power output that would indicate instability inside the core, or failures in the components. It all seemed stable for the moment, and Nico was working on an experiment to hook it up to the power source inside the shuttle. The Dyson sphere alone wouldn't be suitable as a warp drive generator, so their new mecha design was still going to need a traditional warp core, but for pure energy output that could be mounted on a mecha and passed through a weapon system, it was far superior to anything else they had. Should we translate this for the layman now that we have some hope that the reaction will remain stable? One of the researchers asked. That's not a bad idea. They're not going to get it in a traditional sense. Just tell them that it will release a pure energy beam equivalent to a 100 megaton nuclear bomb every second, and gloss over the fact that pure explosive energy is far from the most destructive way to weaponize that energy. Max suggested. Oh, that's a good one. Everyone is familiar with bombs, and there are wonderful visuals online, as well as the opportunity to put them into any combat simulation that they want. I think that should be enough for those who don't understand to be mollified, while those who do understand will see the potential. The raw energy conversion of the antimatter drive is horribly inefficient when we're not using it for warp fields. It's just the nature of our crystal reactors, but this will be much better for weapons. Should we mention how much energy the orbital lance consumes? She added. It's probably better if we don't. That will just start giving them ideas, and the world has enough obsessed weirdos now without doing the math for them. Should we see if we can start converting more of the energy from inside the sphere to output? Nico asked hopefully. Not yet. Save it for when you want to overcharge a weapon during later testing, after we have verified that this thing is stable and safe for use. There's no point in jacking up the output if we end up with a sun on our backs. All the circuitry here was made from ancient diagrams, and we haven't even had the opportunity to properly test most of it outside the theoretical. We can verify that 400 petajoules is a safe output level, and there is no sign of thermal fluctuation within the circuitry, so let's keep it at this level and test it to the most rigorous of military standards. Max instructed. Got it, starting the testing and stability of output now. The researchers replied in unison. In this case, that meant that they were going to activate a high-draw energy shield around the shuttle. The layered barriers went up one after another, until they reached the full output of the Dyson sphere, and Ranarth whistled in appreciation. You know, this demonstration has to be the most glorious waste of energy that I've ever seen. Not just because nothing is attacking, but has anyone ever told you that human shielding is horribly energy inefficient? Other species do it with more elegance, but their power systems are so comparatively puny that you just brute force your way through them like tissue paper. Why don't we start on a more efficient energy barrier for your new toys before we get into determining how much of the energy output can be spared for weapons? The ancient Darkling suggested. Max noticed that as he moved, he was bringing one of the android servers with him, training it to stand as a personal storage tray nearby so that he had somewhere to set his drink. To test a theory, Max handed him a few of his favorite snacks without saying anything, and the old man immediately put them on the tray, not even thinking about his autonomous piece of furniture, other than to verify that it was still where he put it. His people were known to do that with living creatures as well, according to the legends of the species that they had interacted with, and Max wondered how much of it was actually malicious, and how much of it was that they simply didn't care about the other species enough to register that they had needs and desires as living creatures. Now that he was on a topic he was knowledgeable in and enthusiastic about, very little else entered his mind, until he turned, and the table was no longer in position to get his drink for a moment. He carefully repositioned the android, but didn't explain himself. The whole process was so smooth that Max almost missed it, and the android had only been off by about 10 centimeters, close enough that it visually appeared to be in position until Ranarth couldn't reach what he wanted. Alright, I need a data entry console. Let's teach that drone how to make a proper shield, he announced, stretching his fingers as if he were preparing to type the code manually. Chapter 1057. Ranarth's shield. Ranarth began to enter the shield data into the cutter's computer so that Nico could work on translating it into the programming code that they used in reconfiguring the drone's shield array. Then Max ran battle optimization on the data, in an attempt to make it compatible with the equipment that was already on board the drone, and Nico tweaked it again. Fortunately, the drone was equipped with the miniature replicator system that was used to create bombs, and was capable of some level of self-modification under Nico's expert tutelage. The shield line will be going offline for a few moments. I am testing on them first, before we risk an interaction with the Dyson sphere, in the event that we have the configuration incorrect. Nico informed the occupants of the shuttle. There wasn't much that they could do but watch as Nico modified the shuttles, and then implanted the optimized code into them along with the recommended circuitry to allow their shield generator to produce the shield modulation that Ranarth had recommended. The shields came up, creating a slight distortion around the drones. Ah, there it is, the multi-layer distortion and nullification shields, or the void shield as they were once known. These are a beauty of ancient engineering. They might not be as elegant as the ones that we use, but those are completely incompatible with your energy systems. These were originally made by the Arisen, and then modified by the human fleets for their own use. When they are impacted, a large part of the energy gets deflected to another layer of space, dissipating harmlessly and leaving the shield intact. The pattern that the drone is using should appear to your sensors to be 13 layers, but really it's one system working together. They won't collapse as layers if the enemy does manage to overload them. Ranarth explained for the benefit of the crew that hadn't had a chance to see the technical specs. Max helpfully put the predicted energy dispersion data up on the main display for everyone to take a look at, and the research team began to happily debate the advantages of many new uses for this technology. It would disperse energy instead of needing to nullify it, so the calculation wasn't so much a matter of frequency optimization to allow the shield system to best absorb the attacks that it would be subjected to, which would allow them to use it on a far wider variety of objects that needed to be protected. The only real limiting factor was the amount of energy that it took to form the shield in the first place. Because it dispersed energy through the layers to a location where it would interact with different natural laws which would render it mostly harmless, it required as much energy as a portal generator to bring it online, then a minimal amount to maintain until it began to take damage. From what they could tell, the shield was nearly 70% more efficient compared to the shields that they had been using, and it was compatible with their warp field generators, so it wouldn't cause issues if they needed to go to warp. The destructive testing can wait. Let's get back to the Dyson sphere testing. First, we need to stress test it to maximum rated output and hold it there for 1 hour to make sure that there are no fluctuations outside the accepted variance, and no sign of overload within the circuitry. Max instructed. The excited Inu visibly deflated before they realized that they would get to test the shielding, just not right now. Though, if the containment of the Dyson sphere failed, they would get a very sudden test of the shields that had been erected on the drones in front of them. Nico configured the drone to fire a group of rapidly dispersing laser beams into the distance, not aimed at anything, and then ramped up the power output until the weapons array couldn't take any more flow. That wasn't nearly as much as they needed to overload the Dyson sphere, but with the shields also on maximum output, they were at least able to test the stability of the output. It looks like we're having some troubles with the power transfer between the sphere and the ship. Who was on the power relay design assignment? Nico asked as she analyzed the data. Max frowned. That would be me. Let me take a look at it and I will see what I messed up. He had tweaked the design based on the advice of battle optimization and his past life's memories, so it should be working. But looking at the data, there was clearly a surge in the power at that point. Max went over the code, then checked it again with battle optimization and realized where his problem was. His past life memories included the code to make everything work again on that decrepit ship, and when he had optimized the Dyson sphere's output controls, he had started with that code as a base, and the translation between coding systems was getting output lag, even though the power pattern was correct. Max added a bit of code to seamlessly translate the foreign code he had introduced, and the power flow smoothed out again, giving the sort of precision power that they had hoped for out of the sphere. There we go. It was just a coding issue. We're going again. Does this code look familiar to anyone else? I swear I've seen this before somewhere. Nico asked. Not to us, I don't think any of us know that coding language. It came with the instructions for the Dyson sphere, and we only learned enough of it to make things work. The researchers replied with a shrug. That's fine then. It's working, and we can train everyone further in the intricacies of ancient coding techniques when we have a bit more time. But for now, we need to get this sphere to a safe location and into a protective case so that we can start doing some real tests on it. Nico informed the crew. Chapter 1058. Too short. Would you care to explain why there are strange alien coding documents embedded in the firmware of the Dyson sphere that we created in a lab on Ray 5? Nico asked Max silently through their implanted communicators. Number. But since you know what it is, you know that it came from my memories, and I couldn't find a better way to make the software work. I'm not the great programming genius in the group, so if you want it redone in a more conventional programming language for the next prototype, that's on you. Max replied with a smirk. He sensed Nico weighing and balancing the downsides of teaching everyone how to use the ancient language versus translating it for the next prototype. Fine, we will translate it so that we don't have to teach every ship and mecha engineer in the universe how to code all over again just to work on the one generation of Dyson sphere. I think that I have an idea about how to make them more efficiently, though. The Void Shield schematic gave me a great idea. She replied. Oh yeah, what did you come up with that will replace the need to find a neutron star to use as the core to get sufficient gravitational density to trigger the sustained fusion reaction? The other layers of space have different quirks to their natural laws. I'm not sure if that's intended, or if it's a side effect of the damage that was done to that region, since they're not accessible here for the most part, but if we do the tests before we leave here, I think that I can super condense matter using a modified form of the shield array, and create something close to the neutron star. I would say at least 30% of the density, for sure. Even if we triple the volume of the core, it should still trigger the reaction within the sphere, and if we can do that with a combination of the replicator and the shield array, that means we can mass-produce the cores. Plus, since they're not going to be at the supercritical stage, they should be a bit more stable than the one in this version. Alright, we can work on that before we go back then. I am not convinced that the experiment is even going to work at home, so we might need to do the construction here, but we can ask Ranarth. Max replied. The old Darkling beamed with happiness when he realized that they had more questions for him, and the android helper moved in perfect sync to keep his drink right by his shoulder. Will this shield configuration work in our home region, given the differences in the layers of space there? From what we can tell, there is nothing there. Just nothing at all, and the layers are much harder to even look through with a probe. Max asked. The shields will work magnificently there. But the dispersion will be different. You see, here, the boundaries between the layers are damaged. But in your home region, they are intact, as they developed along with the universe. So, when you use a void shield, it will actually empower the boundaries between the layers there, making them even harder to penetrate the longer the effect continues. What did you have in mind? Ranarth asked, eager to see yet another new thing today. We wanted to use the portion of the void shield's configuration that led to the layer with enhanced gravity to compress matter to create a somewhat less dense core for the Dyson spheres, one that will be a bit more stable and that we can reproduce with our own technology. Max explained. Ranarth shook his head. That won't work even here. The nature of the void shield is to shift between layers, so as soon as the material is no longer under the influence of the other layer. Nico frowned as he paused, then finished the sentence herself. It will revert to the laws of this layer, and we will have achieved nothing when it stabilizes. Exactly. That's why the barrier only diverts energy to the layers, instead of using the imbalanced laws to absorb incoming attacks completely. It's the same with warp travel. You already know that it's not possible to use a standard warp drive in the other layers, you have to use alternate methods to achieve the same effect. Every layer has a damaged law. In this one, it is space. That is why this one is the only one with interstellar civilizations, other than the one where time is damaged. But hope is not lost. We do have an electromagnetic field that can simulate the effects of intense gravity on atoms. The intended use was a bit different, but it can easily be used this way. Ranarth continued. Max looked into the old man's mind and immediately wished that he hadn't. The intended purpose of the device was for biological experiments. They could increase bone and tissue density with the device by compressing everything from atoms to groups of cells, and then when they finished it to their satisfaction, they would alter the subject's genetic code to have it continue to create the modified tissue. To the gene sculptors of the Darklings, it was something like a Photoshop tool, editing what they saw into what they wanted to see. While that was useful information, it was also information that was best kept to himself, before the rest of humanity started getting ideas. Or worse, before Nico realized that she could use it to modify herself even more. Who knew what she would come up with once she realized that she could custom alter the density of her alloys? Alright, let's try that first, before we go anywhere. Someone bring that drone back to this layer where it won't be found accidentally, and let's get back to work on the tools to make the next Dyson sphere. Max ordered. Chapter 1059. Mary's Lament. While Max and Nico were sitting in a secondary layer of space, working on a mass-producible version of the Dyson sphere, Mary Tereth was sitting in the sector governor's office on Ray 5, trying to talk some sense into her counterparts. For the last time, no, we are not going to start a trade war with the Icarians over their production of luxury yachts. The design isn't even close to ours, and the quality is far inferior. She explained for the 5th time today. But so is the price. We can't have someone undercutting us in the market like that. The commander in front of her declared. They're a Warp 3 local system vessel that needs portals to even get between star systems in a standard vacation. How can their offering even be considered to be in the same market as ours? We produce and sell luxury vessels with Warp 10 drives and portal generators. She countered. The commander looked vindicated and brought up the Icarian vessel, which looked like a metallic swan made of children's building blocks, long-necked and blocky. See this? That's their vessel. Now, look at this. The commander overlaid the elegant lines of the smallest of the luxury yachts that was not considered a shuttle, showing that the two were almost exactly the same length. The Reavers, offering held 4 times as many people, and in much more comfort, due to its larger body, but there was no denying, they were the same length. Yes, look at it. It looks like a dead animal. The volume is barely more than our shuttles, and the whole ship is basically one long hallway. Why do you even see this as a threat? She asked. Because our sources say that they have an order for 1,000 of them, and that the non-alliance species who ordered them plans to weaponize them. The commander informed her smugly. She already had that information, and had received it weeks ago, but Mary decided not to say anything about it at the moment. After all, the problem was solved. She had made sure that the Innu sold them some ion cannon technology from a century ago, which was still better than what they had, but was no threat to the updated shields on any currently commissioned Reaver ship. They had been hard at work making sure that everyone was upgraded, since so many companies were sentimentally attached to their antique hulls and didn't want to replace them with more modern ships. It made sense, some of them had called the same ship home for 10 generations already. But when it came to modern shipping expectations and combat capabilities, they were often found lacking. So, what you should be doing right now is not whining about a competitor and wanting to involve the Reavers as a whole in a trade war, you should be at the customer, selling them on the virtues of our attack shuttles, which are much more cost-effective and better armed than what they have in mind. The power output on that ship won't even support the main disruptor on our shuttles. They're not fit to be weaponized if they're going to fight alongside us, much less against us. Mary reminded him. She saw the moment that he realized that there was a better way than attacking the source, and then he politely bowed before backing up 2 steps. I will take my leave, Sector Governor Tereth. Please inform me if there are any new developments in our combat shuttles before I arrive. That was one meeting down, and right on time to begin her next one. Luke Tereth, one of her distant nephews, and a ship captain of the Terminus Trading Company, was her next meeting. What news do you have for me? She asked as the young blonde man swaggered in the door, dressed in his most glamorous double-breasted red velvet trench coat. I have today's updates from Absolution. Though the majority of her research crew is still on the moon base, working with Uncle Lou and his team, we do have some news. The black market representative is looking for 2 cargo spec destroyers, unmarked and untraceable, to send to the next major battle between the great enemy and the anomaly species. They are of the opinion that there is a great deal of money to be made selling pilfered alien scrap and moving relief supplies to afflicted planets. They want to move whole destroyers full of relief supplies to stricken planets. I'll believe that when I see it. My guess is that they are looking for a way to smuggle millions of people off stricken planets at a massive upcharge, and it's going to take at least a pair of destroyers to get through the blockades. Mary laughed. That sounds about right, though they might be planning to use them here as cargo freighters in the meantime, moving prohibited goods under the assumption that nobody will question a destroyer-class vessel. Luke agreed. All right, we will arrange for one of the dark stations to build them 2 new ships with unregistered warp drives. The usual 50% markup will be charged, payable in trade goods only. Mary agreed. Excellent, I will pass on the good news. Felicity, the ship's AI on Absolution, is a genius with the bookkeeping, and there won't be any problems with the shipments to the world ship, or off it to the other reavers. Luke replied with a smile. Now, is there anything else? I've got a full day of meetings ahead of me. Mary sighed. Not much. Your daughter and the commander are on a research trip with the main design team from the moon base, along with the alien known as Ranarth. I couldn't find out what they are working on, but Uncle Lou likes you, so he will likely spill if you get him excited about something. Of course, that man is actually terrible at keeping secrets, he's just hard to gain access to. I will arrange dinner with him sometime this week to find out where my daughter has gone this time. Please, send in the next appointment on your way out. Luke Tereth left the room and Mary sighed. They were still wrapped up in making new Mecha, and not a single grandchild in sight. At this rate, she was going to have to wait for the next oldest, and the twins had only just started their time at the academy. Even worse, they were unlikely to graduate as early as their older sister, so she would have to wait not only for them to finish, but even more years for them to get comfortable enough in their careers to feel like it was time to start a family when she suggested it. Chapter 1060. Worries and concerns. Morning had just returned to the moon base station, and the day shift was on their way to work, but a general feeling of depression was settling in over the staff. It had now been 2 months since the main research team had disappeared to work on their new project, the Dyson sphere that they had so much early success with. The workers on the station didn't have the security clearance to know what had happened, if it was successful, if it was being refined on site, or even if the worst had happened and an entire team had been lost to science. The feeling had been building for a while, and Uncle Lou could sense it, but until today, he hadn't been able to share anything with them, for fear of data leaks. But today he had good news. Attention all refinement stations. We are expecting the primary research team back at the base within the next 48 hours, so please inform your group supervisors if your projects will be finished by that time so that they can assign new projects when they are announced. Those without a project for the day will be temporarily shuffled to help another team finish their work, and we are hoping to have at least 5 stations open for the incoming surge in workload. Thank you for your time, Uncle Lou announced over the intercom. There was a lot of cheering from the workers, even the other development teams, who were working on secondary weapons for the new mecha design. The information that Uncle Lou had received informed him that they had found a way to make the Dyson sphere replicator creatable, though it would require a specially redesigned replicator, which could not be made by the regular replicator system, so they would be limited edition specialty tools. That was actually good news for the reavers, who would be the first customers to buy them once the new power system made it to market. Specialty tools were the bread and butter of a mobile repair shop. Any planet's universities could train mechanics, but with proprietary software and tools, only certain ones could train them on the most specialized of equipment. That meant more prestige, and more money for the work that they did. With that in mind, Uncle Lou returned to monitoring all the teams, to make sure they were working at peak efficiency before he returned to his latest personal project, a new mecha chassis. It was still in the digital design phase, since he was so busy these days, but it was going to be glorious. He didn't have the hubris to call it a God-class mecha, but it was far beyond the standard of the Titan-class units, assuming that the Dyson sphere could output enough power for the systems that he wanted it to have. As long as the size hadn't changed too much, he had left enough room for a separate weapons power system and a conventional warp drive with an interlayer portal generator, so the mecha should be able to fight anywhere that humans had the knowledge to access and move around. But more importantly, it was massive, with the theoretical capability to even go toe-to-toe with the greater energy beings. It had taken him over a month of dedicated work and leaving the supervision work to his subordinates before he had finished that analysis. But once he had, the old researcher was certain that he would be able to make a mecha that could stand against them. There had been another breakthrough in warp drive technology this month, thanks mostly to Ranarth's data sets. The secondary research teams had found a way to get one of the designs to work with human technology, and the output of the warp drive could be maintained with a containment vessel a fraction the size of the current units. When they tested it, the unit still became unstable if they tried to increase the power to more than that of a cruiser-class ship, but it was small enough to be put into a cutter-class, or possible an interceptor-class ship. If they could get the power output of a 400-meter-long cruiser into a ship under 50 meters long, their fleets would absolutely crush any trade group that was foolish enough to go against them. Already, the Alliance's largest trading companies were suffering from a lack of modern ships as the Reavers' vessels with their own portal generators started cutting hours and days off the travel time to make deliveries, or undercutting them on their routes. Interstellar shipping was not cheap. There were countless people on the trading ships who expected to get paid, as well as the costs to keep the vessel up and running. But the Reavers had integrated repair teams into their ships, crews, which most species didn't have the luxury of doing, and they had a suspicious lack of appetite for expensive foreign goods. They loved to buy them in bulk, but they only shipped and resold them to planetary groups, and rarely did you see them using a foreign item themselves unless the humans couldn't make an equivalent. Uncle Lou was hoping that these three new technologies would be a killing blow to competition against the humans. With faster, more powerful ships that others were unable to work on, more powerful mecha, and an even more abundant power source aboard their larger vessels, they could build nearly anything that they wanted, and still have enough power left over for the crew to live in luxury. Just the thought of a mecha that could run an entire factory world was enough to make Uncle Lou laugh like a little kid again. Oh, the things that they could do if they snuck a pleasure yacht full of workers and one Dyson sphere-equipped mecha into an uninhabited system. Ever since he was on Camor, working for both sides of the Camor and Kepler alliance, he had understood that everything is a state of gray. It wasn't an illegal breach of copyright if nobody could prove where the goods came from, and with isolated pop-up factories that could be instantly closed when investigated, they would be rich. Well, more rich. All he needed to do now was talk to Mary Tereth about his plans, and see how far she was willing to go with the idea, and if she thought that they could do it without breaching their agreements with the Alliance. There were plenty of prohibited goods that the black market wanted which they could produce, but there was a much larger market for counterfeit goods. Logistics and distribution were her specialty, design was his. All he needed to do was get her to agree to help him turn his mobile factory plan into reality, and he knew just the bribe to get her on board. He was the first one to know that her daughter was coming home, and he had arranged for them all to have dinner tonight. If young Miss Nico couldn't escape her mother's overbearing love, Mary Tereth would surely be grateful to him for arranging the situation. Perhaps he should arrange for Nico's father to be there as well. He had heard that the man was so busy with his work on absolution that he only went home for dinner once a week. But he wouldn't be able to turn down a formal dinner without seeming rude. Chapter 1061. Hoodwinked Max set up the portal locations to return to the Ray 5 system the moment that they were through the anomaly. It had been a brutal 2 months of constant research, and even the Innu were beginning to look a bit haggard from all the work that it had taken to get things working properly and to create a way to force the Collector's technology and ancient human technology to successfully interact with modern human technology. 2 of the 3 were created to be deliberately different from each other so that if the great enemy tried to adapt to one it would be vulnerable to another, and the third simply had nothing in common with either. trying to adapt an alloy that became stronger when exposed to massive heat sources to also be an electrical conductor, but without losing its self-repair and self-strengthening properties had been an absolute nightmare, and that was only the very start of their issues. Creating a replicator system that could produce it and produce the compressed matter that they needed for the cores as well had been nearly impossible, and even now, it didn't run on entirely human technology. They had to adopt some of Ranarth's recommendations that they use dark energy in the process, or they couldn't create either of the alloys at all. But as impossible as it had seemed, they had completed the task, and he did not envy the teams that were going to be assigned to attempt to optimize the new replicator. Welcome back to the Ray 5 system, research team. Please report to Absolution upon your arrival, as there is an event scheduled for you tonight. The traffic controller informed them. If there was an event, he should have been the one to make it, Max thought. But perhaps it had to do with the board members, or some visiting dignitary. It's got to be my mother. The lack of recorded messages, the small number of incoming vessels, the completely normal traffic inside the ship. It's definitely her. We've been hoodwinked by that old conman, Lou. Nico informed Max a few seconds after the broadcast. You know, I didn't have to check the ship's logs to know that it was your mother. If there is anything happening that we're not informed about, but that involves us, she will find a way to make herself involved somehow. Plus, we've been gone for 2 months while our ship is in orbit over top of her house. She can see it from her office window at night. If she didn't catch us for a dinner meeting tonight, she certainly would have done it tomorrow. Max reminded her. Nico sighed and began to speak out loud. You're right, I should have thought of that first instead of overanalyzing things. I got stuck in research mode. She agreed. They adjusted course to head for the commander's private hangar bay aboard Absolution, where Max could sense that there was a large group of researchers already gathered to catch up on what had happened in his absence. It wasn't all the staff from Absolution, but it looked like Uncle Lou had given the whole research team from the moon base the day off to relax on the world ship, and most of the ones from Absolution had chosen to take a bit of time to come welcome them back as soon as they got the news. That made this much more likely to be Uncle Lou's plan, though with him distracted by research topics, Max couldn't sense what he was up to. Welcome back, commanders, the researchers shouted when the doors to the cutter opened and the ramp extended for them to disembark. Thank you all for the warm welcome. How are you enjoying your day off? Nico yelled back so that they could all hear her from across the bay. The answer was all cheering, so she assumed that they had a good day so far, and all the other researchers were getting excited to have the evening off to explore the world. Ship. If there was some big fancy dinner or event going on, there was no reason for them to be there, so they were already making plans to go and play before anyone could stop them. They exited the cutter, and stepped into the happy embraces of their peers, who were already preparing to leave again now that they had verified with their own eyes that the lead researcher and the commander were fine. The research lab has its own high-speed shuttle that runs in the service corridors between levels. So, come with us, and we will go to the water park. One of the Absolution team members announced, and even the most reluctant and tired of team members were dragged away. Their staff pass would let them book any open hotel room in the area, so they should be fine, Max assumed. He could already sense Mary's impatience, as she was waiting just outside for them to come greet her and the others that she had gathered for dinner. It's time to face the music. Your mother is right outside, Max whispered to Nico, who grinned back at him. Oh, I know, I'm the one who locked the door. But let's go meet her before she literally explodes with excitement. Maybe we really should get her a puppy. Or perhaps have her adopt an Innu child, they're both on the same energy level. You know you love her. Max laughed as they reached the door. There was a large crowd gathered outside. Both of Nico's parents, the board members, and a half-dozen Alliance dignitaries, plus the envoys, had all gathered to wait for them. Welcome back. Do you perhaps have good news for us? Mary asked. No grandchildren yet. Sorry, Mary, Max joked. Mary reached up to grab his throat and playfully shake him. You know that's not what I meant. How did the research go? She replied, but it was what you really wanted to know. The research went well. We have 2 stable prototypes and the plans to reproduce them with a high level of success. The teams will be busy in the lab for some time, but that's just refinement. Now, we shouldn't keep these fine folk waiting for dinner. For those of you who don't know me, I am Karis Max, commander of the Terminus Trading Company, and this is my subcommander, Nico Tereth. It is a pleasure to meet you. Max started the formal introductions, and the usual ritual of introducing yourself and saying a few polite words to those you already knew began. Chapter 1062. Dinner plans. Mary led them all to the nearest of the large dining rooms, where Dave, Molly and Max's younger siblings were waiting along with a dozen of the children of the dignitaries that had come to greet them. "So, you got roped into babysitting, did you?" Max laughed as he pulled his old friend into a hug. "All the time. We got the outgoing children, so they just pull more and more little people to us. But these ones are a joy to be around, all well behaved." Dave agreed. Dave deftly caught a foam dart before it could hit one of the other guests, and the envoys chuckled. His standards for well-behaved basically ended at not shouting, crying or bleeding. Beyond that, they were considered well-behaved until he had to fix something or clean up a mess. The dignitaries had brought some of their nannies with them, and the black-clad woman was quick to take the soft dart from Dave and start hustling the children to a side table where they could sit together and enjoy a meal that was better suited to their palate than whatever the adults were going to be eating. Mary dragged her husband and Nico to seats on either side of her, making sure they didn't switch her carefully organized nameplates, and the dignitaries took their seats, leaving Max a few seats down between Uncle Lou and the Innu envoy, both of whom were desperate for news of the recent developments that his team had made and weren't willing to wait until they were released to the lab the next day. Across from him was Admiral Penner, the former Lord Commissar who was now in charge of Absolution's crew, and her guest for the evening, a middle-aged Valkia man who seemed to have some strong connections among the guests. From what Max could tell, he wasn't one of the politicians, just a billionaire CEO sort who she had taken a liking to. "All right, spill. We need the details. Did it work? Can you make another? How is the power output?" the envoy asked, barely resisting the urge to shake the answers out of Max as he sipped on the wine in front of him. "We did make it work, and we can make another. The currently certified stable power transfer rate is 100 petajoules constant output, but we can push that in an emergency. You will get full details of it soon." "Well, Uncle Lou will, but I'm not sure if the envoys get access." Max teased. "That's why I'm asking today. They know how much we love technology, but I'm still cut out of the loop on new developments. Don't humans have rules against cruel and unusual punishments? This has to count," the Innu envoy complained. Max chuckled at her pouting face. "I'm fairly sure that nobody has ever successfully challenged information security rules based on an interpretation of inhumane punishment laws before. You might be the first, though. We can't even make you an employee because it would interfere with your position as an envoy, and this is still an experimental power source, not patented or available to the public yet, so we really can't spread out the details." Uncle Lou apologized. "Fine, I will wait until you file the paperwork to look over it." She pouted. "Why don't we just have the envoys sign a non-disclosure agreement again, and we can have them come watch as we test and refine? They're going to require a full review eventually anyhow, so you might as well just invite them in and let them see what's going on," Max suggested. Uncle Lou looked quite hesitant to agree to that. "Maybe into limited areas, like the ones near patent processing. But it's easy for you to say, you're not going to be here." "What do you mean, not here?" Max asked. "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that part in advance. We have discovered a piece of ancient data that has 20 likely locations for human refugees after the time reset. It was recovered from a side reference in one of the data files that Ranarth provided. The locations are vague, but the Reaver Council wants someone to go look, and Mary has suggested that you take Terminus. It's the largest extreme cruise ship in the entire Alliance, and the hunt for ancient ruins is a popular topic in a number of movies lately, so you can likely fill the ship with guests who are willing to watch you look for ancient ruins. Even if you don't find anything, they'll be happy to tell people that they went to the edges of known space to search. It's a win for everyone, and it gets you and Nico away from the drudgery of development for a while. We need to refine everything, and I need to rework a side project that I've been on now that I've got all this new data coming in from everywhere, so a few months or a year wouldn't hurt anything, as long as the great enemy doesn't attack again," Uncle Lou explained. Max knew from his thoughts what he was after. The planets in that region had been scanned by the Alliance and didn't show any signs of life, so they might be failed colonies, which might still contain human technology from millennia ago. If any of it worked, it might help guide them on a new path, and give them ideas on what worked best against the energy beings out of what the humans could make. The Darklings and the Arisen didn't really record much about human technology because they were more focused on their own survival after the time reset. So, although the human species had centuries of experience fighting the great enemy, they had lost the knowledge of how to make it after it was no longer relevant to their daily lives. There were many things like that in the universe, deemed redundant or inefficient in their time, but when rediscovered and adapted to modern technologies, the basic principle turned out to be a winner. Alright, I will gather my crew and go on an extended treasure hunt. Absolution can stay here for a while, or wander off to do its thing once you've finished borrowing their research team. Max agreed. I don't think we will be done with the researchers for a while. They have too much inside knowledge of the initial development of the devices that we're refining in the various labs. So unless you're willing to leave them here when the world ship departs, it will be waiting here for you. Uncle Lou laughed. Unlike Terminus that was always moving, looking for good vacation spots, Absolution didn't actually have to be anywhere specific. It only moved about to make itself convenient for the largest of their customers. The Ray 5 system could use their own portal generators to accomplish the same outcome with just a little effort, or Absolution could establish a long-term portal if it moved further from the inhabited planet. The only ones who would suffer would be their dear envoys, who were about to be bombarded by patent requests and the subsequent challenges. That was their job, though, so Max could only feel a little bit sorry for their plight. He knew that some of them would prefer to come to the very edges of the universe with him, but they were tasked to keep up trade relations with the Reavers, and in his absence, it was the board of directors on Absolution that were taking up that role, along with Mary Tereth, so they were somewhat stuck right where they were. Chapter 1063. Mischief and Meals. Once the dinner was finished, the evening turned into dancing and catching up with old friends, as almost everyone in the room knew each other, but they often couldn't get together outside the public eye on any sort of regular basis. The Alliance paparazzi were still upset at the Reavers for their policy on unauthorized photos, but the ability to walk through the world ship and have dinner with friends without being subjected to constant media attention was considered a blessing by the many dignitaries that visited the ship, and Felicity was exceedingly skilled in making sure that no media members got on board without prior authorization. They were about to retire for the evening when a small body collided with Max, and then he saw a chocolate-covered hand grab his pant leg as the child moved to hide behind him. It wasn't one that he recognized, it was the child of a black market merchant that Mary had invited for the evening so that she could securely pass him documents without anyone questioning the situation that brought them together. Officially, he was here as the representative of his space station that moved a lot of human goods to local trading ships for final distribution, so it was perfectly normal for him to have a business dinner with the Reaver leadership. It could be considered a bit above his pay grade, if you didn't know about his other connections, but it certainly wasn't enough to seem odd when there were over a dozen other businessmen and politicians here from all over the Alliance. "What are you hiding from, little one?" Max asked the child behind him. "Shish, you haven't seen me. Father has prohibited me from eating sugar," the boy whispered as he frantically licked the cake frosting from his hands. "I can give you a napkin if you need," Max suggested. "And waste all this? I think not. Just warn me before he gets over here, if you know who he is." The boy whispered back. His father was not headed their way, he was behind Max, and the unimpressed state of his thoughts said that he could already see the child. It was slowly turning to amusement as the boy carefully watched the last spot that his father had been seen while he carefully cleaned his hands of the last bits of sweet frosting. What the boy hadn't counted on was the fact that his father was a black marketeer. He had abundant experience in people trying to hide from and deceive him, and as soon as the boy hid from him, he had anticipated where the little one was headed and moved to intercept. Currently, he was leaning against the far wall directly behind them both, waiting to see if the boy would notice him at all. "Don't you think that you're missing spots in your search? You need to do a full 360 to get a proper grasp of the situation," Max whispered, "but he was over there talking to a business partner and I haven't seen him move past us." "He should still be there," the boy replied. "He could have moved while you were running." "I would check anyhow," Max suggested. The boy tried to act natural and stepped around Max like he was going to talk to him, but instead he was searching the room. It was almost smooth, for a 5-year-old. Max sensed the moment that the boy spotted his father, who was smiling at the boy, who knew instantly that he had been caught sticky-handed. He froze, unsure if he should try to run again and hope that his father hadn't seen anything, or to just face the music instead. "How long has he been there?" the boy whispered to Max, certain that the commander had known all along. "He got there just before you circled around behind my legs. You have had your back to him this whole time, but you were only scanning in front of you." 2 out of 10 on situational awareness, Max replied. The boy's father walked up as they talked, and extended a hand to greet Max. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Commander Max, and thank you for humoring my son. I am Lam Davos of the Davos 7 station. You were generous to give him 2 out of 10. If he had actually mistaken one of the others for me, I would give him a point, but he assumed that I hadn't moved because he hadn't seen me. He even thought that I didn't see him grab the cake from the waiter, or hide the other 2 slices in his flat space storage. The father explained. Oh, that is a critical failure, young man. If you're going to pocket merchandise, you need to be absolutely sure that nobody sees you do it. It doesn't matter if you're the merchant removing the valuables before questionable customers come in or if you are the cheating customer. Getting caught is never acceptable. Max laughed. The father reached down and grabbed a hold of the boy's ear, then bowed to Max and escorted the boy out of the room. It was getting later in the evening, and it was time for the kids to go to bed, which was part of the reason that sugar had been prohibited, and the move seemed to be a signal to the other parents to head out for the evening. After that, it was only the last few who were still drinking and talking business, but there was nothing serious left to do for the evening, other than make sure that they let everyone here on the ship know that they were headed off to Terminus in the morning and out into the unexplored regions of space. As the room cleared, Max noticed that Mary was clinging to Nico, trying to convince her that she really should stay nearby and give moral support, since all the other kids were off at school. It wasn't working, and Mary knew that it wouldn't, but the theory was that it would soften Nico up for when she switched to the "if only I had grandchildren" pitch in about 3 minutes. No, it wouldn't be so lonely if I had more little ones to raise. How is that body renovation going? Any good news for me? Mary asked, confirming Max's assessment of her plans. Her thoughts were like Nico's father's, almost always hidden from him, though hers were a bit easier to see through. It was just her poker face and determination to keep everyone in the dark, not a system skill keeping him from gleaning useful surface thoughts. No good news yet, but I'm working on a theory that should let me begin an ex utero self-contained incubation unit for reproduction. Nico replied. Max laughed to himself as Nico declared that she was intending on creating a method for humans to lay eggs, but Mary seemed extra skeptical at the announcement. That doesn't sound like you plan to give me grandchildren at all. Mary complained. Max stepped up and gave Mary a hug. On the contrary, it sounds like she intends to hand them directly to you, possibly inside an egg. The few remaining dinner guests laughed as they realized what Nico had been referring to. Not all of them had realized that Nico was a cyborg, as it wasn't widely practiced among most planets of the Alliance. But she was a well-known scientific mind, so they associated her with the Innu, who put research before everything else, so test tube babies wasn't all that shocking of a thought. How can that count? Well, maybe that could count. Now I'm actually kind of interested in seeing what sort of hybrid augmented human infant she might produce in that research lab of hers. Mary chuckled, as she decided that she was being pranked by her oldest daughter. How about we talk about it once we get back from our little expedition? With some luck, we will have new toys for everyone, so we will have to come back for at least a little while. Max suggested. Fine, I suppose that we can put this off for at least a few more months. I might be getting old, but my Nico is still young. Mary sighed. Max gave her a hug in consolation, though Mary was far from getting old. With her high system compatibility, and the amount of advancement she had likely done in secret, it was quite probable that she had at least 2 centuries ahead of her, but even if she didn't have a system at all, modern medicine had made fertility viable until nearly the 100th birthday, and she wasn't even halfway there yet. Nico would be older than she was now before it was too late for her to have more children, but Mary Tereth was never known for her endless patience. She preferred to get things done the moment that she thought of them, and she had been thinking about grandchildren ever since her husband said they had enough children of their own. All right, we are off to the commander's quarters here on Absolution, and we will transfer over to Terminus in the morning, once we have had a final briefing with the board, and set up everything for another extended departure. My only real concern is that we don't know how long it will take before the great enemy returns, and that it will be both more sudden and more violent than we had prepared for when it does happen. Chapter 1064. Return to Terminus. The next morning saw Max and Nico sitting in a board meeting with the full assortment of department heads, business leaders and the envoys in addition to the board of directors and Felicity's android avatar. She had integrated herself with the ship's computer at some point, so Max couldn't really say that the body was her anymore, as the world ship had significantly more processing power, and the two shared the workload of the artificial intelligence's plans. The body was still the core, but no longer the entirety of Felicity. The man in front of Max had taken over for Admiral Penner as the head of the Absolution Police Force. And although he had been on the job for over a year now, he still seemed to wilt under the attention of all these important people. That wasn't a good sign for his ability to assert his authority, but he seemed to be a competent bureaucrat on paper, and the department was running smoothly, according to the reports he had filed. Max decided to have Admiral Penner look into it and see if it was just the present company, or if he was generally spineless in making things look good on paper. In conclusion, fraud and theft-type crimes have risen by 2% this quarter, but violent crime and harmful substance reports are down. He finished his speech, and quickly returned to his chair. Thank you, Police Chief. Who do we have next? Nico asked. Jenkins of Maintenance. Admiral Penner replied with a smile. The olive-skinned maintenance supervisor stood and straightened his poorly fit suit, which made Max chuckle. You know, you can recycle them and get another at a discounted price if they stop fitting, right? Max asked the supervisor. This is my lucky suit, though. I wore it for my job application, my promotion hearing and my wedding. Jenkins replied with a smile. In that case, I can refer you to some of the military sorts, and they can adjust you so that you fit the suit better again. A few months at the gym and you'll be fit as the day you graduated. Max offered. Thank you, I'll keep it in mind. Jenkins replied, but in his mind he added, please don't tell my wife you offered me that, she'd make me do it. Jenkins cleared his throat and began. With the modern materials, there have been no signs of corrosion or rust so far. We have had some blown-out valves, but the majority of our issues have been clogged pipes. There are some that we're working with the police on, as a body was dumped in one of the storm drains this month, and contraband was found clogging a sewer pipe, but mostly it's the sort of mundane that you expect on a ship this large. The flush vessels clear almost all the clogs before anyone notices, and we've got the response to repair time down to under an hour on average. The rest of the minor details are in my report. One after another, the department heads gave their presentations, finishing just before lunch, and then there was a set of board meetings that would follow to review all the information that had been presented. Max sent his concerns about the police chief to Admiral Penner, and got ready to leave, as he wasn't needed for the rest of the meetings. He wouldn't be here to help enact the solutions anyhow. Max and Nico excused themselves from the meetings when they broke up for lunch, and headed back to the cutter to get ready to transfer back to Terminus. Nico was already ordering the androids to start transferring goods to the ship for her. There were plenty of things that Terminus didn't have after it was made a secondary research facility, namely the developments that she had made after they left, so she was planning to bring one of everything with her, including the new replicator to make the Dyson spheres. Their unnamed pair of new Titan-class mecha that had been made for the last battle were already on board the cutter, but Nico had plans to tweak them a bit if she got bored while in transit to their various search locations. Some of them were too far for a single portal jump in between them, so the plan was to take a bit of time to sightsee along the way so that the tourists didn't get disoriented by the rapid changes of location. It was important as the premier luxury adventure cruise ship in the region that they provide a quality experience for the guests, and that meant not leaving them confused about where in the universe they were. The route was very well planned, with a number of scenic stops along the way, including resort planets in the alliance that they had worked out trade deals with. Terminus would provide them with Reaver-produced goods at a wholesale discount, in exchange for docking and resort fees for their guests, allowing Terminus to provide all-inclusive pricing to guests, with ultra-exclusive destinations. That had caused more than a few complaints from other cruise liners, but so far, none of them had managed to make a case that could stand up against the Reaver's legal documentation. Every contingency was covered in the paperwork, and it was perfectly legal for a corporation like the Terminus Trading Company to arrange a trade of goods for goods, even if it bypassed the usual year or more waiting times and massive dockage fees for tourists. By the time that Nico was finished with her organization and picking out all the new toys that she wanted to bring with her to the lab on Terminus, the cargo hold of the cutter was almost completely filled with random items that couldn't yet be produced on the colony ship. Did you forget anything? Perhaps the kitchen sink? Max teased as he looked at the heavily loaded cargo hold. Nope, the cutter comes equipped with over 34 of those if you want to be particular. But I've got all the specialty tools that I think we might have problems replicating, or that aren't needed here on Absolution. They've got extras of everything, so there is no point in wasting materials to make them all over again. It's faster to just set up the lab to my personal preference with these materials instead of building a whole new one. Alright, let's get out of here before they find a reason for us to stay behind even longer doing paperwork or something. Max instructed, while Nico skipped toward the open ramp to the cargo bay. Departure scheduled in 3 minutes. Enjoy your trip, commanders. I will take good care of absolution in your absence. Felicity informed them as they closed the hangar bay doors. Thank you, Felicity. Hopefully, next time we return we will have more time to hang out and socialize. We heard that you have done some wonderful things for visitor comfort lately. Max replied to the sentient AI. Thank you for your praise, it means a lot to me. All doors to the hangar are now locked down in preparation for departure. No life signs are detected outside the vessel. The bay area is confirmed free of foreign object debris. You are clear to depart as soon as the doors are open. The bay door began to slowly slide open, leaving only the energy barrier holding the atmosphere in the cargo bay. The cutter glided out of the bay and rotated to face the colony ship with a gentle pulse of its engines. As they approached, Terminus set off a small cluster of energy flares in front of the passenger viewing ports, the equivalent of fireworks to welcome them back for the benefit of the passengers and residents on board. Nico and Max shared a smile. We have been gone from here for too long, but it still feels like we're coming home. Nico informed him as they got ready to enter the large hangar bay at the back of the ship. Max nodded. It really does. We should find out what they think of their life as tour guides. I hear that they have been to some fascinating places lately. And again soon. We have a nice stopover at a Paradise Springs resort, a science camp retreat for the students at the academy, but it's also got some beautiful mountain views for the adults, and they've got flying lizards. Nico added, how large might these ones be? Max asked, curious about what flying carnivore had caught Nico's attention this time. They're actually herbivores and about a meter long with the tails, but look at them, they're tiny dragons. Nico laughed, guessing what was on Max's mind by the expression on his face. I can see the appeal. Alright, we will take some time off on the tiny dragon planet and maybe play in the springs for a while. Do we have any data about the first possible ancient planet yet? Nico shook her head. All we have is a location. The planet is there, it's on the Alliance charts, but it's listed as uninhabited and uninhabitable. It's outside their territory by a lot, but they've sent probes there to explore it in the past. Well, that might not be the worst thing. It would be nearly impossible to find relics if there was a thriving administrative core world built on top of them. Trying to get anything done in a whole world full of bureaucrats was a nightmare, but trying to dig for ancient relics of their ancestors would be a nightmare of red tape and permits that no species lived long enough to navigate. Chapter 1065. Home Sweet Cruise Ship. The drab green paint on the interior corridors of the crew sections that housed the defense force for the ship were a comforting sight to Max as he made his way down the length of the ship on a transport buggy. The floors were polished, the interior was immaculate, and the sounds of the crew training in the larger rooms that they passed were a familiar setting for him, and it was good to know that his absence hadn't led to them slacking off. The gyms were still packed with soldiers, and they all seemed to be in top shape, not getting chubby and soft. That was what he had somewhat expected on his return, a bunch of rusty cruise ship security guards starting to look like the familiar fat and lazy police from his childhood neighborhood. But the regiment left on Terminus seemed to be taking their jobs very seriously, and when the whistles blew to end the training session, everyone ran out into the halls, headed for the showers a few doors down and then off to the evening's festivities to welcome the commanders back to the ship. None of them had realized that the two in question were right in front of them until they had reached the hallway, and the startled salutes were enough to bring a smile to Nico's face. Welcome home. The soldiers were shouting at them as they passed, while Nico and Max waved back in greeting to the familiar faces all along the hallway. Once they were past the training areas, the crowd thinned, until they reached the infirmary, where a surprising number of healing soldiers were waiting with the staff. Max stopped the buggy and hopped down to shake hands and say hello. What happened here? Are the crowds on the cruise ship getting unruly? Max asked. The pilot closest to him laughed and shook his head. No, but you could say that their competitors have. It's all in the weekly report, but we got ambushed by a non-alliance pirate fleet on our way here that were trying to intercept one of our guests. There were no fatalities on our side, but some of the Mecha got banged up pretty good during the fight. He explained. Do we know who sent them? Nico asked. We do, or so I've been told. Admiral Drake captured a couple of the pirates alive, and from what we've heard here in the infirmary, they were plenty willing to talk once the pressure was on in the interrogation room. Nico pulled up the reports, which hadn't been filed yet, as the incident was only a couple of days old. Oh, I see. Yes, we have had problems with this corporation before. They attacked some other Reaver vessels pretending to be pirates. I will take care of this right away. The Tereth family's fleet has already found their home base. Nico explained. The pilots assumed that Nico was ordering a Reaver ship to go attack their base of operations, but what Nico actually did was remotely activate her mecha and open a small portal to throw an antimatter warhead through, set to detonate above the facility they had built on a remote moon. The shielding over the facility might have held, but Max had no way to know now that the portal was closed to keep the explosion from feeding back into the hangar. However, the pirates should get the point that it was time to stop messing around if they didn't want to find out what war with the Reavers looked like. We will make sure that is taken care of. Please let me know if the medical team needs anything to finish the healing process. Max added, after he realized what Nico had done. We're only moderately accelerating the natural healing. We have found that doing it this way might be more painful in the short term, but instantly healing all wounds leads to the system not recognizing the need for physical upgrades, and a few of the young cadets have suffered for it when their 50-point upgrade didn't strengthen their body for the rigors of piloting. The doctor explained. Well, that was inconvenient, but completely logical. If the nanobots didn't see the body suffering lingering damage or struggling, then there was no reason for it to go down the optimization path. So, most of the cadets who missed out on it would have to wait until near graduation before they had a chance to resolve the issue, and that could be crippling for their stamina as a pilot. Understandable. I wish you all a speedy recovery. Or maybe I should say painless recovery. Now, we're off to what I'm certain is a welcoming party waiting for us at the front of the ship, since there were fireworks to welcome us back. Max replied with a laugh. Oh, there will definitely be a party. It's also the students' week-long break, so many of them are in the cruise ship area, and that means their parents have come to visit as well, so it will be lively. Watch out for flying wuxia. The kids get excited about having more space to fly. The doctor informed him with a smile that said it actually made his life busier and not more entertaining. The staff was gathering at the VIP entrance to the common areas to greet them, so Max turned the electric cart to meet up with them there instead of coming in the staff doors. Maybe we should have changed. We're still dressed for a dinner party, not a beach party. Nico joked as they made their way past the nearly deserted sector where the academy was built. I don't think that they will mind. Think of how many people arrive in suits and only change once they are on board. We should fit right in with the other guests. Max chuckled. I still think we should be more flamboyant. You know, for the sake of the photographers. Let me drive, you take off that shirt and coat, and put on a nice flashy silk one. That should be enough to be photogenic. Max quickly changed his shirt and placed the extra clothing in the flat space storage of his wrist device, then took the controls back, while Nico stood up and changed into a short-sleeved sundress from her research coveralls daily wear. There we go, ready to greet the crew. Just let me delete the footage of us changing, we don't need to be giving them any sorts of strange ideas. She joked as they pulled up to the final service corridor before entering the VIP area. Alright, we're on foot from here. Practice your best smile, we've got a lot of people waiting for us. Of course, when do I not have my game face on? I think that we should play up for the cameras, though. You know, my mother will be watching for them to go online, so we should tease her a little in retribution for her constant grandchildren demands. Nico suggested. Are you sure that you want to taunt her? She is the master of getting even. Max reminded his petite partner in crime. Of course, we will be gone for months at the very least, and it will give her something to take her mind off nagging about grandchildren. This definitely wasn't going to end well. Max knew it already, and he didn't even know the plan yet. Chapter 1066. Slides and rides. They stepped off the cart and out into the VIP corridor, headed for the doors to the passenger area, and Max did his best to keep the fake professional smile on his face as Nico's hand found its way into his back pocket, and she practically wrapped herself around his side. To the cameras they would look like the perfectly besotted newlyweds, and those were the first impression images that would be uploaded to the data net for Mary to find. Everything that came after that would be greeting old friends and staff, so these would be the only images of interest for the next hour or so. Don't overdo it, the fake innocent and gentle look will never fool your mother. Max whispered to Nico, who covered her mouth and giggled as the doors opened and the cameras flashed. It was perfect timing, and Max saw in the journalists' minds that the images were of an extremely close couple sharing a joke as they walked, and not some overdone scene that Mary would see through instantly. Thank you all for coming to welcome us back. It is great to be home aboard Terminus again after so long out wandering the universe. I have heard many things about how you have improved the experience in our absence, and I am certain that both myself and my subcommander are going to have a wonderful time learning how much things have changed. Max greeted the crowd. Thank you, Commander. We have waited a long time to show you all that we managed to do to improve the reputation of the Terminus Trading Company and the comfort of our guests. Admiral Drake replied with a cheeky smile. Max noticed that the old soldier was now quite tanned, and he smelled like coconut oil, so he was likely lying on one of the many artificial beaches when he got the news that the commanders were on their way back, and he needed to get dressed. One after another, Max greeted everyone who had come to welcome them, until he got to a familiar face in the back. The representative from the Dryads was here, with their head botanist practically hanging off her side, with adoration in his thoughts. The two had clearly made some relationship progress while he was away, though he wasn't quite certain of the physics of such a relationship. It is good to see you again, Commander Max, Commander Nico. The world tree is growing beautifully, and the rest of the plant life on board is in pristine shape. The Dryad welcomed them. Thank you. I know that it is no easy feat to keep such delicate lives growing in a space vessel, but they are important to us. Max replied. There was a sudden scream in the distance, a long and drawn-out note of horror that ended as suddenly as it had begun, and Max quickly extended his thoughts to see what had happened, and who might be responsible. Only, it was no crime. They had erected a bungee jumping station in one of the vertical columns, so the guests could have an 80-meter free fall, and then get pulled back up just before they reached the pond at the bottom. The stretch of the rope was set just right so that they could almost touch the decorative fish living in the waters, and then they were hurtled back up into the air again. I see that the Extreme Cruise moniker isn't only our destinations. Max laughed. Extreme is all a state of mind. Many of our guests consider the gravity slides an extreme experience. But the flying dodgeball contests, bungee jumping and the full contact rings league are accepted by most as features worth visiting for. Admiral Drake agreed. We have a rings league. Max asked. In a way, we only have one team from Terminus, but we have worked out a deal to provide the portal services so that other teams can come here to play for our home games. It has been a huge hit, and in 2 months the playoffs will be starting, which will stress our capacity to the maximum. I'm sure you noticed that we've already expanded the guest section almost all the way to the academy, so I'm not sure how much more capacity we can add, but the league only requires 50,000 live tickets be made available, and everyone else can watch online. The Admiral explained, while twisting his long gray mustache into a curl with his fingers. And we're up to a capacity of how many now? Max asked. 290,000 transient guest rooms, and 2,000 long-term VIP suites that we have on yearly leases to a handful of major companies within the Reavers and the Alliance. If they doubled up in the beds, that was nearly 600,000 guests at once, a truly impressive level for any sort of amphitheater. Some of the seats would likely be terrible views, but as it was a flying sport, there was a chance that the match would make it up toward the upper seats at some point, so it wasn't a total loss. Max didn't know how many people could be put in bleachers around one of the vertical columns, the open areas that the designers of the ship had built in for cargo movement and a feeling of spaciousness, but it should be many times that of a standard stadium, given that the ship was hundreds of meters tall. What events are planned for today? Nico asked as she took in the subtly changed interior of the ship. Nothing too major for today. It's a school holiday, so we have a collection of non-alcoholic beverage specials at the water parks, and we have turned up a selection of the slides to double their normal speed. There is a gravity barrier at the end to slow the passengers back down, but the Innu find the experience quite thrilling, and most of the students agree. Admiral Drake laughed. Now that sounds like fun. I am definitely going to have to try that out later. But I suppose that we should likely make an appearance for the guests as well. I know that they're waiting to see us, since there was a fireworks show in front of their viewports when we made our way over. If we delay too much longer, they will start thinking that they're not important to us. Good point. How about we head to the 5th floor restaurant alley? It's one of the more upscale areas on the ship, and it gives us a good chance to meet with people, since it's always packed. Then we can do a welcoming speech if you like. The walk down the street will be on the overhead displays so that the guests know you're here. Admiral Drake informed them. That was pretty normal for celebrity visits to most places, and Max couldn't deny that to the people here. He was a celebrity of sorts, much like getting a visit from the CEO of the multinational corporation you work for. Alright, let's do this, but I don't think we can take the slides unless we want to end up soaking wet at the other end. Max amended as Nico turned toward the tunnel entrance. I forgot about that, Alright, we can take the boring way. Chapter 1067. In transit. While the large group of senior staff accompanied Max and Nico into the elevator to head for the eateries on the 5th floor, the crew on the bridge of Terminus moved the mighty cruise ship into position for a transfer to their first stop, a collapsing nebula that was forming a new star. The itinerary had them staying there for the evening and leaving the next morning for the resort world, where they would have some guests departing and others coming on board for the extended trip. This next leg wouldn't have many chances for anyone to get on or off the vessel, so the remainder of this week would see plenty of transfers, as the guests who did not have an entire month to sightsee transferred off the ship. "Commander, it's so good to see you again. Will you be staying a while?" One of the guests asked the moment that the elevator doors opened to reveal a crowded corridor with a clear path down the middle for them to walk. "Indeed I will. I have returned to help lead the teams that will be doing the explorations for ancient ruins on the planets that we will be visiting." "Will you be staying with us for the duration?" Max asked the pale green alien woman. "I will. My husband is on a year-long diplomatic mission and our kids are in the academy, so I have decided to stay with the ship for the moment," she answered with a smile. Max could sense the frustration of both her children and some of the academy's administrative staff at that answer, but she was a senior alliance bureaucrat's wife, so it wasn't easy to shoo her away. She simply had too much money to be easily persuaded to end her vacation and stop sending daily letters and care packages to her children. "Try not to give the academy too hard of a time. They'll be quite busy with their studies and can't afford distractions with all these big projects coming up before exams," Max replied in a playful tone that made her laugh, but subtly worry that she was decreasing her children's grades by distracting them from their routine. "I do hope you enjoy your time with us." Max finished and shook her hand before moving on to greet more of their guests. They made it a few more guests down before Max recognized another, a Cygnus politician who had come here to step out of the limelight and relax after losing a nomination race to a rising star within his party. "Former Senator Khrushchev, it is good to see you again. I believe we met at the negotiations on Belmont. You have my sympathy for your campaign troubles." Max greeted him. The former senator looked shocked that Max remembered him, as they had only spoken a few words during the entire 3 days of the meetings after the Battle of Belmont, and he was just there as an observer. "It is an honor to be remembered for such a small contribution." "Thank you, Commander, this is a lovely ship that you have here," he replied. "All the credit goes to the outstanding ship's crew of Terminus. I just manage the place," Max joked, spreading soft laughter through the crowd. It was a slow procession toward their dinner destination, Ruth's Steakhouse, but all the senior staff had people to greet, and Nico was nearly swarmed with Inu who had endless questions about the research and new products that had been released lately. The Terminus Tech Nomad livestream, as the research staff called their weekly online updates, was over 1 billion weekly viewers even on a slow week, and Nico often appeared with them on an audio feed when she couldn't be there in person. The steakhouse was designed to emulate the most upscale of nobles-only eateries on the Cygnus home world, and the kitchen staff was all Cygnus-descended reavers from their staff, giving it a feeling of authenticity, even with the various alien species dressed in butler outfits working as waiters. They had booked the private room for the evening, but guests often struggled to get a seat here once in a week-long cruise, despite the large seating area. Max knew from experience that such a place would normally only seat about 30 people in the main room, with 1 or 2 private rooms, as their invitation list was so exclusive, but this was an all-inclusive cruise ship, and even the fine dining restaurants needed to have room for hundreds at a time. He had to do his very best not to laugh when he realized that the Inu waitress had modified the adaptive liner of the Augmentic Armor's helmet and turned it into a fashionable hat. This one was black, and made the server's head tentacles look like dreadlocks, which were pulled back with a large hair tie. Like this, she could almost be mistaken for an oddly pink human, and Max wondered if Ranarth had been right about the species genetically altering themselves as they spread across the far reaches of the universe in their bid to hide from the gods of the energy beings who had shattered their civilization before retreating. Even her accent was practiced to mimic that of the Khmor butlers, who were essentially a class of nobility themselves, as the actual nobles viewed them as being above the common masses, and worthy of a very well-defined level of respect and trust. She even seated them in the proper Khmor fashion, by their ranks, and Max thought that maybe this sort of restaurant would catch on with the Kaleska as well. The styles were compatible enough that they would understand the procedures, and just exotic enough that they would find them exotic, and not an alien mockery of their own traditions. Once the drinks started coming around, the crowd began to relax a little, knowing that they were out of the spotlight and that the private room was soundproofed, so nobody would be listening in on them from the outside now that dinner service had started. Commanders, I know that this mission is on the request of the Reaver Council, but are you sure that it is wise to take a cruise ship so far outside of known and patrolled space without a heavy escort? One of the Alliance businessmen asked. That's where you're mistaken, good sir. We are not without an escort, it is just not plainly visible. There is an entire regiment of Mecha on board, and we have 2 Titan-class Mecha on board. That level of firepower is enough to take on a small nation, much less any band of wandering pirates, and the shields of Terminus will be specially upgraded over the next week while we are at our cruise destination to increase the safety of our guests. Rest assured, short of a planetary invasion fleet, there isn't much that could threaten Terminus, and even at that, it would have to be a highly capable species, or we would still win without casualties. Nico assured him. Without casualties, you say? Is that even possible? Max and a few of the military officers laughed at the incredulous businessman. It certainly is. A single Titan-class mecha is capable of challenging most planetary defense fleets, and on its own is an even match for a destroyer-class warship. With 2 and a full regiment backing them up, Terminus is an impressive military threat that just happens to be traveling the universe for the entertainment of her guests. Nico agreed. When you put it that way, I must say that my mind is much more at ease. Thank you, Commander Nico. Or do you prefer Commander Tereth? Nico just shrugged. Both are fine. I am proud of my family name, but there are a lot of us, so Commander Nico does make it much more clear who you are referring to. Appetizers arrived while they chatted, and the stress of battle, and of research missions that led to extended periods in a lab, refining technologies, just faded away. It was all waiting for them, but it was no longer the major factor in their days, and they could take a proper vacation again tomorrow, once the ship reached her destination. Will we be upgrading the defense fleet mecha again? One of the company commanders asked as he cut into his steak. Possibly. It's not strictly necessary, as this isn't a frontline combat unit, but we have considered making something stylized for the ship. How about some tropical-themed mecha, to go with the gravity slides and the pools? Nico suggested with a smirk. The enemy would never live it down, being defeated by a bunch of armored surf bums. The company commander laughed. Max could see it now, shorts and tropical shirts on the Khmor pattern Corvette-class mecha, which were close to human in proportions already, and quite agile in space with their recent upgrades. It would be completely ridiculous, and they would look like nothing more than a token unit intended for making a show during safety operations at remote destinations. That might not be the worst idea he had heard today. Max shook his head at the company commander. We will let you know if we're going to change anything, but for now, I think we're just going to relax and test out our credentials as archaeologists. The passengers will be more impressed by a rare and ancient relic than a mecha in a floral shirt. To the smooth recovery of ancient relics. The pilot toasted, raising his wine glass in salute. To relics. Chapter 1068. Strange Worlds. The next morning, Max woke to the mental chaos of hundreds of thousands of people all watching the spectacular sight of a nascent star forming while they had their breakfast and waited for the next portal to open and take them to the resort destination. Nico was asleep on his arm, dreaming of a quad-core Dyson sphere-powered super mecha that could destroy whole star systems at once, so Max let her sleep a little longer. It would be a shame to interrupt a dream that good, and her dreams were surprisingly specific and technically oriented, so he might actually be able to gain a functional idea from them. Not about the quad-core Dyson spheres, that was a bit overkill for anything that could be made humanoid, but it might actually work on a colony ship. A Dyson sphere for each main gun battery, and then they could just go insane with the shooting. That was actually a decent idea, given that the Dyson spheres were fairly compact, and small enough that they could be placed near the weapons systems without too much trouble. Long-distance power routing for that sort of power flow was always a nightmare, so it would actually improve the efficiency of their space usage overall. Max was so lost in his thoughts that he almost didn't notice when Nico woke up from her dream and began to make notes in her digital journal. That was a normal thing every time that she had a new design idea, and this time he had even been paying attention to know what it was before she started writing it down. If she could turn that into something practical for a Titan-class mecha, it would be outstanding. The biggest hurdle would be the safety concerns for the pilots. So how about you and me go out to the viewing decks and take a look at the stars while we have breakfast? We've still got some time before the transfer, and not much to do afterwards. Max suggested when Nico sat up. Not a bad plan. We should be more social. I mean, social with more people than a research team. Uncle Lou says it would be good for us to get out. I got a message from him this morning, and he seems really excited about the work they have coming up on the moon base. But he also says not to come back until at least 3 months have passed because he needs time to finish it. She added with a chuckle, I'm sure we can find something to do for that long. How about we put on something waterproof and try out the high-speed slides on our way to get food? Nico jumped into his arms and kissed his face. Now you're speaking my language. Then she hopped down and ran over to the closet to reorganize the items that were in her storage. All right, I know that I've got something. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. She cheered as she held up a purple bikini and a matching purple sundress with white flowers. Max laughed as he put on a pair of knee-length black shorts and a plain gray short-sleeved uniform shirt. Nico took one look at him, and promptly undid all the buttons, then gave him a thumbs up. Let's get out to the slides. Do you have your sandals handy? She demanded. Of course, they're in the flat space. Their outfits turned out to be a perfect disguise, and nobody they passed on the way to the slides even noticed that it was them. The closest that they came to being recognized was by an excited Innu child who wanted to tell them all about the technical data of the slides on Terminus. Really, they're the largest network of water slides on a single cruise ship. Who would have guessed? Water slides are amazing, after all. Nico agreed with the tiny admirer of aquatic engineering. Yep, and I heard that they were made specifically because the lead researcher herself personally wanted to encourage the Innu to come visit the humans. Isn't that crazy? Nobody does that, but the humans did, and look, they even made an extreme mode. The little boy rambled. Max and Nico headed for that tunnel, and made a mental note of what corners they had to take to get to the pool front bar where they wanted to have breakfast, while they little Innu ran off to the other slides. See you later, my mom is waiting for me near the World Tree. She said that I can have ice cream. He yelled as he disappeared into the tunnel, while the nearby guests laughed at his enthusiasm for life. Nico rushed off to try out the high-speed tunnels, which were nearly empty at this time of day, since the students preferred to sleep in a little on their days off. Most things on the ship were 24 hours a day, so there was no real need to rush unless you wanted something that closed overnight, or a specific menu at a restaurant that had separate daily specials. The most popular options were the buffets, one of which was next to the location they had chosen. There was plenty of seating, they were informal, and there was such a wide variety of food that there was no need to worry about picky eaters. They were also one of the lowest personnel-to-customer ratios on a daily basis. It had been decided that everything could be self-serve, and the staff would just replace the trays when they got past their timer or close to empty. With the self-cleaning systems in place inside the restaurants, and the cleaning bots that wandered all around the ship like mobile vacuum and garbage bin combos, it didn't matter if things too a little messy. The restaurant was just as Max remembered it, sitting on the far side of the pool from the exit to the water slides, with tables wrapping all around the far side and stopping at the hot tubs. It made for a nice isolated experience for those relaxing in the sand on the close side, while still being easy to get to. They also had the best chicken and avocado omelets on the ship, custom made by the location's morning chef. Max placed their order and picked a table that faced the simulated exterior dome, which projected the outside skies for everyone to see. Currently, that was the site of a new star being born, and if Max's guess was right, then by the time he finished eating, Terminus would have moved, and he would have a clear view of their destination. Admiral Drake was pretty good about positioning the ship to give a good view from the domes, and they were far too large to dock with the local space station. Sure enough, just as the waitress was clearing away their plates, the announcement came. All passengers, please be aware that we will be opening the portal to our next destination in 1 minute. No turbulence or power surges are anticipated at this time. This destination will send their own shuttles to bring passengers to the surface at no extra charge, but please be aware that there will be a port fee and air traffic control charge if you should wish to use your own vessel. As always, departure times will only be extended by 30 minutes for absentee passengers, so please ensure that you are back aboard on one of the many scheduled shuttles. Max waited patiently as the ship prepared to open the portal, and then the most interesting planet that he had seen in a long time came into view. Nearly the entire surface was artificial. The actual surface of the planet had been covered with fake forests, resorts, lakes and beaches, while the planet's natural surface was a gigantic fortress city built underneath the glamorous exterior. Everything that was made on the planet was built down below so that nothing marred the beauty of the resorts, and a large portion of the population whose minds Max could sense had never seen the sun before. They spent their whole lives below, as they called it, and couldn't afford to vacation on the surface. It was far from an idyllic life for the billions who lived here, but the tourists paid for a luxurious lifestyle for those with shares in the planet's colony license. They had long since paid off the debts to have the world terraformed, but as usual, those taxes hadn't ended afterwards, they had just been redirected to new projects. Admiral, do the citizens down below have any sort of arrangement with the Reavers yet? Max asked, knowing that they were getting preferential treatment compared to other ships here. Indeed we do. Both governmental and non-governmental organizations have made deals with us. We have a single shipment going down to the surface in our own vessels. Would you care to take it in the shuttle from your cutter? Admiral Drake asked. The shipment was an order of 100 last-generation biomass-capable replicators, the sort that could make basically anything that you requested. They weren't on the open market yet, so that was definitely a black market deal, but not a huge issue for them. Certainly, have the shipment brought to our hangar, and we will take the private yacht to the surface. It's in the cargo hold of the cutter right now, next to the Mecha. The ship looked comically small next to the two Titan-class Mecha. Though it was longer than them, it was sleek and slender, not bulky with armor and built for war. It was perfectly suited for the situation though, with its own shuttle bay, which could become a cargo bay, and it was luxuriously appointed for VIP guests. Admiral Drake, pick 5 of the Alliance bigwigs and ask them if they would like a private shuttle to the surface with us. Customs won't ask any questions if we've got top politicians on board. Nico added, understood, they will be ready in 30 minutes. Chapter 1069. The market below. Sorry that we are late, we got a bit delayed at breakfast. Max greeted the small group of VIP guests who were waiting at the hangar bay where Nico had moved their yacht. It has been spectacular, Commander, the views are perfectly aligned. One of the ladies in the group, who was accompanying a government minister, simpered in a fake sultry tone that grated on Max's nerves. Each of the 5 invited guests had brought their +1 and a servant for the trip to the surface, as they were all planning to stay there for 2 nights. Max noticed that some of them still had overnight bags with them, so he sent a silent message to Nico. Find some of the cheapest flat space watches that we have and then make them look classy. I want to give them to these people as a gift. Max informed Nico through their implanted communicators. On it, they're waiting on the bedroom tables in the suites. I put a simple-looking one in the staff quarters as well, because they're the ones who will be forced to carry most of the luggage anyhow. Everyone, please follow us inside, and you can place your luggage in the secured closet of the yacht, or with your staff member. Their rooms have storage specifically for this situation. As I understand it, we will be headed for the business region of the planet. The luxury there should be no less than where the rest of the guests are headed, but it is more exclusive, with smaller crowds. Max announced with a grand gesture toward the ramp. All the guests were eager to see what the private yacht of a Reaver commander looked like, and the interior of this one was sure to satisfy. It had originally been made by Nico to impress her mother and the other Reaver commanders, and they'd just been using it ever since, so it was possibly the most fashionable small luxury vessel within 10-star systems of here. Everyone stepped to their room to put down their bags and change into more formal outfits for their landfall in the business district. The Admiral had hand-picked them because they had connections here, and the communication logs showed that they had all been in contact with the surface already, so the group should blend right in. That was perfect for their purposes, as Max wanted as many people that the local police wouldn't dare question, much less apprehend, to be present when he moved the delivery off the ship. Terminus 1, you are clear for entry from orbit. Please follow the precise path laid out for you to avoid interfering with traffic. The planet's air traffic controller informed them. Understood, Control, we have the course entered. Nico guided the yacht out into the void of space, and down toward the planet, smoothly maneuvering between the upward paths of the shuttles sent to gather the common guests from Terminus, and the daily traffic from the station, bringing down necessary foreign goods. This is the smoothest entry I've ever experienced in a yacht. Are these available from the Terminus Trading Company? One of the guests asked as they passed through the stratosphere on the way down, and flames briefly flickered around their shielding before the energy barrier adjusted to lower the friction with the surrounding atmosphere. It is. In fact, you can fully customize the interior to your personal preferences, and if you should choose to pay the premium, we will reserve a layout and interior package exclusively for you, or name it after you when it is offered to other customers. Max informed him. That caught his attention. Having an interior scheme for a luxury yacht named after you was a big deal. There were only so many good combinations, so rather than making yours exclusive, forcing everyone else who wanted it to order it under your name was a much better way to stroke the ego of the ultra-wealthy. They might not have heard of you, or even the planet you called home, but once they found the interior package with your name on it, they would know that you had money like that. We only have 6 more minutes before landing, but here is the data package for our custom ship design line. This is one of the smaller models that we offer, and we do offer ships up to cutter class, should you require more space for group excursions or personal relaxation. Max added with a smile as he transferred the file. Of course, the first thing that the man did was open the cutter class section and check out the personalized interior schemes. There were sector governors there, central government ministers, members of the various royal families, and at the end, one strange reference that didn't seem to match the others. The last one on the list was the DeFranco Pizzeria on Joe Ram Space Station. A cutter-class ship cost hundreds of billions of credits, plus the markup for an exclusive pattern, so the attribution to a small pizza place on a remote space station had to be a joke. By the multinational conglomerate that owned it. Or so he assumed. That was all he had time to actually check before the pilot announced that they were landing. The ship made a short loop around the landing zone, getting in position for the approved approach, and the yacht gently set down on the pad with a hiss of compressed nitrogen gas, ejected to cool incoming ships. It was only a short burst before the ground handlers realized that their shields had adjusted the hull temperature to ambient temperature by the time that they landed. Max laughed as they got excited and told their coworkers all about it, as if they hadn't been here to see it as well. Nico extended the ramp, and the ground crew came up to the bottom in their uniform pinstriped suits to welcome the VIP guests. Welcome to the Cherry Resort Spaceport, esteemed guests. Would you like for us to bring your baggage, or have you arrived with staff? The concierge asked. We have staff with us, thank you. Our flight was a bit short to freshen up, could we spend a moment in our rooms before we head down for lunch? One of the politicians asked, with a wink that made sure everyone on staff knew that he would need more than a moment with his date before they freshened up. Of course, sir. Please follow me this way. One after another, the guests were escorted away until only Max and Nico remained, with one staff member and the ground handlers. I have a delivery for a nearby storage facility, their personnel should be on the way. Max informed the remaining assistant. Of course, sir, might I see your paperwork? Max transferred the documents that they had made up for the transfer, and the hotel staffer nodded happily. Wonderful, we have been waiting for these fruits. I will make sure that the processing staff takes good care of the crates. Max sensed the man's desire for a bribe involving the rare fruits that were supposed to be coming to the hotel's supplier, instead of the replicators, but that was an easy fix. He sent a message to the android staff on board, and they made a crate from the replicators and brought it down, enclosed in a sealed transport case. A small gratuity for your fine service today, Max explained, and the remaining staff shared a knowing smile. Thank you very much, Lord Commander. I see the delivery trucks now. It was a flatbed buggy, like the modified golf carts they used on Terminus to move goods around the hallways, but it was large enough to take all 10 replication machines in their false packaging. The androids quickly loaded everything, while the ground handlers gave them shocked looks. Humans are inordinately strong, aren't they? The assistant asked, while one of the handlers whisked away his bribe before the bosses saw it. Those are androids, actually. They make excellent ship's crew, as they never sleep, they're impervious to small arms fire, and have a maximum running speed exceeding 100 kilometers an hour. Nico explained with a smile. The staff hadn't been planning to try to tamper with the ship before, but they definitely weren't now. The delivery truck vanished back into a tunnel that led underground, and Nico nodded to Max to inform him that she had fixed the camera footage since their arrival. Now that all the business is taken care of, perhaps you could show us around the local area a bit while the others rest. I would like to see what sort of shops and markets this world has to offer. Max requested. Of course, sir. Might I recommend that you start down the road with the subterranean trade market zone, and then move on to the imported goods shops to your east, before coming back up into the resort for a spot of lunch at the resort's trade bazaar. The food carts are renowned in this world. Just present them with your guest ID and they will drop the charges. The assistant agreed, and handed them a pair of golden bracelets. Nico's thoughts said that they had a tracker, a room key and a hotel account number in them, so they could be used to keep inventory as the guests went shopping. Thank you very much. Would you care to accompany us? I'm sure you know the area well, being a local. Max offered. Unfortunately, my duties are here in the resort, but we do have an off-site guide available. Should I fetch her for you? His thoughts said that it was a daughter of one of the resort's managers, who was in on the smuggling scam, so Max smiled back at the assistant. Please do. Chapter 1070. Guided Tour. Good afternoon, my name is Nala, and I will be your guide this afternoon through the market areas. Please let me know if there is anything that you particularly want to see or a product that you would like to purchase that isn't at the shops along the main street, and I will see what we can do to help you out. A lanky young woman with her blonde hair pulled into a tight bun greeted Max and Nico a few minutes later. I'm Max and this is Nico. Max replied, then flashed her the local hand sign for the black market, which he had pulled from her mind only seconds earlier. Her smile got impossibly wider, and she happily skipped across the landing pad. Just follow me, and we will have a wonderful time shopping today, she announced. They followed her across the landing pad and down a side service tunnel that was much smaller than the one that the cargo buggy had taken. It wound downward as a steep ramp, the walls and floor were surprisingly clean, and Max wondered if they had an auto-cleaning feature installed, or if there was a cleaning robot of some sort that maintained these tunnels. It looked like a service entrance, and those were usually grungy in any world, as they only got the most basic of cleaning by staff. The exit led them to a narrow alley between rustic-looking shops with classic curved clay roofing tile awnings over fake wood facades with neon lights everywhere. They were definitely in the seedier side of the market area, where you could actually get the good stuff, not the shiny market areas where you take foreign tourists who would be willing to pay a crazy markup to get hard-to-find items. Welcome to the real marketplace, Lord Commander. I should have guessed that the humans would be a solid species and not like the fluffy Alliance bureaucrats. There is someone who wants to meet you in the restaurant here, if you have an hour to eat before we shop. Nala asked. Sure, I'm not really dressed for a business meeting, but a little bling and I should be good to go. Max agreed, then took a small personal force field out of his flat space, and hung it around his neck with the attached gold chain. Nico had built one into her body, and it would automatically activate if it sensed a threat, so there was no worry on that front, and if Nala noticed that they were now wearing armor, she didn't say anything. The restaurant was very nondescript and blended in well with the working-class surroundings. The kitchen was serving something similar to Kepler Core traditional cuisine, bite-sized pieces, mostly deep-fried and intended to be eaten with rice using chopsticks. The scents were unfamiliar, but going by the guests, the dinner etiquette was familiar enough. Nala led them to a table in the corner by the front of the restaurant, out of sight of the windows, and well away from where the other guests were seated. The waiter took their order, and Nala ordered them a pot of tea and the fried flounder, then a few flavors of dumplings. The first part was the important part. The pot of tea let the waiter know that they wanted a meeting, and the flounder was a big fish. It was a local black market signal to bring the boss out to meet a visiting VIP. Max sipped at the tea as the black market boss in the back looked up their credentials and realized that they were from the Terminus Trading Company, which had numerous dealings with their counterparts already, and even hosted a number of black market businesses on their world ship, while knowing what they were, and who they were operated by. That changed the man's entire attitude. He was responsible for the small market here in the Cherry Resort Business District, but that was nothing compared to the hundreds of billions of credits in deals and the rumor of unregistered warp cores that his connections had reported. He took the time to change into his finest suit to come out and meet Max and Nico, which startled Nala. She knew the signal that Max had given her, but nobody had filled her in on his background. She only knew that he was aware of the black market, nothing more. Lord and Lady of the Terminus Trading Company, welcome to my humble abode. You can call me Alex. The food will be out in just a moment. What brings such illustrious guests to my doorstep today? The local boss asked. We had a delivery here for the resort, and we thought we would do a bit of shopping while we were out. You never know what sort of interesting things you might find when you have an afternoon to explore with a local guide. Max replied with a smile. Nico gently pushed Nala's mouth closed again, helping the young woman recover from her shock at the boss's attitude toward these two. I guess nobody warned you. The Reavers as a whole have excellent relations with the various trade groups of the Alliance. We specialize in moving goods of all sorts, and some of what we produce isn't officially licensed for use in the Alliance. Nico whispered to their tour guide. The boss had sharp hearing, and he smirked at her words. That's one way of putting it. Nala here is still young, so she hasn't had the time to study up. These two fine Reavers command a company that counts a world ship and a colony ship as well as dozens of destroyers among their fleet, and they hold terraforming agreements with over 500 worlds. He explained to his young protege. That's it, that's where I heard these names before. Terminus Trading Company developed the new terraforming array, the one that single-handedly put a half-dozen agencies out of business. They've sold over 500 units in the last 2 years, that's more than everyone else combined. She blurted out, a bit louder than intended. Fortunately, everyone here worked for the boss, so there were no unauthorized ears in range, but she immediately covered her mouth and looked sheepish. Yes, that's us, Nico agreed. Her smirk wasn't helping Nala's composure, but the waiter saved her from further embarrassment by bringing out the fried fish, along with their dumplings and a whole roasted duck. It's the house specialty, I hope you enjoy. The chef informed them, then bowed and returned to his kitchen. Oh, crispy duck, I love crispy duck, Nico cheered as she took in the assortment of foods on the table. No need to stand on ceremony with me. Please, eat, and then we can talk about what sort of things you hope to find here today. Max popped a soup dumpling into his mouth, letting the broth flow down his throat before biting into the soft steamed meat. We're just looking for things we haven't seen before. Unique technologies that we might adapt or redesign, products that do something no other product does. It can take a lot to catch our attention, but we have high hopes for this place. He replied with a shrug. The conversation was quiet for a bit as they ate, but Max knew that the word had been sent out to make sure that any unique items the vendors had were visible when Max and Nico passed by. They had a truly ridiculous amount of black market credits, and a whole afternoon to spend looking. As the word spread, Max sensed an increase in malicious thoughts. There was a second faction in the underground markets here that was looking to depose the current boss, and they were hoping that an embarrassment in front of an off-world bigwig would be enough of a blow to his reputation that they could muscle him out without inciting a revolt among his allied businesses. He could likely track it down, but that wouldn't make sense if the current boss was actually as bad at his job as they believed. So, Max chose to give him a chance. I should likely warn you, there is a faction here in your territory that is looking to set you up today. That's all I have for you right now, but I'm sure your people have more details. Max quietly informed him before raising his hand to order another assortment of dumplings. The boss smiled and nodded. I suspected that they might do something like that. My people should have information to me in a few minutes. The dumplings arrived, but no informants did, and even 15 minutes later, none of the underlings that Max assumed should have reported back had been to the restaurant. He might have missed the digital communications, but he should have sensed the group of them looking for trouble, if they were actually doing their jobs. The boss was thinking the same thing, and he sent out a number of his guards not long after, spreading them out to take the place of the planted sources who should have reported in by now. Max noticed that there was a large force entering the market area, chasing away the actual shoppers and quietly replacing some of the shopkeepers, who retreated to the apartments over top of their stores. The game was definitely on now, and it would look odd if he waited inside too much longer, now that they were finishing the second round of dumplings. Well, I suppose that it's time for us to get to shopping. Thank you for your hospitality, Max informed Alex, the local boss, and stood to shake the man's hand before gesturing for Nala to lead the way out of the restaurant. It was a pleasure. I do hope I will see you again soon. The boss replied. He might need some luck to still be here the next time Max came through, but it was good to keep up your spirits. Chapter 1071. Spicy shopping. Nala led Max and Nico out of Alex's restaurant and into the commercial district, where anyone could tell that there was something big about to happen. Everyone was tense. The number of people on the street had plummeted to only those who truly needed something right at this moment, and none of the shopkeepers were making their usual cries, attempting to peddle their wares. This is the single worst coup attempt I've ever seen. They're not being even a little bit sneaky, but they're not openly attacking, just giving each other time to prepare. What are they doing? Preparing for a reality TV contract? Nico muttered to Nala, which made their guide laugh. You shouldn't joke about that. A lot of people could get hurt today. The young woman whispered back. Max laughed. That's not the right way to convince Nico. She's censured entire planets, orbital lanced cities, and even bombarded a world until it cracked. A little turf war in the market as child's play. Nala shook her head and Nico led them into a shop. I see a thing. I'm not sure what it is, and that intrigues me. She informed them as she led the group out of the streets. For Nico to not recognize an item, even from this close, was a rarity. She would normally be able to interface with it from here, and that would tell her exactly what it was. But the item in question was completely unpowered. There wasn't even a backup battery in it for her to work with, so she had picked it up off the shelf to examine it more closely, and feed it power through her outer shell. Oh, that is an interesting thing. It's a form of laser sword with a self-stabilizing beam containment field that's like nothing I've seen before. We've got plenty of laser swords and laser torches, but this is pretty cool. She informed them, while the shopkeeper came over to talk to them. This shop was one of many that had put trinkets out, hoping to attract attention from the special customers, and it looked like it was going to pay off. The sword wasn't an expensive thing, usually going for under 1,000 credits in damaged shape like this one was, but it was enough for them to come inside and look at his wares. That is a curious item, though not one of the most rare that I have. They were made in the next star system a few thousand years ago, but were discontinued after a new form of deflector shield came into use. I have some other items from the same era if you are interested. He offered, with a gesture toward the back of the store. Certainly, we came out today to find interesting things, and I suspect that if we look around for long enough, we are almost guaranteed to see something interesting. Nico agreed. The old shopkeeper snorted in amusement at her understatement. He might not be some bigwig, but he was a black market vendor, and he had eyes. There was definitely going to be something interesting happening today. Max and Nico wandered around for a few minutes as Nala got visibly more nervous and the noise outside got a bit louder, down from the silence it had been a few minutes ago. Well, we should move on to the next shop. Perhaps we will see you again. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Max informed the shopkeeper while Nico paid for her purchase. Of course. Would you like a bag for that? He replied. No need. I have a storage device, courtesy of the hunters. Nico replied, reminding Max that most species didn't know that humans had their own. Well, any of them that hadn't been on a human ship anyhow, since he had given them out as gifts to the VIP visitors. They stepped outside, and the crowd was beginning to pick up again, but they were all headed in the same direction, and Nala was urging them to get a move on. Seriously, we should go check out the textiles district. It's only 5 minutes away, and it should be much less crowded than here. She was suggesting. Nico patted her on the head. There are still more good things in here. No need to hurry. But Max knew Nico was wrong. The shops were all about to close up as the crowd began to surge toward the old boss's base of operations. I don't know how to say this nicely, but are you bulletproof? Because I'm not, and I don't want to be here for this. Nala retorted. Actually, I am, but all right, we can go to the textiles district next. Nico giggled. Max listened to the thoughts in the area as the pedestrian traffic got closer to the restaurant district, and quickly led the other two inside a furniture shop that was about to close their shutter. Sorry about that, you can close up for your break if you like, we will just wait here for the next 10 minutes. Max informed the panicked girl working the shop that day. 10 minutes? She asked, confused. That should do. The diversion that had taken the scouts and the majority of Alex's men away from the area had failed when the boss had sent out the message earlier than expected, and only seconds later another mob of people came running by. It was the worst-case scenario for the coup. They were about to be boxed in by the boss's men, and they had delayed too long in getting things going. Max settled into a chair to listen to the battle play out in the minds of the participants, while Nico dragged Nala around the store to take her mind off what was happening outside. She had a good relationship with Alex, the current boss, but that meant that she was unlikely to get the same treatment from whoever replaced him, and things hadn't been looking good when they left the restaurant. She didn't have Nico's enhanced senses and combat experience, or Max's mind reading to tell her what was going on, so she had no idea what team the second group that had run past them were on, or even what was going on around them now that they were in the store with the metal shutters closed. Chapter 1072. Subtlety is key. Oh, someone is coming this way. Sounds like the police are doing shop checks. Best get ready for things to get interesting. Max informed the others, then began to pull his mobile suit out of the flat space storage. Nico and Nala nodded, ready to do their best innocent shoppers act. The furniture here was not a prohibited item, it was just smuggled to skip the duty fees. That was a small crime in the grand scheme of things, and only relevant to purchasers after they tried to leave with the goods. So far as anyone knew, Max and Nico hadn't done anything wrong yet. He did check in on their shipment though, and the replicator units were safely stored in a perfectly legitimate area of the Undercity, hidden among stored food products, near the compost facility. The incoming forces appeared to be the planetary police, but it looked like they hadn't caught onto his transaction, but had been alerted by the movement of people in for the battle. With the mobile suit on, minus the helmet, and a long coat over top of it for fashion, Max looked fairly normal for a reaver, but definitely stood out in the crowd of tourists up above. Nico was the same way, and Nala was giving longing looks at their armor. Sorry, we didn't bring any spares, the storage space is very limited. But I've got an extra force field generator you can borrow. If you don't return it, I'll put it on the resorts tab. Nico suggested. Nala smiled and shook her hand. If she couldn't return the generator, then having it charged back to her boss was the last of her concerns. The sounds of the shop checks were getting closer, and Nico turned to Max with an excited look. So, how are we playing this? Personal cloaking devices, running out the back door, or my personal suggestion, plasma cannons? The furniture sales girl looked at her in horror. Tell me she's joking. My boss will kill me if there's a gunfight in the store. And a plasma cannon, where would you even get one of those? She asked. From my storage space, see. Plasma cannon, Nico proudly announced as she took it out and slung the large rifle over her shoulder. Put the gun away, they're carrying stun batons. Max chastised her. A stun baton wouldn't do anything to Nico even if she wasn't wearing armor, but the extra plating should make the hits less annoying if the police did get violent. The clerk raised her hand. I vote for option 2. There's an emergency hatch in the floor, and since we're all closed up, I say that we all exit that way and pretend like we were never here at all. While that doesn't sound like as much fun as a plasma cannon, I suppose that we can do it that way. If we get out of here in the next 30 seconds, that is. Nico agreed as she tapped into the hidden security cameras to alter the footage. From what she could tell, most of the people here didn't know that they were under surveillance the whole time. If they did know, they would have done something to avoid or interfere with the footage, and not just run by. But she couldn't tell at the moment who was monitoring the footage, so it might have been set by the boss, and they normally didn't have anything to worry about. The store clerk opened a hidden hatch and ushered the trio through, then closed it behind them and sealed it closed. Hopefully, they won't find that, she whispered as she followed them through the rarely used, dim corridor under the shop. I doubt that they will even look for it. Once they realize that you're closed for the day, they will move along. They should have thermal imaging scanners with them that can look through the window shutters and see that there is nobody inside. Max replied, I also left the door unlocked. So, if they do force the shutter open, they won't have to break anything else to come looking for anyone inside the store. My biggest concern is that they're going to trash the place out of spite and I will get blamed for it. She sighed. If your boss gives you trouble, give him our names, and we can square up with him. It will be a lot less hassle if we get out of here smoothly and back to the resort than if we get into a big mess with the police. Max told her with a wink. Nala nodded. They're solid. Even Boss Alex had to be nice to them when they came in, so you know that anyone who asks will find out about them fast enough. Nala agreed. All right, follow me down this tunnel, and it will take us up into one of the residential districts, then we can hide in a coffee shop or something. Maybe you should change back into tourist outfits though, because that's much more normal here than wearing full body armor. She informed them. Max sensed her amusement as he took off his armor and already had tourist garb underneath, as well as her envy that he had a storage device. Now we should blend in. Nico agreed, shaking out the hem of her dress to hide the fact that she had strapped a pistol to an inner thigh mount. Well, as much as possible. A pair of humans still kind of stands out, you know. Nala laughed. She gestured to herself, with tight curls of hair, 6 fingers and rough, almost tree bark skin, then to Nico, who was all cybernetically augmented flawless Kepler pale skin. What if I modify it so that it looks more like the local, would that work? Nico suggested as she did exactly that, and altered her shell to match the locals, then tweaked her facial features to add the distinctive cranial ridges and the single flared nostril that defined the features of the local population. Good thinking. One human is much easier to hide, the store clerk agreed, and led them into the streets. It was only when they had gone a half-dozen blocks and Max couldn't hide his laughter anymore that she finally noticed that this too was attracting attention. One obviously wealthy alien tourist, with 3 local beauties showing him the sights around town, gathered plenty of envious glares as they went, and jealousy from the other women who thought that the 3 of them had landed a sugar daddy for the day. Let's just go get some coffee and a painkiller. This day is giving me a headache. Nala sighed as she came to the same conclusion. So much for her plan to help her friends in the shops make some money off the big fish from the human colony ship. Max laughed and patted her on the head. It wasn't a total bust, we got to see a few shops, and you still earned your commission for the day, since you did get us through the market safely. I just hope it stays that way. Do you have some sort of scanner in your equipment? You seemed pretty confident about what was happening around us. Nala replied, you could say that, but I've also got pretty well-trained senses. Chapter 1073. Treasure. The coffee shop that Sil, the black market store clerk, found for them was a luxurious and quiet place, far nicer than Max had expected from the lower levels of a production megacity. That likely meant that they were in the tourist areas, where visitors were brought to see the real sights of the planet, but all Max could see and sense nearby were locals. He looked around in appreciation, and Nala chuckled. Think of this more like a high-class red light district. Nobody comes here during the daytime. Once it gets evening up above, the lights here will be dimmed and the shops will really start doing business. About this time of day, everyone is just waking up and getting things ready. Most of the shops aren't even open here unless they cater to the workers. Max laughed. So they really do think that you struck it big if I'm still here in the morning. Hopefully, the coffee is good. Sil beamed with pride. I will have you know that my family has it imported directly from the source. It's one of only 6 coffee shops on the whole planet, and I can personally guarantee the freshness. Inu visitors go insane for it, I'm told, but it's some other alien species that grows it. Now it was Nico's turn to chuckle in amusement. Coffee is native to the human worlds. We, as in our Terminus Trading Company, are the ones who introduced it to the Inu, and sold them licenses to replicate their own on a limited number of ships. It's quite possible that the coffee here actually comes from us, but through a relay from one of our black market suppliers. Sil froze in her seat and stared back and forth between the two humans. Seriously, you both work for the Reavers? That is so cool, she whispered. Nico shook her head and smiled. You're not quite there. You see, we don't work for the Reavers, we are the Reavers. That is Commander Karis Max, and I am Commander Nico Tereth of the Terminus Trading Company. Terminus, the colony ship after which we named the Reaver Company, is in orbit over the planet right now, while our guests vacation on this world. You've got to be kidding me. Sil gasped. Nico brought up the Alliance identification hologram from her watch, which showed her to be a foreign emissary, along with her name and affiliation. Max thought that the young woman was going to have a heart attack, but she managed to get it together when a finely dressed server brought them their drinks. Sir and madams, your beverages. I can assure you that these are the finest of roasts sourced by our in-house barista, directly from the importing agents, ensuring that you will enjoy the freshest blend of coffee available anywhere on the planet. The server assured them, thank you very much, I am certain that such a fine establishment will do justice to a good cup of coffee. Max replied with a smile that made the server blush. It's completely unfair how good-looking humans are. They don't even look much like us, but somehow, everyone is just weak to them. Nala muttered under her breath. Nico wrapped a consoling arm around their guide for the day. Count yourself lucky. Most species think that it's absolutely terrifying when humans smile at them. So, even if the humans try to be friendly, they only frighten people even more. It's an odd sensation to be able to freely interact without others having to hide their fear and put on a fake smile. Sil could see how this species would be considered terrifying, but she realized that she might have been biased when they contemplated whether to pretend to be tourists or to take on the planetary police with body armor and plasma cannons. Nico smiled as she sipped the coffee. Yep, this is ours. It's got the replicator signature from Absolution. Max nodded. The taste told me right away that it wasn't a counterfeit. There are plenty of planets that are trying to brew a tea with the same flavor since they don't want to pay the licensing fees to get real coffee. Sil was beaming in pride as the few other patrons heard the human verify that the product here was genuine. They were all workers in the area, but it would help their reputation and would encourage them to bring wealthy guests here if they could be guaranteed that the product wouldn't be called out as a counterfeit. They had the bags of coffee beans in the back to verify, but most of the guests wouldn't know what they were actually supposed to smell or taste like anyhow, they would have just heard about them from Inu podcasts. How about this? We will give you a certificate of origin for the bags that you have in the back, and you can put it up behind the bar to verify that as of today, your coffee was verified by us. That should go a long way to help your legitimacy as more than a well-decorated shop. Max offered. You can do that, Sil and Nala asked in unison. Of course we can, we're the ones who make and sell it in the first place. If we had come in here, and it had been some knockoff product they were selling, this conversation would have gone very differently. Nico laughed, and Sil was forced to remember that the small woman had a plasma cannon hidden away. In that case, let me call on my uncle and he will welcome you properly. This shop is run by him, Sil announced in a very formal tone, and took out her phone to make a call. There's no need for that, he's in the back room right now, taking calls about the chaos in the market. Max informed her, and pointed to the back of the coffee shop. Again, how do you do that? But if he's here, that makes things much easier. I will be right back. Chapter 1074. Rare treasures. As if talking about him had summoned him, the owner of the shop came out of the back room and immediately spotted Sil sitting and sipping coffee when he knew she should have been at work. A relieved sigh escaped his lips when he knew that she was safely out of the shop before it was raided, and he gathered his wits to see what sort of wealthy man she had brought here so early in the day. Good morning, uncle, I have brought someone here that I think you should meet. It's quite important, if you have a minute to talk. Sil greeted him. Of course, if you say it's important, then I believe you. How do you do, sir? I am Marco, the proprietor of this establishment. Her uncle replied. Good day, Marco. I am Commander Karis Max, head of the Terminus Trading Company, and I had wanted to congratulate you on having your intermediary find our finest coffee beans for your shop. Max replied, and Nala laughed as the man frozen in spot. Sil stood and offered her uncle her seat, then picked one off to the side, beside Max instead of in front of him. Yeah, that was our reaction as well. But he's offered to verify that all of our stock is genuine, and offer us a certificate of origin for them so that we can prove to anyone who asks that our coffee is the real thing. At what cost? The shrewd man asked. Your niece did us a favor and got us out of the market without causing any trouble. We will call it even, Max suggested. The man beamed at Sil with a familial pride that was unmistakable. She was still young, and working the most basic of jobs, though a good-paying one in the black market, but not only had she managed to escape her first raid unnoticed, but she had brought him a very valuable connection. Then I will gladly accept. But perhaps we could also speak a bit of business while you are here. You see, the supply lines tend to get a bit strained after an event like today's due to the government oversight, and my supplies are limited. He asked hopefully. Max nodded. In this case, you're in luck. We are authorized to offer you a single-unit license to produce our blend of coffee here in your shop, assuming you have a capable replicator, or we can sell you a unit that is capable of making it for yourself. The units that they had dropped off for the resort were a newer generation of units, but they were somewhat limited in their programmed selections to only items that had no copyright or license attached to them, mostly basic foodstuffs that would be resold all over this portion of the planet. It was expected that they would eventually figure out how to add more items on their own, but no instructions or consoles for the purpose were included in the order. It was the Reaver's way. If you weren't capable of hacking into it and programming it yourself, they weren't going to make it foolproof for every random customer to duplicate anything that they could get their hands on. Especially when that meant they would be able to use the replicator to start making weapons. That sort of versatility would be a nightmare for local governments, and they would never have gotten approval for distribution if that was the case. What would it cost for a unit that could handle the coffee for the shop? Perhaps the baked goods too. It's a nightmare trying to keep a baker for a small shop like this. Marco asked. Well, we have a set price for them, including royalty rates to produce the Reaver blended coffee. But we can also offer you a discount on the unit itself, if you have an item of interest to trade. Reavers love new things, especially ancient relics. Max explained. Marco smiled. In that case, I think I might have just the sort of thing that you are looking for. You see, I've never found anything else like it and nobody who has been through my shops can identify it, so I can say for certain that it should be ancient, and it's certainly rare. He got up out of his chair and headed back to his office, leaving them all sitting in the coffee shop. It only took him a few minutes to return, holding a small object wrapped in a protective cloth. This is it. Depending on how you look at it, it's either priceless or worthless, since nobody can tell what it should be, but it's not natural. He explained. Nico took the object from him and began to examine it, turning it over in her hands and even bringing out a portable microscope to help enhance her vision and implanted scanners. She wasn't sure what it was either, but it was technological. Finally, she found a circuit that had some readable data on it, and her expression brightened. You are correct about it being ancient, but I know that there should be someone who recognizes it. She chuckled. Really, nobody I asked could identify it. He replied. That's because it's part of an antique data storage device. The date of manufacture is roughly 80,000 years ago, but I'm not sure if any of the other circuits have survived the years. This should have been mounted on a colony ship or an exploration vessel of the time. It is valuable to me, though, mostly because now that I have it, I want to know what was on it. Can you tell me where it was found? It was discovered by one of the outer exploration teams, about 100 years ago. That area is now part of the Alliance, but there wasn't any sign of habitation there when they arrived. So either the colony failed, or the ship was destroyed before making landfall. Marco shrugged. Nico nodded. Good enough for me to start looking for its origins. I will trade you the unit for your coffee shop for this item. One of my ship's crew will have it here within 15 minutes, and we will help you get it installed before we go. I'm sure there will be paperwork involved on this one, but I've instructed them to limit the replicator's output, so it looks like it had been designed as a proprietary machine for your business. Marco smiled at Nico's consideration. A single-spec proprietary unit was much easier to get through customs than a general replicator, which would have to individually register with the patent office for every item it could theoretically make. It would limit his ability to change the menu, but if it could still make the raw materials, he would just have to find a baker again if he wanted to add new items. Meanwhile, the ability to make his own coffee would pay for itself just in the import fees saved to have it smuggled. Your species really should be known for their business acumen more than their military capability. He praised Nico, who waved off his good intentions. No, our military might definitely trumps our business acumen. It's just that not everyone gets to experience that firsthand. Chapter 1075. It wasn't me right on schedule. The modified replicator arrived in the coffee shop, delivered by one of their android crew members, and escorted by a member of the resort staff. Commander, the unit has been created as instructed, and modified for the local power frequencies and outlets. The android informed them politely. Thank you very much, you can return to the ship if there are no other outside tasks on your list. Nico replied, and handily lifted the large crate off the machine, shocking the surrounding diners. They fell silent as she carried the large metal machine over her head to get past the counter and then into the back room, where she began reorganizing to make space for the new addition. Should we send someone to help her? Marcus asked hesitantly as he heard the sound of Nico whistling and metal furniture banging in the back room. Give it a minute, we don't want them to get injured or traumatized. She will have the room reorganized to her liking soon, and then you can change it back after she leaves if it's not up to your requirements. Max chuckled as Nico considered if it would be better to modify the deep fryer to better fit in the spot she wanted it. With a sudden sense of urgency, Max sensed that a large group was approaching the coffee shop, looking for him and Nico. It seemed that the police suspected them of something, but these officers didn't know what, only that they were ordered to detain them for questioning. The concern in Max's mind was that someone knew about his abilities, and they had done that deliberately to avoid having his mind reading pick up on the approaching officers until they were too close to be avoided. It seems that we will have guests in just a moment. A police brigade, Max whispered to Marco. He nodded his head toward the back room, sending Nala and his niece back to meet with Nico while Max arranged the transfer and import fees documents in between them. Terminus Trading Company had a partial tax exemption as the patent holder for most import fees, but the paperwork still needed to be signed to make it official, and for the accountants to ensure the proper amounts were transferred. Nico, have you fixed the camera footage? Max asked as the officers got closer. They have us on camera from when we left the basement of the bordello and came to the coffee shop. They have nothing before that, as I already cleared our presence from the earlier scenes. I think they're going on a hunch, not hard footage. Do you know what they suspect us of? She replied, I'm guessing smuggling, but they won't have gotten that on camera anyhow. They also haven't found the replicators that we dropped off. I am tracking the thoughts of the ones looking after the shipment, and nobody has been caught watching them. Max informed her. All right, give me a second, and I'll make some new scenes for us leaving the ship with Nala. I will make it look like we left straight to the entry from the black market, and went into that business, then I will leave the actual footage from there on, since they likely have a hard copy by now. That was sure to cause its own misunderstandings, but Max could handle that on his own if they asked about the situation. Nico came back out after installing the replicator, looking like herself again, and took a seat between Max and Marcus at the load table they had chosen. 30 seconds. We should get this paperwork signed before they arrive, so they can't accuse us of trying to dodge responsibility. Max instructed the coffee shop owner with a nod to the stack of papers between them. As soon as his signature was on the page, Nico made a digital copy and filed it along with their Alliance Customs account number with the planetary officials, making the deal official and legitimate, paid in full. The door burst open, and a squad of 10 police officers in the same riot gear that the ones invading the black market had been wearing rushed to cover the room, frightening all the customers, and surrounding the table where Max was sitting. Commander Karras Max, you are hereby being detained as an accessory to the mass murder of government forces within the zone known as the black market. The leader of the unit informed them, I'm afraid that I don't know where that is, and I have been otherwise occupied this morning. I haven't had an opportunity to kill anyone today. Thank you for your concern, but you can go now. Max replied. A few of the guests snickered at his irreverent treatment of the police, then quickly went silent when the other officers glared at them. Sir, we will have to ask you to come with us. The officer demanded. First, I require the identity of the person or persons who sent you to execute this arrest warrant. Publicly slandering a foreign emissary is a serious crime, and I have the right to clear my name. Max demanded. That caught the attention of everyone in the shop, and murmuring about how someone had tried to bite off more than they could chew when they went after an emissary circulated. Much to the office's annoyance, someone outside had heard the proclamation, and they were gathering a crowd to watch as the local police tried to take down a foreign emissary in a coffee shop. That was not how things were done. If you could openly go after foreign politicians in the street, the system would collapse. Nobody would feel safe enough to come here without armed guards, much less for a relaxing vacation, if they could just have the police turned on them without evidence. Sir, we have evidence. The officer continued, certain that he was correct. Then please, display it for the crowd. Max insisted. The man brought out a holographic display, and an officer at the door did the same, while Nico smirked. The footage showed them leaving the platform with Nala, and then there was nothing for over an hour, before they were spotted again coming out of a brothel. The crowd in the street burst into laughter at the fake normal act that the group had put on as they entered the recorded areas of the street. Without context, it looked like they had seen a man and 2 women laughing as they left the resort, then the same man happily swaggering with 3 women out of a brothel over an hour later. Oh why, I ain't so sure that sort of beating it up is a crime. Someone in the street shouted. The officer glared out the open doorway for an instant, then turned back to Max. Max laughed as he gestured to the footage, which now showed them entering the coffee shop. That's your evidence to arrest me for a murder? Oh, I've got to hear more. Tell me, do we have bodies from the brothel? Humans are known for their impressive stamina, but an hour surely shouldn't be long enough to be fatal, even if you had planted a government official in there. No, you said it was a mass murder, right? Now I am really looking forward to the footage. I think that it would sell very well to raise money for the victim's family. Max announced, loud enough that the crowd outside could hear him. Chapter 1076. Under arrest, sir, we will have to ask you to come peacefully to the station with us. We will use force if necessary. The officer demanded again. Max slowly got to his feet and nodded to Marcus. Enjoy your purchase, sir. It seems that there has been some misunderstanding about the nature of my business on this planet. I will accompany these fine gentlemen and get it cleared right up. They hadn't mentioned Nico at all, so they likely had no idea who he was, only that he had entered the tunnel that they knew was used to get to the black market. From the lack of information, they had likely only discovered that fact after the raid, or they would have named more people, like Nico and Nala. Nico remained seated, looking like the picture of innocence in her cute dress, and Nala was still in the back room where the boss had sent her as Max accompanied the police out of the room. Hey, look at this, boys. I heard the policeman say that the muscled alien banged a government agent pretending to be a hooker so hard it killed her. Someone in the street was shouting as he was escorted out, and Max did his best not to laugh. He couldn't have asked for a better setup in a scripted comedy show, and the police were making bigger and bigger fools of themselves by the second. It would only get worse when they had to release him, and Max went to a very public party at the resort on the surface. In fact, he was considering inviting the coffee shop owner and some of the patrons to the party, so they could spread the good word that he was released and play up the situation for the local news. They had just reached the District 14009 police station when the guards escorting him suddenly stopped and turned their weapons on him. They were all stun weapons, not a threat to the portable force field that he was wearing, but they were still in public, with a crowd gathered. Sir, it has just come to our attention that Reavers are known to travel armed as a matter of religious symbolism. Are you carrying a weapon on you right now? The officer demanded. Of course. Would you like for me to turn it over? Max replied. He had 2 storage devices on him. One built into the dog tags on his neck, and one in his wrist device. Both contained weapons, but his body armor was in the dog tags. Please do. We will issue you with a receipt for them and hold the weapons until you are released. Max nodded and took the biodegradable laser rifle out of his wrist device and handed it to the officer. Then he followed with a plasma pistol, and a combat knife, then an ion rifle, and finally the plasma cannon. The look on the officer's face was every bit as amusing as Max had hoped that it would be, and the crowd was staring at them all in shock as the officer held an armload of military ordnance. That should about cover it, Max informed him. You take this much firepower with you on vacation? The officer asked, as he mentally questioned their policy of letting VIP vessels in without a prior scan. I take this much firepower into the bath with me. The storage device is waterproof. Max replied. The officer sighed and gestured for Max to hand it over. How about we just put everything away and stop making a spectacle? It is a secure device, by Alliance regulations, so I am quite sure that my belongings will be safe inside. It's also tracked, so it won't go missing. Max suggested. You should have told me that from the start. The officer snarled at him. You didn't ask, and in case you forgot, you've been sent to arrest. Me on blatantly false charges, so my need to amuse myself outweighs everything else until someone in charge arrives. The officer sighed, and didn't resist as Max loaded the weapons back into storage and then turned over his wrist device to the lead officer. There you go, safe and sound. Very few hackers in the Alliance would be able to get into that device when I'm not wearing it. He announced, loud enough that those around wouldn't get any ideas about rushing the small group of officers to take it. The group marched into the station and passed the check-in counter to the interview rooms, a series of plain concrete cubicles with a metal table and 2 chairs, all bolted to the ground, set in them, and a one-way mirror on one wall. Please wait here, someone will be with you shortly. Max sat quietly and listened to the thoughts of everyone in the building, but didn't find anything nearby. The orders must have come from somewhere else on the planet, and there were too many people for Max to sort through in time to find the answers he needed. He could tell that the district supervisor was already here, and not happy that they had allowed the arrest to turn into a public spectacle. The supervisor had just learned about Max's status, and that his species wasn't part of the Alliance, so arresting one of them on a major charge was a very delicate matter that really shouldn't have been done so blatantly. If they had waited until he was back at the resort, they could have done it quietly and not made a fuss at all. But worse, there was supposed to be solid evidence, but the supervisor hadn't found anything at all. There had indeed been an intense gang war in the black market, and quite a few of his officers had been killed, but there was absolutely nothing linking the humans to the incident, other than the fact that they had entered a tunnel that could lead to a spot near the local black market leader's shop. He checked the order, and it had come from a government official, but the timing of it looked suspicious. It took time to get those orders through, and this one had been approved over an hour ago, less than 10 minutes after the first casualties had been suffered in the fighting. If he had to guess, the official was corrupt, and this human was being framed. That likely meant that the humans were working with the black market and the losing side wanted revenge, but there was no evidence for him to use against the official themselves. The supervisor, whose natural form was that of a metalloid, a liquid metal species much like the slimes, sighed and turned to go interrogate their prisoner, in case he gave up something that would help in the case. He opened the door and Max perked up at the familiar sight. Oh, I know you. No, you're not them, you just look like it. My mistake, your appearance caught me off guard. Max greeted the supervisor. Understandable, we're not the best at humanoid forms, and we generally use a standard set of features when assuming a humanoid form, so many of us look alike. The supervisor replied, no need to stress yourself on my account. You can shift back if you prefer. But if you have a bit of spare credit, look up the assisted living bodysuits that are being marketed by the Innu under a limited use patent. They were developed in conjunction with my species, and they will allow you to keep a humanoid form without any stress, as they look like standard clothing but are actually a stiff mobility suit with electric actuators. Max suggested, oh, that does sound good, but you won't get me sidetracked so easily. Now, what can you tell me about the incident in the black market district? The supervisor asked. The stop where I spent about an hour after heading below the surface. I swear nobody was dead when I left. In fact, any of the 3 lovely ladies who accompanied me for coffee can vouch for the fact that I did no harm while I was there. It was all strictly consensual. Max replied with a smirk. It took the supervisor a moment to realize what Max was talking about, then his features blurred as his annoyance at the situation distracted him too much to hold his form. If he seriously had to question a human about their sexual exploits, he was going to ask for a raise before the end of the day. Not that. The raid on the black market that led to the death of a number of planetary security officers. The supervisor replied in the most stern voice he could. Sorry, I wasn't here for that. I just landed this morning. Max replied. This was clearly getting him nowhere. The supervisor decided, switching tactics. Do you know this woman? He asked, bringing up an image of Nala. Yes, quite well by now, I would say. Max agreed. So, you know that she is one of the best-known guides for tours of the seedier side of the underground, and that she specializes in the black market shopping needs of wealthy customers. Max shook his head. I know that she has a smiley face tattoo on each of her inner thighs. The supervisor completely lost his form for a second before recovering. Why do I get the feeling that we're not on the same topic? He asked. Probably because we aren't, but since I wasn't there, and I have no idea what you're talking about, I'm just doing the best I can to provide additional information for your records. Chapter 1077. Intervention. It was becoming clear to the supervisor that this interview was going nowhere, but before the evening news aired, he was going to have to get some solid evidence one way or the other. Too many people had seen and recorded the incident, and the man in front of him had gotten clearance to take his own personal yacht to the surface of the business district without a search. Supervisor, can we speak for a moment? A demanding voice asked from outside the door. Max relaxed in his seat. The cavalry had arrived. The planetary governor had sent someone to the resort to welcome all the VIP guests from Terminus, only to find that the commander had been arrested and was being questioned at that moment. It was already public knowledge, and it was turning into a scandal when they were trying to keep the disaster in the black market under wraps. The old boss had upheld his territory, and had managed to turn things around into a heavy purge of those who were supposed to be loyal to him. But that had cost the lives of dozens of police who had been caught in the crossfire. Why anyone had tried to put the blame on the humans was anyone's guess, but if he had to wager, he would say that they likely hadn't been in the brothel, and they had visited the boss before the battle to give him a warning. Those who had backed the losing side were in a rage right now, and in danger of being outed as traitors after the police who had been sent in to clean up had been killed instead. It was a huge mess, and he needed answers. The two stepped into another of the soundproof rooms, and the official thumped his hands on the table in frustration. All right, I know the basics. I know who sent the police after Commander Max, I know who set him up with his guide, and I know the time frame. But there are some things I don't know if your department knew before they went along with it. Did you know that he's got a diplomatic identification card, issued by the central government? The supervisor shook his head. I didn't ask. He had been identified and brought here before I found out. All right, then did you know that his colony ship is militarized? Even though it's ostensibly a cruise ship, Terminus carries an entire armored battalion on board, and has weapons capable of breaching our planetary defenses. The supervisor lost his form again in shock, a new personal record for him in one single day. They can do what? No, nobody told me that. It's a cruise ship, not a warship. He stammered, unable to speak clearly when he was having trouble holding his form. All right, let's start with the simple things. Who thought it would be a good idea to make a public spectacle in a coffee shop while he was doing official business? They filed a tax payment form only 2 minutes before your men entered, and I have footage of the shipment being delivered 10 minutes before that. The supervisor knew that things had gone from bad to worse for his department now. The only solid evidence showed him getting laid and then going to a business meeting at a coffee shop. Then he realized that coffee was a human product to begin with. They had raided during an official business meeting on his first day on the planet. There wasn't much more of a cover the man could ask for at this point. This is farked. The supervisor sighed. You're telling me, now we need to smooth all of this over and hope that the humans don't hold a grudge because they've got over 100,000 tourists from their ship here on the planet, and plans to return twice a year. If there was one thing that the politicians liked, it was money, and 250,000 wealthy tourists a year was a big deal. The government official sighed and continued. Do you think that we can convince him to downplay the issue? I've been looking into the data on humans, and they don't look like the sort of people you want to have angry at you. Seriously, they play beyond dirty. Look at this listing of companies they've crushed in trade wars over the last year. That's just 1 year. The supervisor looked at the names and frowned. He had heard about some of these in the news. The collapses of their companies had collapsed multiple planetary economies. He read them through twice, then simply decided to voice his honest opinion. We've been set up. It was never about trying to get him in jail. Someone in the government upset someone important, and they are setting us up for a trade war with the humans. They've got the money and the power, plus the access to patents. They could crush us. If they wanted to, they could own our planet without much of an issue, just by buying out the resorts. I think that the killings never mattered, they were part of the setup, and this mess would have happened anyhow. There is a traitor in the government with the power to set the police on foreigners without being questioned. The supervisor replied, "That's my thought as well. I don't know why, or who they're working for, but we're the fall guys in this power play, and I'm not putting up with it." The government official agreed, "But what do we do about it?" The police supervisor asked. "We smooth it over as well as we can, and then I ask for intervention. My brother-in-law's cousin is a clerk in the envoy department. I'm going to have him put in a request for the envoys to the humans to try to smooth things over for us. The data says that they have a dedicated team, since there are so many companies complaining that the humans are stepping on their toes with all this new technology that they are releasing. Speaking of that, did you notice what they delivered to the coffee shop?" The police supervisor looked at the documents in shock. A proprietary pattern coffee shop model replicator. Holy crap, how did that guy get the backing of the Reavers? With that, he can legally claim that he's selling authentic goods from the humans. It will be the biggest sensation in the business quarter when the word gets out. Max relayed that information to Nico, and made sure that she had input a number of human snacks and coffee shop items, as well as what the shop used to sell. If they were going to treat him as an official human shop, then it was only right that he served actual human cuisine. Got it, we're already working on a deal to get more cool stuff here. Some of it for us and some of it from us. Turns out our coffee man is a huge history nerd, and he's got all sorts of connections to various antique dealers. Nico replied, "Perfect, make sure that we get the heads up on any interesting artifacts that come in while we're out searching. Even if we can't pick them up right away, then at least get us the details, in case they help our search." Chapter 1078. Free to go. Max waited patiently in the interrogation room as the two senior officers urgently discussed what was going on, and how they were going to make it go away without starting an even bigger issue. Why don't we just tell him that it was an attempted political power play and plead for understanding? He seemed pretty reasonable and amused by the situation. He even handed the arresting officer his storage device because it was easier than giving him all the weapons inside individually. The supervisor suggested, "All right, we can try talking to him directly, but if this blows up in our face, understand that I will be holding you personally responsible." The government official agreed. "What's new?" The supervisor grumbled as he got to his feet and worked on his speech to try to get Max to forgive and forget this whole incident. But how was he supposed to even start? "Hey, sorry we called you a murderer in public, can you just let this one slide?" While that was likely to make the muscular human laugh, it probably wouldn't work out all that well. But how else could he even put it? This was not his area of expertise. He had become supervisor because he was outstanding at collecting evidence, not because of his skills in the interview room. Technically, that wasn't even supposed to be part of his job, but the only certified interrogator in their office was off today. Reluctantly, he stepped back into the interrogation office and prepared for the worst. "Mr. Karras, I would like to extend our most sincere apologies for today's incident." He began. "Max, my given name is Karras, Max is my family name, so it's formal to call me Max, or Commander Max." Max explained, just messing with the man a little, since watching him lose his shape when he got nervous was so amusing. "Yes, very sorry, Commander Max. As I was hoping to say, I apologize for the incident today. There was an attempt to leverage the incident in the lower city today for political gain, and we discovered too late that they were attempting to use you and your Terminus Trading Company as leverage to try to destroy business agreements between their political opponents." The Metallo's police supervisor stammered. "So, they sent in the police report and framed me for the incident." "That is understandable, your men can't just let a suspected murderer run around the city." Max agreed with a nod. "So, we were hoping that with a formal apology, and a reimbursement of visitor and landing fees, that perhaps this incident might be forgiven." He asked hopefully. "You are too high-strung. I knew from the start that they weren't going to be able to pin a murder charge on me. Relax a little, and I'm certain that we can clear up the misunderstanding." Max replied. The man's liquid metal form reshaped happily for a second and then froze. You have no intention of clearing up any misunderstandings, do you? He asked. That's not really my job. But what I can do is go out there and assure the crowd that is still gathered at your doors with news cameras that all the residents of the brothel are alive and well, and that there was no murder committed there today. You know that doesn't make us look any better, but if that's your condition, I will agree. The police supervisor sighed. You know, picking on you is no fun if you make it this easy. You're supposed to make a counteroffer. The morphable shape collapsed again in shock and Max chuckled. Tell you what, I will inform the crowd that it was all a mistake and that it's under investigation by the authorities, so I can't talk about it. How is that? That covers my reputation, it covers your department, and it allows you a chance to come up with an actual decent explanation. Max offered. Once he had recovered his form, the supervisor nodded happily. Yes, that will work. I think it might even be enough to keep my job. Your people really aren't going to retaliate, right? Max smiled and patted him on the head. Don't be silly. Of course, we are. But not against you. I'm sure they're at least halfway to finding out what faction tried to set me up, and then they will deal with them directly. The supervisor waved his hands, which were turning to tentacles in his panic. No, the government official wanted me to get your agreement not to retaliate against the planet. They're afraid that you'll start a trade war. Nico, how is the search for whoever provided today's entertainment going? Max asked before he responded. Pretty good. As suspected, it's the leadership group of the failed coup attempt. They're pretty pissed off that we informed the old boss about their plans in advance. They took pretty heavy casualties, and the politicians who backed them are in a tight spot. Nico replied. Put the politicians on blast on the news. Leak everything from the corruption charges to affairs on their wives and the kids they bullied in elementary school. Then pin the murder of the cops on them and call it good. Max ordered. Give me 10 minutes, I've got everything but their school records. Oh, there's some good stuff in here. Did you know that the top official backing this one had to have his parents pay off his grammar school to not fail him? That sounds like a lot. Get the important stuff out now. Then ruin his family later. Max informed her, while the supervisor got extremely nervous about the smile spreading across his face. Sorry about that. Private message. But my people assure me that things are just about taken care of already, so if you're ready to return my belongings, we can head out. I've lost my guide, I believe, so if you wouldn't mind escorting me back to the resort, I would appreciate it. Of course. Was your escort from the Cherry Resort? He asked. Yes, one of the supervisor's daughters or something. We met up with her friend as well, a very sweet girl. That's how I learned that there are actual coffee shops in this world. We were just finishing up a deal when your men came in. Max agreed. They stepped out of the room, and the government official met them in the hallway with an expectant look. Max patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, the supervisor explained the situation to me quite well, and I don't hold it against the police department at all, they were just doing their jobs. I will give a nice speech about how it's all a misunderstanding and still under investigation as I leave, and we will go back to the resort for the evening. Oh, that is better news than I had dared to hope for. Please accept my apologies for the inconvenience, and I will make sure that your guests here on the planet are treated to the finest of experiences. The official replied, Excellent, thank you, I am certain that they will appreciate your hospitality. A bit of entertainment for the afternoon and a package upgrade for the guests. All in all, being arrested wasn't that bad. Chapter 1079, Trolling. Me, never. Max stepped out of the police station with the government official at his side and waved to the assembled crowd of news reporters and curious onlookers, who were all eager to find out what had happened that led to the foreign dignitary being arrested. Max raised his voice to be heard above the crowd. Thank you all for waiting, and know that I appreciate your support. This entire situation was one large misunderstanding, and I can assure you that there were no fatalities involved in my outing today. The situation is still under investigation by the local police, and those responsible for spreading malicious rumors are being actively pursued, but I have been cleared of any wrongdoing, and will be returning to the Cherry Resort for an evening of entertainment. The crowd cheered, and then the reporters began shouting questions. Commander, who were the women that you were seen with? One of them yelled. One was my subcommander, while the other two are local guides, who showed us around town and introduced us to a fine coffee shop this morning. We have signed an official trade agreement with them, by the way, and provided a proprietary replicator, so they will be able to provide authentic Reaver blend coffee and snacks. The government official resisted the urge to facepalm at the shameless business plug during an interview that had started out being about a murder case, but it looked like Max had managed to divert their attention from the debacle of him being publicly arrested. Does that mean that your cruise ship will be returning here on a regular basis? Another of the reporters called out. Yes, we are tentatively scheduled to visit here twice a year, and with average volumes, we should have roughly 100,000 guests coming to the surface with each visit, as well as a number of our crew who are given shore leave. Max agreed. Is it true what they say about humans? The reporter asked with a suggestive wiggle of her hips that made the other reporters laugh. Humans evolved as persistence hunters. Our ancestors would chase their prey down for entire days if necessary until they were too tired to keep running. It allowed us to become the dominant life form on a planet with many larger and more powerful predators. While it has been a long time since that was necessary for survival, humans do have much more stamina than most species. Max replied with a straight face. Are they really as open-minded as the Innu suggested in their podcast? A Valkyria reporter asked. Which podcast do you mean? The one run by the tech nomads on our vessel. The slender Valkyria man nodded. That's the one. They're hugely famous, even here. So, is it true? Max smirked. Why don't you approach a single lady and ask? If you're lucky, she might even massage your wings and condition your feathers before you go. The man's face went nearly as red as the feathers on his wings, and the other reporters began to laugh. Humans really are a strange species. Thank you for your time, Commander. A local reporter giggled as Max started to walk into the crowd, shaking hands and waving to friendly faces further back, while the government official followed behind him. Once they were free of the crowd, the official stepped up to match Max's pace and gave him a stern look. You know, joking like that could lead to harassment of your species by those with an alien species fetish. He reminded Max. Oh, trust me, humans are fully capable of taking care of themselves. I'm more worried about what the children might look like. I'm told by the central government medics that there are dozens of species that humans are capable of hybridization with. Max shrugged. It was no secret aboard the ship that the humans often flirted with the Innu girls, it was just human nature. They could and would pack bond with nearly any living thing, and once they were pack bonded, flirting became part of normal daily conversation, even if they weren't serious about it. The concept of locker room talk had horrified some species when they first learned about it, but for the most part, they had adapted to the human soldiers and their crude sense of humor. They were most of the way back to the surface exit that would take them to the Cherry Resort when Nico arrived with Nala and Syl. Nico linked arms with Max while Nala smirked at him and Syl blushed. That was quite the interview you gave. It's all over every single network, and all they can talk about is Reaver culture, humans and all the inventions that you have introduced to the Alliance. I don't think that they even remember that the day started out with a scandal. Nala informed him. Then our work here is done. As long as nobody is accusing us of showing up and killing people, or some other nefarious scheme, it's all good. Max replied with a smile. They returned to the surface through the same ramp that the cargo crew had taken the shipment of replicators through, and the crew of the resort was waiting there to welcome them back. We're glad to have you back, sir. Please accept our apologies for the inconvenience, such a thing should have never happened to a guest of our Cherry Resort. The general manager greeted them as they reached the landing platform. No worries, Manager Wu. It's all been explained to me by the official here, who has agreed to spend the evening enjoying the parties at the resort and smoothing over any misconceptions that have developed due to the unfortunate situation earlier. Max announced, while the shocked official stared at him. Since when had he agreed to spend a whole evening at a resort party? Sure, it was his job to try to control the narrative and ensure that there wasn't any backlash against the planetary government and their interests, but the resort parties were notoriously wild, with hundreds of species of corporate representatives unwinding in the most luxurious ways that they could afford. He was just a lower bureaucrat, he couldn't afford the cover charge here, much less a whole night of partying. He wasn't even sure that he could get that much money approved on his business spending account. Nico leaned over to whisper in his ear when she noticed the panicked look on the man's face. Don't worry about it, we will cover all the charges, just make us look good in front of the crowds, and it will all be smoothed over by morning. The official heard the implied threat in her tone, and wondered just how much the humans already knew about the situation and what they might have done about it that made her so sure it would be solved by morning, but if they were paying, he couldn't get out of being their PR person for the day. Not after everything that had happened already. Alright, let's join the festivities. It looks like the resort goers have been waiting for you to return. There are some familiar faces here as well, should I introduce you to them? He whispered back to Nico, with a gesture to the closest group of dignitaries. Not those ones, they came here with us. But the ones that we don't know, I would appreciate your help with. Nico agreed, firmly entrenching his position as her patsy for the night. She had big plans, and he was going to help her meet all the right people. Chapter 1080. To make a problem disappear. They were 4 drinks into the evening festivities, and both Sil and the government official were beginning to get a bit tipsy when the first wave of Nico's revenge hit the airwaves that evening. Breaking news. A confidential source has sent us damning evidence that a senior government official attempted to send a team of mercenaries to force out shop owners in the business district, starting the events that led to a brutal gunfight with planetary police. We have in our possession a series of electronic communications, including bank transfers, that verify the alleged corruption case. Our reporters are on scene at his home, we will cut to them now. The news broadcast above the bar announced. Everyone nearby had turned to watch as the distinctive, breaking news, logo came up on the screen, and many of them were requesting the documents on their data slates and other devices, so they could see for themselves what the news had uncovered. The official next to Max turned to see if he had anything to do with it, but Max was watching the screen, looking intent on not missing anything, though he already knew what had happened, and was more focused on the thoughts of the man whose face was in the small display while the screen showed the exterior of his home. Only a few minutes later, a woman and 3 kids came running out, screaming and crying, a touching scene for the news cameras, who didn't know what had happened yet. Then only seconds after they came outside, multiple police vans and an ambulance arrived, pushing through the reporters and storming into the building. I don't think he took the news well, Max informed Nico. Don't worry, they've got a top-notch security system, I reactivated the healing protocols, and he should be just fine once he's out of surgery. Turn on channel 107 on the other screen. Tonight has gone crazy, one of the guests shouted. The bartender complied without question, used to random demands by wealthy customers, but it wasn't a sports game that they wanted to be turned on this time. Another senior politician was being slapped in public by a young woman, who had a child in a stroller behind her. Initial reports say that he has refused to pay child support for the love child with his mistress. What caused today's scene is unknown, but sources report that he might be linked to the leaked documents on government corruption that came out just minutes ago. The subtitles read. The government official looked at Max and Nico in horror. There was no way that any documents could have been leaked, their security was much too tight for that. The thief would have been caught in milliseconds, long before they had a chance to transfer the documents to a news organization. What did you do? He whispered to the 2 human commanders, who didn't look the least bit surprised. Why would we need to do anything? We run a trading company with an annual profit margin 10 times the GDP of most planets. We don't have to do anything for half the alliance to try to get into our good books. Give it a few days, and I'm sure that everyone involved in the situation will have their dirty laundry on primetime news. Nico replied with her best professional smile. The official sighed, and his work phone dinged with an incoming text message informing him that an unregistered spacecraft had just left the atmosphere with an unknown number of occupants and immediately went to warp after passing through the planet's main portal. So, some are named and shamed on the news, some have fled, and I suspect that even more will suddenly go missing over the next few weeks as more information spreads. It looks like framing you for some murders is only the tip of the iceberg. He sighed, but on the bright side, it's not your problem tonight. Look how easy it's gotten to make sure nobody thinks we got special treatment by the government. Max consoled him. Honestly, I doubt that anyone will even remember that you were involved by the time that morning rolls around. Political scandals simply don't happen here, and 2 in one day, one of which nearly ended in a high-ranking official's self-inflicted death, is practically the scandal of the century. He replied with a roll of his eyes. Nico smiled and pulled him to his feet. In that case, we need to dance. Sil, do you know how to dance? This one looks easy, you can just follow along with the crowd. I've never danced a day in my life. Sil admitted. That's fine, I bet we can find you a teacher. How about you? Would you like to teach this lovely young shopkeeper how to dance? Nico asked one of the guests at the bar next to them. The young man blushed, and his single nostril flared in lust as he saw the lovely young woman in front of him, and Max chuckled at Nico's attempt at matchmaking. Sil worked at a black market furniture shop, and her family ran a coffee shop, while the man in front of her owned a nearby resort, worth hundreds of billions of credits. It was something like a Cinderella story, only this Cinderella would normally have never received an invitation to the ball. Of course, how could I turn down a lady in need? He replied, taking her hand and leading Sil off to the dance floor. Now, let's dance. Nico laughed as she dragged the hapless official onto the floor, leaving Max and Nala to trail behind them. She's remarkably confident, isn't she? Nala asked as they reached the dance floor. Nico takes exactly what she wants. Plus, she never gets tired, so she can dance all night. There is no way I could keep up with that level of energy, so I just let her do her thing, and then I'll find her later in the evening when she gets bored and starts getting creative. Max laughed. While the five of them enjoyed an evening of dancing and drinks, halfway across the planet at the resorts that had been booked for the majority of the guests aboard Terminus, thousands of confused human soldiers who hadn't been watching the news while they were on vacation found that they were suddenly very popular with the locals and the other guests alike. Not only that, but everyone had been upgraded to the all-inclusive VIP package, and the resorts were going all out to make sure they had the time of their lives. They had no idea why they suddenly rated such great treatment, but they would never say no to a free upgrade. It was only the next day at breakfast that they saw the replays of the news from the business district and realized that Commander Max had been putting in the good word for humanity, and pushing their coffee business, which made the Innu among the vacationers inordinately happy. There wasn't a coffee shop in the resorts that they were staying at, but there might be soon. After all, a caffeinated Innu was a happy Innu. Chapter 1081. Applicant. The next morning, Max woke up to Nico ordering room service, and the sound of numerous voices inside their suite. He had gone to bed a fair bit earlier than she had, at only 4 in the morning, but the clock said that it was now almost noon. Not a bad night's sleep, but he wasn't sure how much everyone else had gotten. They were all half awake and still most definitely on the drunk side of hungover after last night's festivities. Most of them had only passed out here after the sun had come up, and it was the late morning heat that had awakened them. Breakfast was Nico's method of apology for tricking them into overindulging last night, but from what Max could tell, they all had a good time. So good that they couldn't even make it up to their rooms. After quickly getting dressed in his vacation casual best, Max stepped out to join the breakfast assembly, which consisted of a catered buffet on the patio outside their room, between them and the pool. It was overkill, but the scent of food was getting all the guests moving again so that they could actually get to the business that they had come here to negotiate. This was also part of a businessman's qualifications. If you couldn't hold your liquor, you would be at a disadvantage every day after the first, so they got very good at recovering from hangovers in any way that their species found appropriate. For some, that was as little as hydrating, downing an entire gallon of water to flush out their system. For others, it was more complex, and they even went as far as calling on the resort's healing services. But for Max, it was just a nice greasy plate of breakfast with mystery meat sausages and a half-dozen fried eggs, served with toast. All around him the guests were planning which meetings to try to push forward, and which to push back so that they could gain maximum benefit from the current state of those they were doing business with, but there were a few who had been here a while already and had finished their work, so they were planning to relax by the pool. That was Max's destination for the day, as he had no intentions of doing anything productive on this planet. He had worked 2 small deals already, and that was enough for a vacation. Nico had other plans for her day. She hadn't had enough fun with the conspirators last night, and she still had entire files of shameful secrets that she could and would share with the world, just to make sure that they knew they messed with the wrong person. Of course, most of them weren't going to understand which person was the wrong person to mess with, as so many people had taken a fall in the last day, but that wasn't going to stop Nico from making sure that she had her fun before they left. It wouldn't really help the hidden corruption on the planet, but it would help keep it limited to just the competent ones, which was an improvement in Max's mind. If you are going to abuse your power, you should at least understand your limits beforehand. Max had just stretched out on the lounge chair when a shadow fell over him, making him open his eyes to acknowledge their presence. It was a willowy dryad girl, and Max was certain it was a girl, not an adult woman going by her thoughts, smiling down at him. "Good morning, anything that I can help you with today?" he asked politely to the curious nature lover. She looked around cautiously, then whispered, "Are you hiring?" Max looked deep into her thoughts, past the surface layer he usually read, and pulled more details from her mind. She was working for a company in the lower levels to pay off her parents' debt, but somehow, the amount owed never seemed to go down, no matter how many hours she worked. So, she had snuck out today before her shift and came to the resort to see if she could find better work with the rich clients here. She wasn't sure at first who she should ask, but someone had mentioned that the humans had a world tree on their ship, and that was enough that she was determined to get a job from Max, or find a way to stow away on his ship until they were out of the system, and it was too late to send her back. Even if she got a short jail term and some work detail as a stowaway, how would that be worse than eternally working to pay off a debt? Plus, they had a world tree. Just getting to see it would be enough to fulfill her bucket list. I think that we could use a new hire or two. What sort of experience do you have? Max asked, testing her people skills. I have been a sous chef at an international cuisine restaurant for the last 3 years. I can fix most sorts of dishes, but I specialize in pastries. I also work the evening buffet, serving the private rooms, and I have extensive knowledge of the local wines, as well as some foreign vintages. She quietly but proudly responded, "Not bad, guests always need good advice on wine to go with new dishes." "Do you learn quickly? Most of the food on our cruise ship will be new to you." Max asked, already knowing the answer. "That's fine, I learn quickly, and I have a taste for many different kinds of plants, as all dryads do. I'm not as good with meat-based dishes, but I learn them quickly." She replied, "All right, come into my suite and I will work on a way to get you off-world." "Do you have your documents?" Max asked. "As a matter of fact, I do." She beamed, and showed Max her Alliance passport. The document was still warm from the printers, and her memories told Max that she had picked it up from a shop in the black market under an hour ago. It also said that she was about 10 years older than she actually was, but the photo seemed to be hers, and according to his scan, the document was legitimate, so he could plead innocent if there were any questions about her leaving the planet. There were no laws preventing them from leaving to work, that was all left to the hiring party being willing to take on a foreign worker. They just had to be old enough. She was, even if she had given Max her real identification, she was legally old enough to work, both by Alliance and Reaver standards, so he escorted her back to the secondary door that led to the office in his suite, then flipped the switch that would soundproof the room and mark it as in a business meeting to the staff so that they wouldn't be disturbed. "All right, the plan is fairly simple. We're going to be here for a few days, but I will make you disappear into my ship today, before anyone reports you missing. I have a security specialist with me that will be able to take care of the details, and you just need to wait a few days in the commander's suite aboard my yacht. Is that all right by you?" Max asked. The Dryad nodded rapidly, wanting to make sure that she had agreed before he could change his mind. There was a visit with a world tree at stake here. Chapter 1082. Relaxation. Max contacted Nico as soon as the talk with their new Dryad was over, and arranged for her to eliminate the footage of the girl coming to the resort, as well as the upcoming footage of her taking the girl to the yacht. Someone might remember if it were him, since he already had one questionable incident on his visit to the planet, but if it was Nico, that was just a tour of the yacht, and nobody would think anything of it. "No problem, I'll take care of this right away. I just need to make a good excuse before we go so that it doesn't make anyone think we're doing something shady. Do you have a spare outfit? She's kind of tall and slender, but if we change her clothing to look like a Reaver, that should let everyone know that she's one of us. It will look much more natural than having someone in local clothes go aboard." Nico suggested. "All right, I should have something handy in storage." Max agreed, then looked over their new hire to determine what in his wardrobe might actually stay on her frame. Like trees, Dryads were extremely tall and slender, and despite being taller than Nico to the top of her head, and taller than Max to the top of her branch-like hair, Max could nearly wrap both hands around the girl's torso. Her hands were long and spindly as well, but he didn't need to get her gloves. They weren't trying to pretend that she wasn't a Dryad, just make it clear that she was a Reaver employee. There weren't all that many options that would work, due to her narrow shoulders, but Max did find one option. There was a tunic shirt in his inventory that Nico liked to wear as nightwear, and it hung to her knees. On the Dryad, it would be a fashionable dress if he paired it with a belt and the pants she was already wearing. Being bright red linen, with gold embroidery, it wouldn't be mistaken for something that a local would wear, so it should be a good enough disguise to get her to the yacht. "I need you to put this on so that you look more like one of our people, and then we will get you to our ship without anyone saying anything," Max explained as he handed her the shirt. "Am I going to a party? Or is it just because we're at a resort and there was a party last night?" "Oh, you're good, like the walk of shame that I've heard about. She giggled. Oh, that's a good cover. I'll pass that along. Max laughed. Hey Nico, she is thinking of a walk of shame cover. Should we send some androids here to bring us stuff, and then she can go back with them? A little tweak to the plan, but it will get her aboard without too many questions. Max suggested. That works too. I will make sure that she's hiding in our cabin, so that the other guests don't notice her too early. All the rooms were full when we descended. Nico agreed. A member of the android staff from the ship showed up only a few minutes later, carrying an armload of boxes, which they set on the bed and promptly opened. Subcommander Nico ordered a coat and some ribbons for our new crew member. Will you allow me to help you dress, miss? The android asked. The dryad girl looked at the android with great confusion. What are you? Even the metallos and the other slime species show signs of life, but I can't sense any from you. The android smiled at her. I am a sentient artificial construct, miss. I am not alive in the sense that you think, but I am an adaptive intelligence. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and the android took that as permission to dress her in the coat that Nico had ordered, black with red embroidery to contrast with the shirt, and then tied bright ribbons in the branches above her head, braiding and weaving them to make streamers and give her a festive party look. There you go, miss. Look in the mirror and let me know what you think. The android informed her. I'm so pretty. Look at my branches. Oh, that is lovely. Who taught you to do that? She asked. There are other dryads aboard Terminus, miss. It is a popular accessory when they are going to a festival or party. Max laughed as the young dryad peppered the android with questions, and waved his hand toward the door. Take her back to the yacht, and make sure that she's safely in my cabin before any of the guests board at the end of our trip. Other than that, she just needs to stay out of sight. Max informed the synthetic crewman. Understood, Commander. We will be waiting. The two of them left the room and rejoined the other three that were outside the room, helping the staff of the resort organize the mass of plates left over after the breakfast service. In the chaos of the cleanup, Max was reasonably sure that nobody had noticed that they had sent one extra dryad back to the ship along with the androids. Mission accomplished. Thanks for the assistance. Care to join me at the pool? I think I will swim a few laps then relax for a while. Max messaged Nico. I will join you in an hour or two. I found an interesting thing, and I want to convince its owner to part with it. She replied happily. The thing in question was a crystal decanter with a small cooling device set into it that would keep drinks at a perfect temperature. There were other versions of the technology available, but something about the way that this particular one was made had caught Nico's attention, and she had already started her mission to obtain one. So, Max stepped out of the room in his swimwear and dove into the deeper of the hotel pools to leisurely swim a few laps, keeping up a bit of exercise even on lazy days, and then called for one of the resort's signature fruit smoothies and some snacks while he relaxed in the shade. This was precisely the sort of relaxing day that he needed. Chapter 1083. A good lead. The next few days were easy and relaxing ones for Max, but Nico had set herself on a mission. She was determined to find more obscure relics in this world, and she had sent out dozens of messengers to scan rare items that were for sale and verify their authenticity and origin. Only a few had met her standards, but that was enough that Nico spent most of her time studying shiny objects, while Max spent his time either lounging by the pool or going on jogs through the artificial parks, looking for the elusive winged lizards that Nico wanted to see. Once he found some, he would call her over, but they were excellent at hiding in the thick forests, and overhead orbital scans had very little luck tracking them. Nobody seemed to really know how many of them there were on the planet, only that they still existed in what passed for the wild between the resorts, but Max was certain that he could track some of them down. That was what he was doing on the last full day they were scheduled to stay on the planet. He had sighted the beasts a few times before, but they vanished before he could track them, and today he had a solid lead on where their nest should be. Once he got close to the nest, he should have an excellent chance of locating the animals for long enough to get good footage or even call Nico over to see them for herself, and that would be a definite win for him. As he jogged through the trees, a flash of color caught his attention, and Max turned off to follow the creature, not directly behind it, but keeping it in sight. They had a good sense of danger, and being followed would make them disappear into the tree's canopies, where he couldn't accurately track the cold-blooded creatures. After a few minutes, he saw a second brightly colored wing, then a third, the most that he had seen in a single day so far. It wasn't quite enough, as he hadn't gotten a solid sighting of a whole creature to scan, so he didn't have anything to report back for Nico to study later. But then an azure blue scaled body darted down out of the trees at him, and Max paused, letting the scanners built into his sunglasses record every detail about the creature. It seemed startled that Max stopped and didn't try to avoid its swooping attack, and pulled away only centimeters from his head to circle around and squawk at him from the branches nearby. Max just waited to see what it would do, and messaged for Nico to come to him, but to be as silent as possible so that she didn't scare the creature away. Again the flying lizard swooped at him, but this time it circled around him at about a meter's distance, observing him with a curious gaze that reminded Max of a house cat. It was certainly somewhat intelligent and curious as it darted around in the air near Max. Then a second one, with scales that were more teal than azure, joined the first, and they seemed to argue in the trees for a bit before they both flew down to observe Max. Nico was closing fast, using her full speed, but Max knew that she would stop when she was a few hundred meters away so that she wasn't noticed. She had access to his scans already, so she knew what was going on as Max watched the creatures argue about him. The second one flew off before Nico got close, but the first remained, just sitting on a branch and watching Max from a distance. I think that I have an idea. I'm going to use a perfume that smells like a mix of dryad and treefolk, and that might convince them that I'm not a threat. I will approach as cautiously as possible, Nico informed Max as the stalemate continued. She began to make her way carefully through the trees too. Come stand by Max when the second lizard reappeared, and darted straight down out of the tree to land on her head and stare at Max. Nico did her best to avoid laughing at the situation, as the perfume had made them assume she was absolutely zero threat, but the lizard began to complain when she got 10 meters from Max, bumping her head with its muzzle until she stopped walking. I think they like me, she informed him, with amusement heavy in her voice. I can't argue with that. They've decided that you make a good perch, and that's basically unheard of for them. I'm told that it's nearly impossible to catch them without gassing an area to make them sleep while you look for them. Their biology is incredible. They're built like most birds, hollow bones and incredibly dense bones, but they carry a layer of fat on them for energy storage. That's what gives their skin that wrinkly look. It doesn't shrink as they burn energy, but the fat burns off and decreases their size. She explained, while the lizard on her head continued to stare at Max. Nico reached up to pet the creature's head, and the cautious noises turned to happy noises before it crawled down her to sit on her left arm, so she could pet it with her right. The one in the tree looked jealous, but it wasn't willing to come down and get close to Max, so it was out of luck. Eventually, the two creatures got bored and flew away, leaving Max and Nico to walk back to the resort together, happily chatting about their find for the day, and the relics that Nico had managed to recover. In the morning, they would be returning to Absolution to wait for the last of their tourists to make it home, but they had accomplished everything that they came here for. It would give them a lot of projects to sort through as they traveled between planets that were likely to be completely barren, only suited to entertaining the tourists. They had gotten some solid details about likely sites though, worlds that either ancient battles had occurred at, or ones where rumors said there should be an extinct population. Either of those should give them some leads about the history of the far reaches of space. Chapter 1084. Round them up. The group of VIP travelers that had come down to the surface with Max and Nico all gathered at breakfast the next morning, ready to get onto the next experience on their itinerary, while the staff of the resort helped their butlers load the luggage. By his count, Max wasn't the only one that was gaining staff members here on the planet, though it was possible that some of them were actually mistresses, or company, for the trip and not new employees. It was far from uncommon for those with money to pick up attractive young followers when they were on vacation, so Max wouldn't say anything about it as long as there were no nefarious plans going on. The android pilot of the yacht came over 3 hours after breakfast with his report. Commander, all the guests are on board, along with 5 additions. All documents are checked and there are no wanted felons or fugitives on board. We are ready to depart when you are. Commander Nico is already on board, giving fashion tips to the dryad girl in your suite. The android informed him, thank you, let's get back up to the ship. The shuttles from the other resorts should start arriving soon, and the staff will want us there to deal with any issues they have. Max agreed, and followed him back to the Santa Maria. They got clearance to leave the surface the instant that they requested it, and air traffic control even rerouted other vessels so that they would have a clear path up to Terminus. It might only have been because they wanted him gone before there could be any more incidents involving the humans and the possible takeover of their planet, but Max knew that the damage was already done, and the scandal was only a very minor part of it. Once they heard that the cruise ship would be coming here as a regular attraction, both Reaver-operated resort groups and Inu-operated ones had moved quickly to buy up some of the resorts on this world. The requests to change venue for their next visit were already waiting on Max's desk, and the ink on the sale documents was likely still drying. Even if they could only secure a small portion of the ship's guests, just being on the list would guarantee them full occupancy for a few weeks out of the year, and that was the sort of major client that resorts thrived on. Between big guests like Terminus and the major holidays, the resorts covered their base expenses, with the slower times making up the profit and renovations. But that was a concern for the logistics staff who organized all the off-ship excursions. Max was more concerned about making sure that all the students who had used their time off to go to the surface made it back on board. A regular paying guest missing the ship would be an inconvenience, but one of the underage students being left behind would a hit to their reputation, and so far, the Terminus Academy had an impeccable record, and a long string of academic victories since their inception. It was a bit unfair, as they had cherry-picked so many top students from around the Alliance to attend, but even then, the quality of the teachers and teaching methods mattered when they were competing against other elite academies. The number of challenges that they had faced in academic contests was a bit shocking, but when you considered that the challenging team, or at least its senior staff, would be staying in the cruise ship section for the week that the events were going on, it wasn't quite as surprising that other wealthy academies were more than happy to have a contest with the students of Terminus Academy. "How is the loading going?" Max asked the staff in charge of recording arrivals when the last shuttle for the day was scheduled to have been unloaded. "We still have 17 unaccounted for, including a group of 4 students that, we think, might have snuck into a speakeasy with falsified identification. We have sent one of our own shuttles to the surface to gather the last stragglers and make sure they make it home. Their luggage and any Terminus-issued electronic devices are trackable, so we have confidence that we will have them back on board tonight. Thank you. Please let me know if we have to send security staff to recover anyone. Kidnappings on resort worlds aren't unheard of." Max agreed. The security team would love that. They had practiced for the situation many times in the past, but Max didn't recall a time when anyone had actually kidnapped a guest from the ship. To the security team's great disappointment, over the course of the next hour, all the lagging guests were picked up. Most of them were at the shuttle ports, and had just pushed their luck a bit too far when trying to make it there for the last shuttle. Possibly more than a bit, as the last shuttle had left 30 minutes after its scheduled time due to traffic congestion, so those who were left behind had missed it by more than that. As expected, the missing students had gone to an underground casino and speakeasy and had lost track of time in the windowless environment. The academy had auto-dimming artificial lighting outside the buildings, so it looked like there was an actual sunrise and sunset, but the lower levels didn't have that advantage, and they had no problem letting a bunch of rich kids empty their pockets onto the gambling tables. "Commander, the last of our guests are on their way back. Should we make a complaint about underage gambling?" the shuttle pilot asked once they had all the guests secured. "Don't worry about it, no harm, no foul. They'll learn well enough by the money they lost." "I'm assuming that they all lost," Max replied, "except one Reaver girl. She's up by nearly 700,000 credits." The pilot confirmed. Max couldn't help but laugh out loud. Either she had a system function that helped with gambling, or she had the devil's own luck to have won that much money from one of the many rigged casinos. Well, it was possible that they were using her as bait and setting her up to win to give the others hope, but since they were off-world now, the way she won didn't matter as much. The group of truants would likely be denied a shore leave the next time the ship stopped here, and have to take their vacation days aboard the ship. Max went to the cargo bay where the shuttle was landing to chastise those who had held up the departure, and take a look at their lucky winner. When he arrived, Headmistress Medusa was already there, along with the school's Dean of Discipline, a large Valkia man who looked like he might have one giant as a parent. As far as the intimidation factor went, he had it. The students did their best to blend into the thoroughly chastised crowd leaving the shuttle, but there were only a little over a dozen people, and they were 4 of them. The crowd was far from enough to hide from the wrath of their teachers. "What do you have to say for yourselves?" the Dean of Discipline asked the returning students. "We're very sorry, sir. We didn't intend to miss the shuttle and inconvenience everyone." They apologized in unison. "Not bad, well rehearsed, good tenor, even cadence. But completely disingenuous. You'll have to do better than that if you want me to lighten your penalty for truancy." He informed them. "Truancy, sir, we're back on time, even if it was an inconvenience." We can reimburse for the fees. I can't have another truancy count on my record. One of the students pleaded. It is now 4 minutes past midnight, academy time. You are 2 hours past lights out. That is a truant return to the academy. The dean informed them. Now they knew that they were in trouble. Out after lights out was seldom forgiven by the strict administrator. When he saw that they had no more excuses, he nodded happily. He hated lies and prevarication. It was best to just apologize and accept punishment with him. All right, each of you will serve a discharged punishment. Dorm hallway cleaning duty for 2 weeks, and then the truancy count will be removed from your record. If you fail, it will be a month, and you will keep the count. He informed them. Thank you, Dean. We will do our best. Chapter 1085. Desolation portal process will begin in 3 minutes. Please conclude all planetary calls and communications, as interstellar rates will apply after the transfer. Thank you. The intercom informed the residents of Terminus. They were headed for the first possible dig site, a planet well outside of Alliance territory that an ancient probe had suggested might have either ancient ruins, or particularly unique geography, but no signs of life at all, not even plant life, though the world was in the habitable belt of its star. Of course, the human definition of habitable was much more broad than many species considered it to be, but most species had adapted to hot or cold climates, and not both. The cruise ship gently moved through the portal, and then opened a second one to more precisely reach their destination, now that the star system was more clearly within their sensor range. The region wasn't properly mapped, so they had first traveled to an open region of space, with a minuscule chance of running into any large debris, a simple precaution that also helped give the guests a wide-angle view of the region before they arrived. Welcome, honored guests, to the DM-213 star system. As you have been informed, the duration of our stay here will depend largely on what we find down below. If there are any traces of previous habitation, we will extend our stay here up to 1 month while the experts and students take their time excavating and studying the remnants of a previously unknown civilization. The ship's announcer informed them. Cheering resounded through the hallways of the mighty cruise ship at the news that they might find something on their very first stop, and Terminus maneuvered into a low planetary orbit, so they would circle the planet and repeatedly scan the surface for any anomalies. The planet below them was completely, strangely white. White enough that Max thought the sensors were incorrect and this was not a hot planet, but a snow-covered one. There was no sign of any oceans though, and the sensors showed very little water, so the surface below them should be a desert. A white sand desert that covered an entire planet. The first thing that Max checked was to see if the sand was actually dead coral. Many white sand beaches were made of crushed coral, bleached by the sun, and if this used to be a watery world, it would be a possibility. But the results indicated that this was ultra-fine silica sand, which would be even softer under the feet, so if the final atmospheric results were positive, they might be able to actually allow guests down to the surface for a limited time during the morning or later afternoon when the sand wasn't as hot. In short, even if there was nothing here to see, this place had promise as a tourist destination, where they could let guests dig in the sand with no threats of alien viruses or hostile life forms. It might not be ethical to lie to the guests about the chances of finding something, but a little exaggeration wouldn't hurt, and it would keep them entertained. Anything good so far? Max asked Nico after the ship completed its first full circle of the planet a few hours later. Actually, there are 7 spots with possible anomalies. We have 4 with dense collections of rare metals. That could be signs of a ruin or a gold mine, and 3 where we have found what looks like square-cut stone where the sand has blown clear. That might be natural breakage, but it could be a sign of previous settlement. Nico sent him the data and Max smiled. 7 good spots where they could send the research teams and students to look for relics. That was significantly better than he had hoped for. Even if they didn't find anything, it was enough to convince everyone that they weren't wasting their time. Do we have a preference for where to send the experienced teams first and where to send the casuals? Max asked as he continued to analyze the data. Send the professionals to Site 3, the sand dune with a stone cliff. That one has a decent chance of being an ancient pyramid, and to Site 5, it's a rare mineral site, but it's in a rocky area that might give more answers than sorting through the sand. Nico decided. All right, I will get right on it and prep the teams for landfall. You prepare the cruise ship staff for the send-off event. Max quickly agreed, switching their usual roles to give himself the easy one. I see what you did there. Have them ready in 30 minutes, I will prepare a collage for the screens so that the guests can see what the options are and where we have chosen to go first. And that was why he had chosen Nico to do the job. She was great at preparing entertainment on a short notice. Max sent out the messages to get everyone into their landing shuttles, and sent a group of probes to the surface, filled with camera drones so that the guests could get a better 3D view of the work zones once the teams had begun their work. The drones would also relay more detailed information back to the researchers and the command staff of Terminus, who could use it to guide further plans, including how many more people were sent down to the planet to either play in the sand or get actual work done. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our preliminary dig sites identified, so we present to you the 7 location short list. Each of these locations has shown promising anomalous readings to our sensors, but only 2 will be on the first day's itinerary. The ship's public displays were informing the guests as the dig teams headed for the planet. The landing process will begin in 40 seconds. Please note how the combination of gravity generators and sprayed water work together to prevent blowing sand from blinding the workers in the station. The fine sand is quite susceptible to being blown around by any wind, so workers will have to wear masks while they work to keep it out of their mouth and nose. Most have chosen a full environmental suit, as the planet has no natural vegetation to rebalance any disturbances to the atmosphere, and our goal as a cruise ship is to leave as little adverse impact as possible. The announcements went on, but what Max was focused on was the thoughts of the crews that had just reached the surface. Move Terminus into a geostationary orbit in between the work locations and send out a drone network to get us a full satellite data feed. We're going to be here a while, he ordered. The crew moved quickly to comply, and the additional data feeds rapidly came online, giving him a proper view of the whole planet, and the ability to individually zoom in on the details that he found interesting. The reason for this was simple. There was one identifiable written word on the stone at Site 3. Desolation. Chapter 1086. The search is on. It was better than they could have ever hoped to find on the very first planet that they visited. Even one simple word was enough to prove that someone had been here before, and that someone had been here long enough to leave traces. It was an archaic script, but the computer still recognized it well enough to translate it, though if they found more writing, they might find that it was only a similar ancient script and their initial translation was wrong. For now, the guests on the ship were unaware of the development, and the fact that something had been found so easily would be kept from them for a while so that they didn't start rumors that the whole trip was staged. The level of coincidence was too high. Finding a sign in the first seconds of the search of an alien planet was trillions to 1 odd favoring good luck. The search of the other site was the one being features on the screens aboard the ship right now, as they had started right away by moving large amounts of sand out of the way to expose more bare rock and check for the source of the rare mineral readings. That was the sort of large-scale activity that the crowd could get into, and the sand was sifted as it was moved so that they didn't miss out on anything that might be hiding in it, like small metal relics or even bits of a destroyed starship. That was one of the possibilities that the ship's announcer had mentioned to the guests, the chance that a malfunctioning portal or warp drive might have left a crippled ship stranded all the way out here, where it could have crash-landed on the planet. It wasn't a frequent event, but with millions of inhabited worlds in the Alliance, it happened a few times a year that ships would crash somewhere obscure and a search for them would have to be instituted. That was even how the humans had ended up on such good terms with the Alliance. They had found a group of adventurous students who had gone to explore the Clem planets, under the very mistaken assumption that an insect species would be friendly. They had ended up with a damaged warp drive and had been rescued by Max and his crew, which slowly snowballed into full-blown cooperation between the two factions. But not everywhere that a stranded ship ended up would be inhabited, much less inhabited by a friendly species. The talk of a crashed ship was getting the crowd worked up aboard Terminus. In every restaurant, pub and coffee shop, the talk was that the rare minerals and strange sightings might be the signs of a ship that had broken up in orbit over the planet and crashed here. If it were from the Alliance, this would be a huge find, the end to the mystery of a lost ship, but if it was an unknown species from outside the Alliance, that would be even better. Not many of them stopped to think that just because the planet wasn't suitable for habitation now didn't mean it never was. Desertification was a known natural phenomenon, especially when planets were rated for liquid water before the advent of replicators. The humans remembered because they knew the process very well, and replicators had come into their possession during this generation. While the crowd was focused on the dig site in the sand, the team at the cliff face was busy excavating the sand and using ground-penetrating radar to search for buried and hidden caverns. If someone had carved a word into the stone, they might have found shelter here, and a cave seemed like the most probable form of longer-term shelter. But after 5 hours of searching, digging and scanning, there was nothing to be found except the single word carved into the weathered stone. The stone face was solid all the way down to bedrock, so the marking wasn't above a doorway or a cavern. Perhaps whoever had carved it had only been passing by, or there was some other landmark hidden under the sand that they hadn't found yet. The teams would be analyzing the radar scans for the next few days to see if there was something promising there, like a former oasis or the remains of a building. It might have even been the location of a crashed drop pod, but they would have to scan a larger area in high definition to locate the remains of an ancient drop pod that had been filled with sand. The other site was much more entertaining to watch, and they had found a few curious objects in the sand that had the interest levels of the guests raised. None of them were actual relics, but there was a blob of duratanium alloy, which was commonly used in shipbuilding, found among the soft sand, and the way that the announcer had played up the small ball of rare alloyed metal was enough to get everyone eagerly waiting for news of a shipwreck on the planet. The workers couldn't go all night though, and slowly the scene turned to the most beautiful crimson sunset, with the light of the large red star filtered through the blowing sand of this empty world, before fading to dark and returning the enthralled occupants of Terminus to their regularly scheduled evening entertainment. Max could tell that this was the best call they could have made in their journey to find lost worlds. The people loved it, and the social media feeds were going insane from finding just a single blob of melted metal that didn't belong there. It could have come from anywhere, even floated there from a space battle 100,000 years earlier, but the hopeful posts were getting hundreds of thousands of responses, and attracting even more positive attention for Terminus. In 2 days, they would be sending down some of the senior students from the academy to help out, and that was what many of the guests were waiting for. A real opportunity to see their precious children studying among an ancient relic dig site on an unmapped planet. You couldn't get better bragging rights than that. At least, not easily. Chapter 1087. Send the students. The morning had come for the students to head to the surface, and the team at the cliff face had actually found something that would explain the writing on the wall, or so they thought. There was a small shard of crystal among the sand near the base of the cliff that they had sorted through, and it appeared to be a transmitter crystal from an Alliance escape pod. The size and composition both matched, and though this one was fairly weathered, they were working on the theory that this might well have been a crash site from an Alliance exploration ship. The deepest regions of space were treacherous, and there was no telling what they might have come across during a long journey into deep space. Sending a portal required exact sensor readings, and the Alliance had developed high warp ratio ships long before portals, so they had explored that way, which inevitably led to a few unknown incidents when the exploration vessels encountered new phenomenon. The workers who were at the rare mineral site had the same thought. The materials that they had found were consistent with an emergency pod, so the remains here might be a handful of survivors from an accident, who found a nearly habitable world with no surface water to speak of. But that would be perfect for the rest of the day's missions. There were a total of 10 shuttles headed to the surface today, set to investigate 5 different potential sites. Each had a team of students on board, along with a teacher supervisor, 2 security officers from Terminus to look after the equipment, and a pilot. The crowds were gathering in the hallways 2 hours before the drops were set to start, so early that the usual breakfast spots had only started to set up the morning buffets, and Max had joined Nico to attend a viewing party on the promenade. That was where most of the parents had chosen to gather to watch their children on their first away mission, and they had high hopes for a miraculous breakthrough that would revolutionize some aspect of society. It was completely unrealistic, of course, but that was the joy of being a parent. You could wish and hope for your child to grow up to do anything. Most of what had been found hadn't been revealed to the public, just a few bits of melted metal, and the one likely communications crystal, but showing them an ancient communications crystal was enough to get the Innu parents on the verge of going into a frenzy over their children's chances to find something amazing, and that dragged all the other parents into their excitement as well. So, at 6 in the morning, when any reasonable person would be asleep, and the shuttles left for the surface, Max found himself explaining the safety aspects of their shuttles to 100 assorted billionaires. The shields can run off both the main drive energy generators and the secondary power system, so even should the drives fail, the retro thrusters and the protective shielding around the shuttle will remain active and bring it to a safe landing. In addition to that, the capacitors for the gravity plating have a 10-minute reserve, and in the case of an engine-off landing, that energy can be redeployed either to the thrusters, or to create an external gravity bubble, counteracting the gravity of the planet they are landing on. However, there has yet to be an incident in which this design of main engine has suffered a catastrophic failure. Even in initial testing, they were extremely stable, and the design was refined to be nearly completely foolproof before it was instituted as the main engine of the shuttles. Max explained to the concerned parents as the shuttles hurtled toward the ground. What would happen if the shielding failed? One of the parents asked. Nico smiled and patted her on the shoulder. The paint would burn off the exterior hull of the ship, the internal temperature would climb by nearly 10 degrees Celsius unless someone adjusted the climate control, and they would have to wait up to an hour to disembark after landing while the hull cooled. The parents looked startled. That's it, Nico nodded. That's it. These shuttles are designed to land safely with even one single system left online. In fact, the controls can be manually operated if necessary, and the shuttle can glide in for a belly-down landing on soft surfaces or water. The hull strength is high enough to survive that without major damage, though water landings can be tricky if there is no power at all. Oh, how so? Nico put on her best smile and brought up a hologram of the shuttle. You see, the water landing won't destroy the vessel, but if you come in at an angle, it will take some time to slow the entry speed and allow the shuttle's natural buoyancy to return it to the surface. Without any power, the internal air pressure will want to adapt to the external pressure being applied to the atmospheric system. So, if the vessel is not powered, it is poorly suited to deep-sea diving. The medical kit on board should treat any cases of the bends that the occupants might suffer in such a situation, but between the impact with the water and the pain of the rapid change in atmospheric pressure, it would not be a pleasant experience, though it would likely not be fatal. Only an uncontrolled impact with a solid object would surpass the fatality threshold, but as you can see, there are numerous redundant systems. Max could tell that some of the more paranoid were still concerned, so he created a worst-case scenario to show them how a full loss of power situation would end, with the shuttle pilot using the manual controls to send the wedge-shaped shuttles gliding across the sand harmlessly. Here, this is the scene from the training scenario. It's never happened in real life, as the odds are in the trillions to 1, but we have trained the pilots how to land on sand or similar surfaces with just the shuttle's aerodynamics. He explained as he distributed the short scene. Thank you, Commander, that really helps. Do we have any way to know if there are issues on our children's shuttles? One of the parents replied. Of course, if you bring up the personal data for your child, there is a transport category in the readings, and that will show you any active alerts from the shuttle that they are in, as well as their environmental suit. Out of an abundance of caution, due to the nature of the blowing sand, all the students will be working in the suits. None of them suffer from asthma-related illnesses, or have dust allergies, but you can never be too safe. Max replied. There was only one active alert among the 10 shuttles, and that was for one agoraphobic student who appeared to have fainted after looking out the shuttle's front window. They weren't harmed, but they had been hyperventilating until recently, and their heart rate was still elevated while they sat in a seat near the rear of the shuttle. Chapter 1088, Field Trip Monitors. Commander, can you tell us about your first trip into space? One of the parents asked eagerly. Nico chuckled, and Max smiled at the memory. After they have all landed and started to work, it's a good story, and I don't want to distract from current events, he agreed. The shuttles were down into the lower atmosphere already, and headed straight for their chosen landing spots. They would set up right away, then do a quick scan before breakfast and make a plan for where they would work first, based on the initial readings that they had taken. Compared to the professionals, it would be much slower and more methodical, as they needed to write reports for their class work as they went, but that would also help keep their parents entertained for the next few days while they were here. Unless something amazing was found, they would only be here a week, and then they would move on to the next identified planet. There was a lot of ground to cover, and their time was sure to be limited by whatever the great enemy was planning, as well as the schedules of the parents. They might be fantastically wealthy, but even a month away from their responsibilities was a long time to be working remotely. The crowd was fairly quiet for the next hour, watching as the students left the shuttles in pairs and began to make notes about the scans they were taking of the area. There might not be much to find, but that just made the discovery stage that much more important. If they were excavating known ruins, they would just need to search for the relics that might be left among the rubble and fill. But in a scenario like this, they couldn't just dig down until they got to the old city. There might be nothing at all here to find except a few bits of shipwreck. When the discovery portion of the day was done and the students went to eat and make their plans, the parents turned back to Max to get his story. All right, we have to hear it. We heard that you used to be a soldier, is that true? One of the mothers asked. Indeed it is, and that even relates to the story of my first time in space in a way. You see, I was still a student at the academy when I was called up to active duty. Like many of your children, I excelled at my studies, and I had finished my qualifying earlier than usual. So, when this story begins, I had just finished my training for the initial stage of our Corvette class Mecha pilot qualifications. Where I come from, that was enough to qualify me as a junior officer, but without experience, I was scheduled to be deployed as an assistant to my mentor, who was a noted general among my people, along with another prodigy from my class in the Academy's Special Forces trainees. As is the way of the military, we weren't given warning, we were simply roused from our sleep in the middle of the night, and given 10 minutes to pack our bags and make our way to the landing craft that was about to arrive at the Academy. The landing craft that was sent for us was very nearly a relic itself, a fuel-burning, thruster-driven metal box designed for simplicity of construction and efficiency of material usage, not comfort or aerodynamics. The power of the craft as it launched back into orbit pressed me back into the seat so strongly that I couldn't even lean forward, and the gravity plating in the landing craft was a well-known bad joke among mecha pilots. In orbit, it was often better if it failed entirely so that you could float to your cockpit instead of climbing. The mecha have magnetic locks that hold them to the metal floor, you see. So, they're not going anywhere, but with the ones we were using during that mission being between 5 and 10 meters tall, it was a long climb to the top hatches. As soon as we made it out of the atmosphere, the landing craft went straight to one of our military transporters, a venerable war relic known as the Abraham Kepler. Us students were shown to a common room with security restraints for the crew, and the ship went to warp. Now, let me tell you, that was an experience that I would prefer never to experience again. The warp drive system that the Abraham Kepler used was millennia old, and repurposed for the ship from an older model of vessel. Because it wasn't even designed for the ship that it was in, there was a distinct lurch when the ship activated the warp drive, and you had to be seated and strapped in, or you would be thrown on the floor. It was common for passengers to get violently sick from the experience, and getting used to the sensation was a sign of experience among veteran soldiers. The crowd was listening in rapt attention, and Nico compiled a small montage to go with it, of the box-shaped landers, the Abraham Kepler, and the old pattern Corvette-class Mecha. "That is incredible, how brutalistic and raw," one of the wealthy guests gushed. "Don't they value their soldiers' comfort? I mean, if they're off to a hostile engagement, they should be mentally focusing on a catered, stress-free environment to prevent mental fatigue, right?" One of the others asked. Nico burst into laughter and shook her head. "That's not at all how the human armies work. They live in a constant state of stress and focus. The wars we held against hostile alien species, and invasive forces like the Clem often led to hundreds of thousands of casualties per planet. Soldiering isn't an extended career path in a galaxy at war," she explained. "Oh, how long does the average soldier serve in combat for? 15 years, maybe 20, before lingering injuries become too numerous?" The guest asked. "For the mecha pilots, who are the elite of our force, roughly half of them are still serving at the end of a 10-year term." Nico agreed. "What about the rank-and-file soldiers? If the elite have such a high dropout rate, how do the rank-and-file fare?" The short man asked, with his third eye blinking rapidly as he tried to assimilate the information. "Infantry soldiers have an average life expectancy of 34 days in combat." The parents all stared at her in shock. "How do you even sustain a conflict like that?" Someone finally asked. "By adding more troops from 1,000 different worlds, of course. The fate of an infantry soldier is a rough one, but they spend most of their time peacekeeping or in transit between conflicts, and not actively fighting hostile species. If the unit loses too many people, they will be removed from combat duty and retired early." Nico explained. "Well, that's a bit horrific. Are there files on the topic in the ship's records?" One of the Innu mothers asked. "Of course, we have historical documentaries, technical documents on technological progression, dramas and action films that portray the cruel side of combat from a soldier's perspective," Nico informed her, before sending over her list of recommendations. Chapter 1089. High hopes. Over the next few days, the students put their all into digging through and recording everything that they found in their assigned zones within the work region where the rare minerals were found. Among the finds were many bits of melted rare minerals, a number of large pieces of thermal glass, which would indicate that something reached the surface at an extremely high temperature, and then finally one single flat plate of duratonium with a piece of wire melted into its surface. That was the hope that they had all been waiting for proof positive that there had indeed been a piece of advanced technology on this planet. Now, that didn't mean it was going to be useful for anything in the future. Tens of thousands of planets used that same combination over the last 100,000 years, but to the students, this was a huge deal. They had found something, not just a bit of thermal glass, but a piece of what might even be a space vessel. The entire ship was in celebration mode as the students diligently worked away at their stations, hoping that one of them might come across the next piece of whatever that plate came from. Of course, they had already found parts of it, in the form of melted metal and glass, but that didn't stop the optimism that they would be the ones to make the real breakthrough, not the professionals, who had chosen other dig sites. Those dig sites were mostly forgotten by the passengers aboard Terminus, who were more interested in the reality TV level drama among the students on a daily basis, but they were still working, and they had found more than just the one crystal. The team by the wall had spread out, looking for more crystals and any signs of the alloys that would normally be associated with a ship's communicator, and they had lucked out. Only 2 kilometers away, their grid search had found a cavern in the rock, buried under a dozen meters of sand, and they were about to start opening it up to see what might have survived inside. The humidity level here was extremely low, so if there had been a survivor, they were likely to be mummified inside, which should not be shown to the general public until they had at least identified the origin of the body. But even if they found a single bit of intact technology from whatever species had carved the world, desolation, onto the rock wall, it would be enough to solve the mysteries they had found here. Max had just begun making plans to head to the surface of the planet for a nice photo op and a chance to scan the area with his system-enhanced sensors when an urgent message from the anomaly fleet caught his attention. There had been an attack by the great enemy fleet. More specifically, the myceloids had attacked a random planet far away from the previous battlegrounds. Everyone there was preparing for the war to go back into full swing again, and that meant that Max's time here was going to be limited. Once the attacks really got started, they were going to expect him and his fleet back to help someone out, and that would be the end of his chance to investigate new worlds, though Terminus and her staff would surely keep to the routine that they had planned unless something unexpected happened all the way out here on the fringes of the universe. The messages and strategy making was getting intense, ruling out Max leaving for the surface anytime soon, but it shouldn't be a big loss. The students were the real stars here, and they were doing well for the cameras, even though they tended to bicker and fight a lot when there was anything at all to be found. Report from the command ship Celia's Love reads as follows: enemy forces amount to 34 destroyers, 3 colony ships, 1 colonized meteor, and an unknown number of small vessels. The target is the Rylan home world, currently defended by 61 destroyer-class vessels, and an orbital defense ring. All those with experience and insight into the actions of the myceloids' armies, please send your observations to the Anomaly Fleet for dissemination by the Coalition Command Group. Max immediately began to compile a list of observations and reports from their time with the hunters on a myceloid-held planet, and then added a personal note at the end. This species enjoys combat for the sake of combat. They will have attacked the strongest enemy that they could detect with their sensors, in order to find the best fight. I advise that you prepare other strongly defended star systems in the region for incoming attackers. Hopefully, they would take that warning seriously, and they would be prepared for the next wave's arrival because that was far from the extent of their fleet's firepower, and the others would not sit idly by while there was a good fight going on. It was just a matter of where they were now, and if they knew that there was a fight. Max waited a few minutes for his message to be processed, and then a request for a virtual meeting was sent through to his command channel, directly from the admiral aboard Celia's Love. The leaders of the species who had chosen to ally with the Koleska were requesting that he join them in holographic form for a meeting as soon as was convenient, since they didn't know what ship time he was on. I will be online within the hour. I would recommend that you pass along my warning immediately though, as the rest of the fleet is unlikely to wait for you to prepare. Max agreed, then started to clear items off his calendar in preparation for many more such meetings in the near future. Thank you, Commander Max. We appreciate your time and expertise on the subject. Will you be immediately returning to the area? The Coalition commander asked. Not just yet. I have an investigative mission to complete, and then a weapons development program to fine-tune before I head back into battle. But if things get really bad, I will send a substitute commander for the android fleet. Chapter 1090. I told you Max returned to his office and set up the holographic emitter so that it would show him sitting at his desk as he addressed the rest of the group. He knew that they were going to need his advice if the myceloids from the other side were attacking in force, but he got the feeling from their earlier interaction that they still didn't quite understand the nature of the enemy. When he opened the communications channel to Celia's love, there were hundreds of people already gathered in the room, sitting around rings of desks set up on multiple levels so that everyone could look up or down to see who was talking. The largest and most powerful fleets made up the inner rings, and the minor species were up in the rafters, arranged behind the species that they were backing. It was a bit like a House of Commons, where the seats were divided by political parties, but in this case, it was by alliances and military strength. Welcome Commander Karis Max, thank you for your prompt attendance. Can you tell us more about the nature of the green beasts that are attacking the outer 7th zone right now? The leader of the meeting, a colonel from the Anomaly Defense Forces Mecha Regiment, requested. Of course, Colonel, I have already forwarded data on the combat capabilities of the ones that we faced, but this force is much more heavily armed. They possess higher levels of technology, and they are known to use both advanced body armor and energy shielding in combat. Their culture is one of pure war. They enjoy combat as a hobby. Not simple violence, but actual challenging combat, overcoming strong enemies to prove and increase their own strength. They will not stand for only one small portion of their fleet to be in combat at a time. When the others see that they have found a way to attack, they will be headed here to join the festivities. It seems unlikely that they would attack the same target, though. Being present in overwhelming numbers is not their style. They reproduce and become combat effective very quickly, so the reinforcements will most likely seek new targets once they arrive. Their bodies have evolved to favor combat, so you need to eliminate them as efficiently as possible, as defeating enemies triggers a growth hormone response in their bodies that can increase their size, intelligence and combat effectiveness by a noticeable margin in a matter of minutes. Max paused as his display showed that they were pulling up details from previous engagements so that the gathered representatives, who hadn't all been at the battles, would fully understand what they were facing, and what the rapid growth rate meant in practice. That is spectacular. Did anyone manage to get a sample of that genetic material? One of the onlookers in the back called out. We did. We have records of both their genetic makeup and the weapons that they used in combat for your needs. I will make sure they are forwarded to your staff before the meeting ends. The colonel replied. It was strange for Max, being able to see the whole room full of people but not read their minds. He had gotten used to having all that extra information available to him, and now that it didn't exist, it felt more like watching a movie than sitting in the room, as his eyes told him. There wasn't much to be done about it, though. They were on a destroyer, which wasn't completely stationary in space, so opening a portal was out of the question, and there was no way for him to physically go there on such short notice, so he would have to adapt to using only regular human senses to guide the crowd. So, Max cleared his throat to pull attention back to him. If they are allowed to make landfall, even in the form of spores, they will quickly repopulate using the natural resources of the planet, and immediately begin forming makeshift weapons to continue the battle until they can obtain more suitable armaments. Once they do, they will show that they have an unnatural adaptation speed, no matter what weapon they are given. Our research suggests that it is part of their genetic memory, and that there is no way to prevent them from learning to use your weapons if they should obtain them. That led to a long round of cursing, and some proper discussions on what they should do to prevent these huge green attackers from increasing their own firepower by using the weapons of the defenders. That was more along the lines that Max wanted them to be thinking, instead of trying to focus on whether their species should get involved at all. They were just starting to come to some sort of consensus when another urgent message came in from a planet only a few star systems away from the ongoing battle. Another fleet of the Green Horde has appeared. 9 destroyers in total, with a much larger contingent of support craft. They are engaging but not stopping for the defense fleet as they head for the planets. The worst has happened. They are attacking again before we have fully rearmed. We must talk to the commanders and start the intervention fleets again. The representative from the new system that had been attacked shouted into the room. Calm yourself, sir. You are not the first to be attacked, and you will not be the last to be attacked in this wave. We will work out who is going to the rescue of whom, and which fleets will leave their systems entirely to reinforce the regions that are currently under attack. Just because the first attacks were in that region does not guarantee that it will be the focus of the wave. One of the other politicians chided him. The representatives whose systems were under attack were not happy with that answer, and both were larger forces with a strong alliance. But the memory of the last wave of attacks was fresh, and a lot of them had not recovered much of their strength yet. They were bound to help their allies, but they just didn't have much left to send. Chapter 1091. Not my business. Because of the additional attack, the meeting was hastily ended, and Max returned to the stacks of paperwork that needed to be finished for the day-to-day operations of the Terminus Trading Company. The board of directors did almost all the work, but even after that, he still had a lot to read over, sign off on, and at least a half-dozen items that had piled up over the last week they wanted his input on before they made a final decision. So, Max's eventful day turned to one of drudgery while on the other side of the anomaly, chaos began to spread. Through the assembled species, there were only a few that had recovered enough strength at this point that they were comfortable sending out forces to assist the battles, so the anomaly fleet had requested that the regiment that had joined the android fleet take them and spread them between the two locations as soon as possible. Since the human home worlds weren't in the region, there was no reason to assume that they were in danger as long as the anomaly fleet stayed right where it was, hosting the interspecies meetings. The human ships were mostly unknown to the people of the region, even after the battle. They had seen them in combat, but most had no dealings of any sort with them before the nomination to make them the neutral ground for the meetings. It was a genius move on their part, becoming a well-known faction at the same time as building a reputation for neutrality, and it gave them the perfect excuse not to move away from the anomaly, even though there was a large force on the other side as well. Max wasn't particularly concerned about them managing to keep the anomaly secured, since they not only had the ability to spread their sensors through the other layers now, but they also knew how to force the anomaly closed in an emergency. It would cut them off from the rest of humanity, but if it meant preventing a full-scale invasion of their home galaxy, Max knew that they would do it at the very last moment. As he finished with the paperwork, Max considered what he could do to increase the military might of the human fleets. Most of them now had access to the androids and the majority of the mecha patterns, so it was mostly a matter of need that limited the number of them that everyone kept on board. A whole regiment of super-heavy mecha didn't make sense for a trading vessel, no matter how intense the threats in the surrounding galaxies got. A single battalion with a handful of super-heavy mecha leading them was more than enough to take care of the standard threats, and if they deployed a drone fighter formation, they wouldn't even have to deploy the mecha most of the time. Sure, human pilots were better than the androids in most situations, but the androids were rapidly improving, and the Reavers valued their people, so they were quickly becoming the defensive force of choice for countless ships. But therein lay the real danger. If the ships relied on androids to do the piloting, they would only be effective until the enemy learned of that fact and started deploying customized weapons to counter them. A mecha that was hit by a massive EMP could have its power supply rebooted and operate with mechanical controls until the computer could be recovered, either from a secure backup, if that survived, or back at base in the repair hangar. But if that same weapon hit an android, it didn't matter that the mecha had mechanical backup controls, as the operator would be essentially mind-wiped and waiting for a new operating system, plus repairs to all the overloaded circuits. That was why the Kepler mecha still used both mechanical and neural controls in the first place. If there were no human defenders in the force, they would be helpless when the enemy counterattacked, but with all humans, they would suffer too heavy of casualties when the enemy attacked in the first place. It was a difficult issue to balance, and there was no perfect answer when it came to the value of human life. Max was deeply lost in his thoughts when the next round of messages came through on the command channel. Lost enough that he almost missed the notification noise. The battle is back on again. 7 new star systems have been attacked, all by unknown alien species from the other side of the rift. All forces are returning to their defensive mobilization routines, and any assistance that can be provided is requested from the species with faster recuperative abilities. The Kaleska was one of those species. Their people grew to adulthood twice as fast as most other species, and with the help of the humans, they could now train much faster than most others, but that meant that they could replace a generation of warriors in 10 years instead of 20, not in 2 months. They hadn't taken as heavy of a loss as many other species had, though, and they were ready to spread out through the surrounding areas, to help secure the homes of their allies while the local armies pushed forward to fight in assistance of their neighbors. None of the systems immediately around the Kaleska had been attacked yet, but Max could only assume that it was just a matter of time. The attack pattern was the same as the first time, pushing out from the rift in space to overtake the most vulnerable targets first, with the exception of the myceloids, who went for the strongest. The actual planets attacked were different, due to the change in defense patterns, but the strategy remained the same, and Max began to understand the nuance behind it. Time didn't matter as much to the energy beings, they lived for hundreds of millennia or longer. So, they would attack and retreat, and keep doing it until the defenders ran out of planets to defend. Then they would work their way out into the rest of the universe, and overtake what they could until they ran out of forces or met with something that they couldn't defeat. Chapter 1092, or maybe it is Max set aside the notes from the last round of messages that they had received and began to work on the plans for the next possible human refugee world that Terminus would be visiting. That was his priority until the forces on the other side of the anomaly or the Darklings started to call for a full-scale response again. There were notes from Ranarth here somewhere as well, and Max was a few days behind on reading them, so he moved them to the top of the pile. If anyone had useful information about defensive capabilities, it would be Ranarth and Uncle Lou, who were hard at work in the Ray 5 moon base, designing the next generation of something. What they were working on was a mystery, but Ranarth seemed to be quite excited about it in his messages. There was some frustration that none of his records contained the vital data on relevant human technologies from the first part of the Eternal War, but they had been making good progress on the mass production of the Dyson spheres and the replicators that could make them. That gave Max a wonderful idea. Most ships were still using industrial replicators for their goods. If they started to switch more of the large vessels over to a single pod from the terraforming arrays, they could increase the speed with which a defense force could be assembled in the case of an emergency. Even if it was a cargo ship, they could make a large number of mecha in minutes if they came under heavy attack from the great enemy, at the cost of the goods that they were transporting, if they weren't near an asteroid or other object that they could use for raw materials. It would give Max peace of mind when they had to send away more of their actual soldiers to keep the threat contained on the other side of the anomaly, and he had a feeling that it would be much sooner than he would have preferred. They hadn't even gotten to survey the planets that he had marked out as potential sites for human habitation. Instead, he was going to send drones through small portals and check as many of them as possible before they moved Terminus, just in case the next planet was the last chance that they got to find some relic of ancient humanity that might aid them in their battle. The odds were still incredibly low that after all this time the drones would find something of use from up in orbit, but there was always a chance that some sign of civilization, or a reordered star system that matched the ones in their own galaxy, would be found. That alone would be enough evidence that the humans had been there. So, one after another, he sent out waves of 10 drones to search the systems in advance. They had all been inspected from a distance, but they were so far out from the Alliance that it hadn't been worth the energy expenditure to send more than a single probe there to report, and none of them were designed for the information that Max was interested in. The Alliance probes were looking for inhabited and habitable planets, as well as unique astronomical phenomenon, not relics from missing cultures. Nico walked in and hopped on his lap to better read the display on the tablet in front of him, and Max smirked before petting her head. A little left, oh yeah, that's the spot. She joked as she read the reports. There's a coded message hidden in all of Ranarth and Uncle Lou's reports, so I came to read them directly. It should be hidden in the code, but I have the decryption process. She explained, as she studied the documents, from her perch atop Max's thigh. And what did they have to say to us today that was too secret to be put into a regular secure message on the Reaver channels? Max asked. So far we have progress reports, 42 Dyson spheres operational, some new technology releases from Absolution that have been refined. Nothing much so far. Oh, wait, there's an additional bit. Uncle Lou says we need to come back in 2 weeks, and he will have a surprise present ready for us. Nico cheered. Well, that sounds promising. I think that the universe should be able to keep its act together for 2 weeks. Did you read through the battle reports and the briefing that I compiled earlier today? He asked. Max hadn't sent them out yet, but they were in the command directory of the ship's server, so she had access, and it would be unlike Nico not to look when there was a chance of something new and exciting. Yeah, I noticed that they have a whole new wave of attacks going on. I sent it through to Reaver Command, just in case they hadn't gotten the full transcript yet, and the volunteer forces are already on their way back, or will be as soon as they finish the jobs they're on. There is good money to be had in helping, and Uncle Lou has promised them first access to new generation ships and gear as a performance bonus for helping keep things under control over there. Nico agreed. Ah, so that's the big bribe, a front-of-the-line sidestep to get around the waiting lists for the good stuff that can't be made by just anyone. Max chuckled as he realized the advantages. Sure, any replicator could theoretically make anything, but some things were still secrets, and they weren't put into the general-purpose units, or even most of the specialized ones. Add to that the complexity of troubleshooting errors in a brand new starship, along with the custom computer programming that every admiral would want, and there was still a massive amount of manpower needed to do a new ship build, and even more to do a renovation of an existing hull. Exactly. VIP treatment to get all their hopes and dreams of a new ship fulfilled. Even Absolution is sending a small crew to the other side this time. It's in the files, they've got 1,000 trained volunteers who have amassed the funds to buy up a cutter. It's being made on board as we speak, and by the usual standards, it will be able to make its own android force, as well as a drone fleet. Not big ones, as it is a cutter, but enough that they should be able to hold their own as reinforcements to a main battle fleet. Nico added, then I wish them the best of luck and happy hunting. I'm not surprised that some of the pilots wanted to get back into battle, I'm just a bit shocked that they managed to buy a cutter. I don't recall paying them quite that well. Max laughed. Should we send them something special for their trip? Nico suggested. They were the only actual force from Absolution going, as the android army had been purpose-made for the job, and the humans who had taken over the command of it weren't from the Terminus Trading Company. That's a good idea. Have Felicity make sure there is a terraforming array on board, and make them a custom command mecha for their commander. It's the little things that they will appreciate the most. Chapter 1093. Moving on late that night, the data analysis from the drones that Max had sent out began to compile on Terminus mainframe, and he could finally get a clear picture of what they were headed out to find. All the planets were habitable, or had been in the recent past, and each of them had some unique geological feature that suggested that they might have been artificially altered, which was what had drawn the attention of the Alliance to begin with. For most of them, it was something simple. A perfectly round set of ridges, or a few pyramid-shaped hills. Anything that was perfectly even and symmetrical was rarely caused by nature, unless it was a crater. There really wasn't a bad choice among the remaining options, and each of them had a chance of turning up something good, but on one, Max found traces of a particular alloy, the same one that had been used for the Dyson sphere and many other ancient human designs. That was the winner. There was no way that it could have been formed in nature, and it was a sure sign that what had been there should have known about human technology. The distance to it wasn't particularly far from their current destination, they could make it in one portal jump, but it was rather hidden from the Alliance's sensors by other stars in a strange spatial rift, similar to the one in the anomaly region. There wasn't going to be a better chance to get a real answer before they were forced to return all their focus onto the conflict on the other side of the anomaly, so Max got right to work, making plans for the drop locations and informing the crew of their destination. The students would be returning from their field research in a few hours, and then they would have a day off to decontaminate, as was standard procedure, even though they had found no signs of life on the planet other than the crashed escape pods or shuttles that had littered the region with rare minerals. Still, they were ecstatic that they had found something, and they got to bring it back to the Academy with them as proof of their adventure. The materials would all be going to the Academy's labs and storage, but the students could still tell others to look it up, and their names would be on the listing for the research team that had recovered it. The bragging rights were what all the students were the most interested in. The fact that they had recovered unknown alien species ship fragments was secondary to the fact that they could brag about the fact that they got to go to an unexplored planet's surface to do it. The shuttles came back in rapid succession, returning all the ground crews to the ship late that afternoon, and the away teams entered their mandatory day-long quarantine, while the Academy staff turned on the transmitters from the room so that they would allow the residents to chat with friends and family anywhere else on the ship. The Alliance reporters were even more excited than the parents to get a chance to speak with the elusive elites that had been sheltered away at the Terminus Academy. Headmistress Medusa was notoriously difficult to negotiate with, and the students were mostly the children of the ultra-wealthy and politically connected, who were the only ones known to be able to secure a seat for their children. They didn't know that there was a set aside for true geniuses on scholarship, so any student in the Academy uniform was taken as someone not to be offended, for fear of retaliation by their parents. They had no graduates yet, as their senior academy had originally only started with first-year students, while the middle school section took transfers of all ages. But Max could tell, by the minds of the students on board, that the sense of community was going to be an ongoing challenge for the reporters in the future. The students had gotten too good at political niceties during their education, and wouldn't be easy to trick answers out of. One of the earliest lessons that students learned at the Academy was the value of retaining talent. All of them would presumably be top executives, politicians and researchers in the future, so they would be unlikely to manage much on their own, and would need to surround themselves with the perfect group of people to help themselves grow. That was the role that the scholarship program played. Those were the right people, selected for their competence, and getting them set up at the businesses that the other students were set to inherit was a long-term networking goal. As they say, it's not what you know, it's who you know. The students began their broadcasts to the ship, through the reporters who had booked rooms on board, not long after they returned. The interviews were all smiles and laughter as they showed off the images of the relics that they had found, and bragged about how great it was to be a student at Terminus Academy, whose travels allowed unique opportunities like this. It was only party-coached, as the students truly accepted that no normal academy could possibly offer anything even similar to this activity. But the reporters ate it up, and the volume of calls requesting a spot on the waiting list for upcoming class acceptances was incredible from the minute that they started to broadcast the interviews to their home news channels. Terminus will be opening a portal in 2 hours. Please note that this will cause interference with interstellar communications. Thank you for your understanding. The ship's announcer declared. That conveniently lined up with dinner time for the students and staff, which gave the interviews a definite timeline, though they could likely restart them afterwards if there was more to talk about with the returning students. The returning research staff, on the other hand, were happily locked away in their containment room catching up on their reports with the intercoms off so that they couldn't be disturbed. It was a rare moment of complete peace and relaxation for a whole 24 hours before they had to get back to work. All that it was missing was a pool and a sandy beach. Chapter 1094. They were here as it had done at the last planet. Terminus settled in orbit at their new destination and sent out a wave of sensor drones to enhance the data that they already had about their new target. Thanks to Max's advanced research, this one looked much more promising, with a balanced distribution of water and land, natural vegetation, some animal life, what appeared to be an artificial grid pattern in the open prairies. That would be a priority to excavate and search for relics, as the chances that it was the ruins of a city were so high, even before they received the information that there were scraps of the same artificial alloy that was used to make the Dyson spheres there. They hadn't even set foot on the planet yet, and the team was almost certain that this was what they were looking for. It also wasn't the only location on the planet that showed signs of ancient civilization. The humans had fled from the great enemy so long ago that it was normal for many planets to have gone through their whole civilized life cycle, from colonization to resource depletion and abandonment, and then to nearly full reclamation by nature afterwards. But there were many sites here that showed promise, so the inhabitants might not have come here first, but at some point after leaving the first world they had colonized. If that was the case, they might not find anything resembling military technology remnants here, but they might find some sign of terraforming or space travel technology. Both were valuable to the researchers, even if they weren't what Max had been hoping to find. Commander, which location should we examine first? Prairie City, or the River Pyramids? The research team leader requested once the data was analyzed the next morning. Split the team and go to both. I suspect that there will be plenty to find here, and we need to do our best to make sure that we don't ignore anything. Searching from orbit is fairly limiting, so I want feet on the ground in as many locations as we can without interfering with your capabilities. Max replied, Understood. Will you be joining us? The team leader asked. Max looked at the screen full of notifications on the wall next to his desk and sighed. Not today, but I will try to get down to the surface at some point to assist, or at least make a photo op for the Alliance news networks. They love that kind of stuff. Good luck with that. I will get the teams ready. How much time do we have? I saw the messages on the Alliance military boards that they were sending the Inu and Valkia vessels back into combat if the anomaly fleet moved. The research team leader replied, I don't know. I get the feeling that I might not have much time, but I will buy you guys as much time as possible out here so that you can get every bit of ancient history possible recorded. The chances that we will be attacked so far from a populated planet are extremely low, so I'm not too concerned about Terminus itself, but as the spokesperson, they will expect me to be where the action is eventually. Max sent back with a rueful smile. Everyone got back to their tasks, and Max headed out to get a coffee, as there wasn't a replicator in his office. Nico was waiting for him in their suite, sorting through a large pile of clothing with a dissatisfied frown on her face. What are you looking for? Max asked, unable to decipher the jumble of her thoughts. We just finished one planetary search, and the second one is starting off with a lot of promise. We're going to need to give interviews to the media sorts, as well as take them on a trip down to get a closer look. That means multiple outfits, that don't look too similar to each other, and that fit the situation. So, I'm trying to sort out what I already have and what I need to make in order to get the looks that I want. She explained. You can go for a uniform for at least one of them, and maybe a mobile suit for the trip down to the surface. Max suggested. That would cut 2 options out of the required list, he assumed. That's not cruise ship themed at all. Remember, these are being broadcast to everyone in the Alliance who cares to tune in. We're promoting Terminus as a vacation destination, not somewhere that needs body armor or military troops. She replied as she held up a black silk skirt with what looked like a blazer, but with sleeves made entirely out of lace. Max wondered briefly if that still counted as a jacket or if it was now technically a vest, then set the thought aside as he realized that he would also need outfits for the planned events. Nico, dear Nico, my very dearest friend, Max began. She smirked back at him. If you want me to pick your outfits as well, it is going to require a suitable bribe, Mr. Max. Her teasing made him smile. Her thoughts showed that she already had a half-dozen outfit ideas for him that would go with the looks that she was trying to assemble, so he just had to make them if he didn't have the clothes already. But where was the fun in that? Oh, and what sort of suitable bribe did you have in mind? Max replied as he stepped up behind her. He felt his heart begin to race as Nico leaned back to rub against him, and slid her hand into his pocket. But then she took her hand back and turned around with a fake frown on her face. What's with the empty pockets? No money and no candy. She pouted. Oh, so that's what you're after. Well then, let's get through these appearances and I will give you all the sweetness you can handle. They both laughed as Nico's mind immediately went to cake and not romance. If there was one thing that was predictable about Nico, it was her sweet tooth. Chapter 1095. Choice locations. Once Nico picked an outfit for the first group of events, Max changed to match, using the ideas in her mind for what would look best on him to go with her outfit. It might have been cheating, but it was faster than waiting for her to make one for him after she had decided. Their first meeting of the day was going to be on the promenade, a small media gathering for the evening news, which would be mostly about the researchers from the Last Away mission, but which would set up their announcement that they had very promising leads on this planet as well that might be signs of an actual civilization and not just a bunch of fragments that would be analyzed in an attempt to tell them what sort of ship had crashed and reference that against missing vessels. While that was a valuable endeavor, it was only a secondary concern to a ship full of tourists who wanted exploration and adventure. They might get it on this planet, but they might not, as there was wildlife here, which meant the potential for infectious diseases and hostile life forms. The ships were on their way down to start getting set up for the first digs already, and as they approached and got more sensor data, the river pyramids were looking even more promising. Not only were they equal-walled pyramids, there were smooth ramps up them, and a box-shaped something at the top that looked completely unnatural, though the sensors said it was all stone. Prairie City was also looking promising, but there was still a chance that it could be the remains of a previously flooded forest, and not a city of any sort. They wouldn't know until they started to dig or got advanced sensors on the ground. Of course, if they had the sensors there, they might as well dig the last meter or two, as the ruins appeared to be close to the surface. Max stepped up to greet the crowd of reporters and put on his best professional smile. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to be here for our press conference. As you all know, the field trip by the Terminus Academy students was a resounding success, and they are all safely back on board, awaiting their quarantine timer to run out. While we didn't detect any sort of life on the planet, that doesn't excuse them from the necessity of going through the standard decontamination procedures. Of course, our own team is currently in the same situation, and the teams that will be headed to this planet first are not the same ones that were on the last planet's surface. We are investigating 2 likely locations here, one that appears to be the ruins of an ancient city, and one that is made up of a loose cluster of near-perfect pyramids. Max greeted the gathered crowds. It was just enough information to put them off balance, and throw off their prepared line of questions as they tried to decide what was more important. That made his life easier, as he could direct the conversation as he saw fit, and get the press satisfied without having to go on for hours or give them any real details. Did you say that you have identified 2 separate possible habitation sites on this planet? One of the reporters blurted out as soon as Max finished, and he resisted the urge to smirk at how easy it was to guide these reporters. I did. Both show signs similar to the construction methods of ancient advanced civilizations, and both are more than a single pattern. The repetition gives us high hopes that we will be able to prove that there were, in fact, advanced inhabitants here at some point in the past. Is there any indication of what sort of species it might have been? One of the reporters asked. There were no recorded intelligent species living in this region, much less interstellar ones, but it looked like at some point there had been at least somewhat intelligent ones if the early scans were correct. Nothing yet. From the scans we have, it's not even possible to tell how large they might have been. But with the wonderful work that our students did on the previous location, our teams will be working around the clock to decipher all the mysteries of this region of deep space. How are the students? Did their discoveries amount to anything? One of the reporters in the back called out. Of course. They found large enough fragments of alloy and a few refined crystals that can be referenced against the Alliance records of species development. We still haven't finished the research to date the finds, but once we have done that, we will be able to forward that to Alliance officials in an attempt to check them against missing vessels through the correct portion of their history. Max agreed. And if it doesn't match any Alliance species? Another of the reporters asked. Well, wouldn't that be wonderful? The students of the Terminus Academy might have discovered proof of a new species, unless it's merely an unrecorded combination, or multiple wrecks from different periods. But we won't know that for some time yet. This level of a find won't be an instant solution. Unfortunately, the recovered relics didn't come with any identifying marks. The reporters laughed, and Max stepped back to let Nico answer the next barrage of questions while he answered the messages from the landing crews. Everything went smoothly with the descent, and they were getting set up for their work to begin. They were only waiting for the first stage of interviews to finish so that they could do it live for the news, like they were only just landed and not like they had 5 minutes to prepare in advance. Just a little sleight of hand to make them look more efficient. Chapter 1096. The Big Dig. With the crews on the ground, all attention turned away from the interviews to showing the ongoing deployment of the research equipment. From the ground, the raised ridges of the Prairie City were much more noticeable, and Max was certain that they could not have occurred naturally. While the sensors showed that there were portions up to 4 meters tall, it was only when they got the camera footage from the team on the ground that most of the observers on Terminus really appreciated how much of the ancient city had been preserved. The team quickly got to work, cutting away some of the overgrowth, as it appeared that the city itself wasn't buried, only overgrown, which had made orbital scanning somewhat unreliable. Using a low-intensity ion beam, they cut away the vines that were hanging down from the top of a cliff face in front of them, then used the cutter's gravity beam to pull the foliage away. What was revealed was the beautifully preserved outer wall of an ancient civilization's fortified city. There were clearly cut square stone blocks, arranged without mortar into solid stone walls, carved statues of animals that nobody on board Terminus recognized, and further down the wall, on a flat spot in the terrain that early scans suggested might have been a road, there was a perfectly symmetrical archway, allowing access to the city within. The ship's crew was busy trying to match the local wildlife that they had scanned to the statues and carvings that were on the walls, but strangely, only about a third of it seemed to be represented. Either there had been a mass extinction event on this world, or the majority of the creatures depicted were mythological. There wasn't enough data yet to be sure, but the constant streaming of the finds as the crew identified them had the reporters in a frenzy. Max turned to smile at Nico. It looks like we might be able to stretch out some of those meetings. They're all too enthralled by the finds on the surface to want to do any sort of interview for most of the day. He chuckled. That's true, but they're going to be pushing even harder for a shuttle trip to the surface to get a closer look with their own cameras. You know how they hate reusing our footage for the news broadcasts. Nico reminded him, we can likely schedule those for tomorrow, so that the crew has time to clear enough for them to get a good look, and not just at one single wall and a lot of foliage. The pyramid teams should be well on their way by then as well. They're excavating now, but that site is looking very good. See how the ground-penetrating radar shows that it's irregularly hollow? It's a bit distorted by the distance, but I'm pretty sure that pyramid was actually an inhabited building, and not a solid structure. Nico nodded in agreement, and started to rearrange the plans for their interview schedule. Once they had used the shuttle to clear the majority of the dirt off the pyramid, they were going to need some time to explore the inside before allowing the media near it, but the Prairie City was just covered in vines, so if they dressed them in augmentic armor, the situation at that location should be safe enough to send the reporters down much sooner. And sending down the reporters meant better footage for the guests, which meant more happy repeat customers later. The excitement of the first find was just beginning to wear off when the team at Prairie City decided that it would be a good idea to clear off a bit of the cover from the top of the wall. They used the mechanical dendrites of the modified mobile suits that they were wearing, adapted from the harnesses which had become so popular with mechanics and every other physical labor job in the Terminus Trading Company. The flexible arms pulled away the vines, and a glimmer met the eyes of everyone watching on the cameras. The top of the wall was plain stone, with a wall walk behind the battlements, but there at the gates stood two distinctly technological housings for security cameras. The internals appeared to have long since decayed, but the alloy outer housing and the arm that it was mounted on were still securely mounted, looking out over the grasslands. There was no mistaking that these were a sign not just of a civilization, but of a technological one, and as soon as they were seen, the work paused. Nobody wanted to accidentally throw away the remains of a lens or an internal part that might give them more detail about the technology, and they were bound to be nearby. Somewhere. Hopefully, they were not entangled with the lower vines that they had pulled away, but they hadn't reached the ground, so the most likely spot to find the missing parts was still untouched. The ship's announcer suddenly came on the speakers, as excited as anyone else aboard the cruise ship. As you can see, it is a glorious day for the investigative cruise of Terminus. The Prairie City site has uncovered a remnant of what appears to be a pair of security cameras, mounted by the last civilization to grace these lands. Unfortunately, this will put some of the ground tours on hold, as extreme care must be taken when there is a chance to recover lost technologies so that the fragments are not damaged. However, our commanders assure me that in a few days' time, they will still be holding a low-altitude flight for the news crews and VIP guests, to get a closer look at the site with their own equipment. The whole ship began to party after those words were out. They had found it, real proof that there had been someone out here in the past. As Max recalled, their legends, and the hunters' legends, of the Darklings said that they had been out here a million years ago, but the legends only gave a general direction, which could be any of 10,000 galaxies within the given distance. But, now that he was reminded of the fact, Max decided to send the details to Ranarth, along with the scans of the planet, and see if his people knew anything more about the region. Chapter 1097. Never enough. With so much early luck finding useful artifacts, there was an intense pressure on the staff of Terminus to accept more funding and send more teams down to the surface, either to help the ones that were already there or to search for more possible sites, in an effort to maximize their chances of finding something useful out of the planet's ancient cities. Every research company that had an interest in their work was freaking out about the news, and they hadn't even gotten the close-up tour yet to get more details on what sort of technology level they were looking at. The relics appeared to be security cameras, but that could be from anything starting at the early analog age and onward, hundreds of thousands of years worth of most species advancements. For all they knew, the species might have been a failed one that couldn't adapt to changing atmospheric conditions and never made it past the most rudimentary of electronics. If they hadn't made it to advanced computing, there was little chance that anything they left behind would be useful to anyone in the Alliance as more than a curiosity or ornamental relic. But that didn't matter to them. Terminus had such a great track record of making something out of nothing that they were willing to wager that whatever they found here could be turned into something good, and they wanted in on the earliest possible opportunity, even if it was a risky bet that might cost them money. Fortunately, today both Max and Nico were on board, so the ship had the commanders present to shuffle off all the demands to. None of those who were trying to pressure and bribe their way into a partnership had the leverage to push against the entire Terminus trading company. They were relying on deals that had been made with the research department of Terminus, the colony ship. Max looked over the details of the requests that they were getting, and sighed, before passing them to Nico. You do most of the work with the research and design departments, so I will let you decide which of those, if any, you want to accept. I really don't want to have to catch up and do a background check on everyone if you already know who most of them are. He informed the annoyed cyborg. Fine, let's find somewhere good to sit so we can people watch. And still get some work done. I will likely send more teams down right away anyhow, just to get better coverage on the probable sites that we have identified. Just searching the two regions is going to take tens of thousands of worker hours, and the more the low-altitude drones search, the more that they identify. These might be the most obvious ruins, but from the early scans, it's unlikely that they will be the most productive or best preserved ones that we can find, unless the inside of those pyramids is sealed off from the elements. She agreed. That is a possibility. They are pretty well built, and it looks like our ancient civilization had a thing for building with solid stone. It wouldn't be surprising if the secure areas of their cities or monuments, or whatever those pyramids are, were sealed with a stone slab, which would have done a pretty decent job of preservation. Max suggested. They walked a few more shops down until they reached a pub with a private room, where Max booked the area for the next 4 hours so that they could finish their work and a round of interviews before they left. Nico got to work on the business proposals as soon as they sat down, and Max got to work on the plans to have more teams sent to the surface. There was only so much room that each group could cover, and only so many people were useful in a given area, but they had room to spread out in the Prairie City for a methodical grid search, while there were multiple pyramids in the complex around the first one. It might have been a city that was created in a distinct style from the other ones, perhaps by a different tribe or culture of the inhabitants. Or it might have come from different eras in their history. But either way, the result would be various relics for them to collect, as long as something had survived until now other than the stone buildings. He wasn't really concerned that the teams would damage or miss any relics. They were very well-trained professionals from a dozen different worlds, but they couldn't know that there was likely to be a time constraint on Max's presence here. Going back into battle with the same gear they had for the last round was not Max's preferred course of action, but he hadn't received any word from Uncle Lou in a while about the progress of the next-generation weapons and power sources. They were going to need that soon, or they wouldn't have time to create a custom command mecha pair before they left to assist in the Kaleska region. The ones that they had were no match for the greater energy beings that they were likely going to face this time, and the great enemy had plenty of time to plan strategies to deal with their tactics before returning. They could change tactics, but without changing their capabilities, they wouldn't be able to take the enemy off guard and easily score lopsided victories, so every battle would come at an increasingly high cost. Max knew that many would say that he was overreacting, as it was only a handful of battles against one species so far, but he couldn't get rid of the feeling that things were going terribly wrong, and he just didn't know how wrong they had gone yet. Maybe he would feel better once he had a better grasp of what was happening on the other side of the anomaly, Max decided. It was easy enough to pull up reports to his data tablet, and he could scroll through them while he took care of the crew logistics for the mission expansion. Chapter 1098. There is only winning in the research labs above Ray 5. Uncle Lou and Ranarth were immersed in a deeply theological conversation, after an unknown relic recovered after the last battle at the rift in space on the other side of the anomaly had turned out to be a bit of antique human technology related to the manipulation of the layers of space. They had managed to access some of the data stored in it, and it had been enough to determine that there was indeed a way to access the layer of space that the gods were hiding in, using cathedral ship technology, which could be made compatible with human technology. That meant that they could take the battle to the enemy, without relying on the Darklings or the Arisen, which was a huge step forward for humanity, but the presence of the gods had so warped that layer of space that the operation of nearly all known weapons and technology was somewhere between ineffective and suicidal due to instability. Uncle Lou knew that the new weapon they had developed would work there, as they had designed it specifically to combat the energy beings, and the interference that they brought with them from that layer. But on the other hand, Ranarth thought that strapping a few thousand tons of antimatter to a malfunctioning Dyson sphere would be a much more cost-effective option. Of course, it came with a few risks, like the possibility of completely destabilizing the layers of space in the region and collapsing reality as they knew it, eliminating a billion species from existence instantly when reality ceased to exist in their layer. I have run the numbers, and the odds are no more than an 18% chance that the primary layer would destabilize. Ranarth argued, that's nearly a 1 in 5 chance of ending reality. Uncle Lou reminded him, do you even know any of those species? I don't, so who would miss them when they're gone? You don't even know their names. Ranarth countered, and what about the chances that the layer wouldn't stabilize, and it would ripple all the way across the universe? Uncle Lou asked, dodging the question. That's just about guaranteed either way. The ripples have nothing to stop them, as they're not affected by any known law of nature in that way. But the layers in this region are dead already. Things might shake in the primary layer here, but there is nothing in the others to be affected, so you'll never even know that the shockwave passed you by. Ranarth shrugged. Uncle Lou never knew that it was possible to miss Nico's genocidal logic. Compared to Ranarth, she was sweet and innocent as a newborn kitten. When he had suggested the possibility of modifying a few members of the crew to be more efficient, and described the process, using genetic manipulation and hybridization surgeries, the normally carefree mecha designer had been so horrified that he couldn't eat for 3 days. We are not giving them a weapon that will end reality, Uncle Lou declared in a tone that said he would not be swayed on this topic. What if we don't tell them? What they don't know won't trigger moral outrage. Ranarth suggested helpfully. The answer is still no. Can we at least tweak 1 or 2 regiments worth of soldiers? I've got some wonderful designs passed down from the last war, and they're incredibly effective. Some can even permanently destabilize lesser energy beings without using technology. Ranarth asked, getting bored with holding back because other species found his views too extreme. Alright, we can consider that, as long as it is voluntary, and doesn't cause them to lose their sense of self or free will. But I will need to see all the data on the experiments before you begin. Uncle Lou reluctantly agreed. See, now we're getting somewhere. But before we start on that, can I fix the lab assistant in section 32B? Ranarth asked hopefully. Uncle Lou checked the section to see what the crazy old alien was talking about and found that there was a wuxia researcher there with a rare genetic disorder that their medicine couldn't cure. It had made his wings grow twisted and stumpy, and he was somewhat misshapen. Fix in what way, exactly? Ranarth smiled at Uncle Lou's question. I will make him look and function just like the rest of his species. I'm a bit rusty after some time off from creative flesh art, so a simple reconstructive surgery to put the winged creature back to normal would be the perfect warm-up. There's no risk, it's so simple that I could have done this with a field medic kit even when I was still a young man. They were about to go ask him when an excited Inu ran up to them, waving a data tablet happily over her head. Boss, I did it. The sample chassis component is stable, and reads within your design specification. She called out as she ran toward them. Her team had been working on a new chassis creation method that would combine the interlocking atomic bonds of the current monomolecular ship hulls with the increased density of the alloy for the Dyson sphere, in an attempt to create a material that could give them substantially more durability for any given volume. Size mattered quite a bit in any mecha's design phase, so if they could make a hollow alloy superstructure that was stronger than the solid one they had now, and preferably even lighter, to reduce the need for gravity negation, it would allow them to do so much more when attempting to package components that could not be downsized before they would have to compromise on structural integrity or chassis volume. Ranarth smiled at Uncle Lou. The surgery can wait. If we really have a proper design sample, it is going to be an incredible breakthrough. This should be very close to what the ancient humans were using during the war, and your soldiers will finally have mecha that can stand up to the real enemies of mortal life. The ancient collector chuckled, eagerly anticipating the day when they would be able to get vengeance on the energy beings and the gods themselves. Chapter 1099, Frustration. 3 more planetary attacks are reported. All unknown alien species fleets, and all using variants of the tactics that were employed against them during the previous defense. The Reaver fleets have been joined by the Kaleska main battle fleet, leaving only the Anomaly defense fleet on standby. Reports say that the android army is currently in a restocking stage after taking heavy casualties during the effort to retake Rome 7. The battle there disabled or destroyed over 70 destroyer-class vessels between the two sides, including 2 of the 10 included in the android army. Both have been recovered by the fleet, with minimal casualties, and repairs are underway to make them combat-capable again. Max stared at the report in frustration and sighed. Every day for the last 3 weeks had been the same. More attacks, more units deployed, and more bad news. He had been so busy fielding reports and in meetings regarding the Reaver's response to the ongoing hostilities in the Kaleska region that he had barely had time to pay attention to what was going on below him with the dig sites. He looked down at the next report. A formal request from the cruiser Holy Light to commission an upgraded combat-capable vessel to join the defense of the Anomaly from the Great Enemy. The headline read. Max skimmed through it, as that was one of the ships belonging to Terminus Trading Company, and while he didn't prohibit them from going into combat, he didn't actively pressure them to do it either. It looked like a good plan. They were requesting company loans to support a destroyer-class or larger vessel, to be primarily manned by android soldiers, as was the current trend among the human fleets. They would also have a strong drone fighter presence, the hallmark of the Terminus Trading Company, which would take up most of their mortal staff to control. So far, so good. Then he got to the last lines, where they were requesting a supplemental AI presence, to help with their combat tactics and drone deployment. Most of the Reavers on board were skilled merchants and mercenaries, not veteran mecha pilots with years of combat training and live combat experience. It was possible to program a nascent AI into the ship's computers. Easier than programming an adaptive program to account for enemy tactics, in fact. Max also happened to know just the person to take on this task. Approval granted. Proceed to absolution for construction and assignment of your new vessel. Max replied, then sent the details to Felicity and the board of directors. Felicity, they want a combat-capable AI to take care of their drones, like the colony ship that we made for the android army. Can you take care of that? Having them be trained in mecha tactics and deployment as well would be beneficial, to lead the android pilots for the new vessel they have commissioned. Max requested. Understood, Commander. I will get right on it. The specifications seem to be well within our capabilities. Absolution is currently within the outer reaches of an unmapped and uninhabited star system, gathering resources, and we have space in the terraforming array schedule reserved for urgent requests of the company. Thank you for your understanding. Keep me updated if there are any more relevant developments. With that, he relaxed back into his chair and took a break to watch the developments from the surface. They were on replay right now, as it was early in the morning, both ship time and on the surface, but that was fine, he hadn't seen them the first time. It was generally dull footage if you weren't invested in finding out what they had found. Max had already read those reports, but watching them dig them up, clearing the Prairie City, was still somewhat fascinating. Plus, they had just finished detailing the outside of the first pyramid, and they were going to open the chamber that sealed the interior tomorrow, once they had a suitable containment field in place to ensure that there was no damage to the relics that might be hidden inside. Sudden exposure to fresh air could rapidly oxidize and decay many forms of paint and plating that had been preserved in an anaerobic environment, and after the multiple successes both at the other city, and along the outside of the pyramid, they weren't willing to risk it. That should keep things interesting tomorrow at least. Max was in the process of closing down all the data screens in front of him, and had just stood up from his desk to return to his suite when one last new message came in. It was a strange time to be getting messages, as most of the Reaver fleet ran on the same ship time these days, but he opened it anyhow, instead of leaving it for tomorrow as he really wanted to. Max settled back into his chair and opened the message. Inside was nothing but one simple image. A mecha, and a hauntingly familiar one at that. It was beautiful, red armor plating over a black humanoid chassis, looking like a proud robotic knight, and equipped with an energy blade as well as a large handheld cannon of some sort. The details weren't clear enough to tell what sort of secondary weapons it might have on board, or even what size it was supposed to be, as it was on a custom-fit table and the image didn't show anything else. Uncle Lou had gone to great lengths to keep the mystery, while still giving him a sneak peek of what they were working on. But as Max examined it, the small details provided some details anyhow. The mecha should be roughly 50 meters tall, going by the bolt sizes on the sensor arrays, which were a standard item across most mecha, for ease of maintenance. That would put it on the tall side of the Titan-class mecha, and logically, it should have a Dyson sphere power core to drive the weapon systems. But with only one primary weapon, it would be a huge waste to use that sort of power on their new variable beam weapon systems, unless it was designed to take out kilometers-wide swaths of enemies with every shot. Knowing Uncle Lou, that was a possibility, but it wasn't all that practical in a large-scale battle. The risk of friendly fire was too high. As Max examined the image, another message came in. The final design will be completed and ready for pickup in 48 hours. Chapter 1100. Unsustainable. The next morning, Max woke up to Nico using his chest as a tray table for her data tablet as she draped herself across him. She had moved his arm to support her back, so Max gave her backside a squeeze to let her know he was up, and she giggled at him. Look at the morning reports. We've got 9 new attacks today, including both myceloids and the lesser energy beings, but still, there is no sign of the cathedral ships. Something is going on over there, and it's bothering me not to know what it is. Why would they leave such a large part of their force out? Why are the energy beings only becoming involved now? They should have been there from the start, since their numbers are essentially unlimited. Did the myceloids jump the gun because they were so eager to fight again? Or was there another plan that fell through? Nico rambled as she brought up various images and maps to explain to Max what had been going on recently, and how she saw them tying together. Just the fact that the cathedral ships aren't there is enough cause for concern. They comprised the largest portion of the fleet during the first wave, so what we are seeing now is more of an expeditionary force. It seems like they're scouting for weaknesses, but they're committing to full assaults instead of probing attacks that would let them know where to send their fleet. I agree, we're missing something important, and we're not grasping their actual intention. Max replied. Worse, it's already beyond the capacity of the species on that side of the anomaly to sustain their territory. They're spread too thin, and they're unable to recover fast enough. The Reaver Council has sent 50 more assault fleets to the conflict this week, but 80 new battlefronts have opened, while only 7 were resolved. If the enemy was attacking faster than the humans could respond, something would have to change. The nearby species would do their best, but with everyone under attack, they were soon going to run out of allies to call on. What else can we do to get this under control? Max wondered out loud. We could appeal to the Alliance and see if they are willing to send more people in. The Reaver Council is already considering sending entirely AI-driven fleets to war, to save on casualties. That's the sort of situation that we're in. Max sighed. That's a terrible idea, and everyone knows it. Without a biological override, the AI won't be able to tell if its code gets corrupted. It could well go berserk or be infected and turn against its allies. Nico nodded. That is true, but who else are we going to send? The defense forces from our own systems. There aren't that many others left after the civil war and the chaos that followed. The armies that humanity had are all on guard, the vampires don't have much of an army to begin with, and the Narcians are basically missing in action. I haven't seen a report of them attacking a planet in the better part of a year now, but nobody has dared to go to their side of the galaxy and find out what they're up to. I think everyone is just too happy that they stopped to go there and tempt fate. Did you get the message from Uncle Lou? Max asked. Nico laughed, shaking with mirth as she lay across his body, and then opened up the file that Uncle Lou had sent her. While the one that Max got was hyper-focused to reduce reference materials, the one she got had a deliberately placed water droplet on the camera lens, so it was all distorted and hazy. Oh, he did a good job on that one. It's completely blocked out the little details that I managed to identify on mine. Max laughed. Nico had already accessed his mail to see if he got a better image, so she knew what it looked like, and both of them were already making plans to excuse themselves and get back to Ray 5 tomorrow so that they could pick up the new Mecha. Do you think that they're keeping the cathedral ships in reserve for when we show up with something more deadly than they're prepared for? It would make sense, if they're treating the rest of the fleet like expendable pawns. Nico suggested. Max nodded. I think they might be. But we've sent some new toys there already, and a truly unreasonable number of androids and drones. I was thinking that they would go for them and start bringing out the big guns, but it doesn't look like it's working. We're either going to have to do something drastic or wait until they make the first move, and I really don't like the idea of that. Being on the defensive was never the best option, but currently they didn't have a way to take the battle to the enemy, and their allies were already fighting everywhere that they could feasibly defend. The weaker species were already giving up territory, and moving to share territory with other species to increase the total defenses of their region, and hopefully limit the chances that they would be wiped out entirely before anyone could spare a fleet to assist them. But the real enemy, the greater energy beings, still hadn't made an appearance, and their locations were unknown, even to the Arisen and the Darklings, who Ranarth assured them had been searching for them to dig them out and ambush them. What one ship couldn't do, 100 could, and if they managed to catch one off guard, they could cripple the capabilities of the great enemy before they ever saw the battlefield. How about we announce that we've got an important but utterly boring political meeting back home, so we can let Terminus work without worrying about what we're up to? Most of the news about the other side of the anomaly doesn't make it to the Alliance media, so they have no reason for concern, and we can hope that they come up with something useful before it's time to send the majority of the fleet to war. Nico suggested, drawing Max's thoughts away from what the greater energy beings were up to. That's not a bad idea. I will come up with a good excuse, and you can prep the yacht for the trip back. I will meet you there in an hour.